Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Not that I can hear myself. But welcome back to my stream. This is the fourth day of me streaming straight. So I appreciate everyone for sticking around. Thanks for the subscribes that I missed as well. I'm going to keep making mistakes, by the way, for who knows how long, maybe indefinitely. But the goal is that I keep making improvements each time. So for instance, today I did make an improvement, I think. I figured out a way, thanks to the help of ChatGPT, to add a little like agenda ticker. So you'll see it in my editing session. I should have added it on this screen as well, but that'll be for next time. But yes, I did make some changes so that you can kind of see what's my agenda. For today, my agenda is, actually I'll just show it to you so you can see. Ideally, or hopefully, you should be seeing it pop up on the bottom left, but I'll keep making improvements to this as well. But the point is, I wanted to start highlighting what's the agenda for each day of streaming. Sometimes the agenda will be fairly similar. For instance, I already made a point that I will be working on my Mongolia travel vlog for, I put a deadline of 2 weeks, so we're on day 4 of 14 days. So the agenda for the next 2 weeks is going to be similar in the sense that I am working on this Mongolia vlog, and the goal is to get it finalized and published on YouTube within 2 weeks. Having said that, just for my own sanity as well, I don't want to work on the same thing for way too long, so I do want to break up the agenda a little bit. And so what I mean by that is, you'll see the first thing on the agenda is I want to do like what we did yesterday, where we'll work on a smaller, like a shorter form, shorter duration format video, if that's the right way to say it, which are like the YouTube shorts and the reels. So yesterday we worked on this horse video that I think you can see on screen, and I hope you can hear it as well. Yeah, so that guy. Also, I did make a change. Let's actually test it out. So I should have a version where you can see my full screen of my editing monitor. So the value of that is then if I want to show something, you guys can also see it hopefully as full screen as possible, so you guys can enjoy with me. So let's test it here. Cool stuff. So anyways, yeah, so this is what we worked on yesterday to start off the stream. And if you recall, I spent way too much time on this when the whole point was I wanted to be faster with these kind of short form content. However, it's all about improvement. I did post this to my Instagram stories, and I posted it as a YouTube short. Just in terms of the strategy again, I'll remind, these kind of videos, I'm trying to work on faster form content that I can post almost daily for my YouTube. YouTube has been a journey that I started as of about a year ago. And so the goal is I just need to consistently be posting both the long form content like this Mongolia vlog that we're working on, as well as more like short form stuff. However, Instagram, I tend to reserve that for my better content in the sense of like, you know, fully fleshed out, thought through all the little details, and you know, it's meant to be a little bit more like a portfolio of some of my greatest work. Not to say that this horse video was not like one of my great works or anything. It was just more, I'm just trying to get into this world of let's just do fast content. One thing that has been an improvement this past stream, so day 3, is the first of the 3 streams where I haven't been dinged with some copyright strike because of the music that I'm playing. So I think I am making strides in terms of following the rules and all that fun stuff. So like I said, each stream we're going to keep getting better and better on being a streamer. So with that said, I'm jumping back into the editing mode. So we're gonna get into that first agenda. My thought was, okay, we did some cool horse videos. Now the goal is obviously I want to get through my Mongolia vlog, and while we are reviewing the content for the vlog, there are tons of vertical clips and just other nice short form moments that I think we can potentially work on here. So I'm actually going to show you guys the very start to finish of how I will edit my videos, everything from how do I do the color correction, bringing in the files, and all of that. So for instance, I'm using DaVinci Resolve. So I got into DaVinci, I got a little bit forced into it because the camera that I use, it's a Nikon Z9 and a Nikon Z6 III. I have the ability with these cameras to film in this really beautiful raw format, which retains a lot of the details. It allows me to edit in these softwares with all the colors that you see, make it very vibrant, all of that. However, the format of the files that it shoots in can only be read by a program like DaVinci Resolve as opposed to Adobe Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro. As far as I know, that might have changed, but because of that, I got curious about, well, maybe I should learn how to use DaVinci. And I watched a number of YouTube videos, and I got to a point where I was like, you know what? I feel really good with it. DaVinci's known for being, I think, maybe the best. It's subjective, but it's really, really powerful for color grading. So being able to, be fine-tuning all the colors that you see in your shots, it's really designed for that level of granular fine-tuning. So yeah, I've been doing DaVinci for now about a year and a half. And so this is what I'm going to be showing you guys. But I made this point, I'll constantly make it. I don't necessarily count myself as an expert in any of the things that I do. I am an expert at doing it my way, but by no means do I know the right way or what is considered best practice. So the goal is, as I build out my community, hopefully if you guys find suggestions or feedback that I should be making use of, please let me know. That is my goal. So in DaVinci, I think what I want to do is I want to create a new project. And also, I think some of these, did I finish these? Okay, technically we can count this as completed. So I'm just going to drag this bad boy over to completed projects, and we'll continue on here. This is my semblance of organization, or at least my attempt at being organized. I have a tendency of constantly changing how I organize things, or trying to find ways to improve it. So they are often short-lived, and oftentimes my organization ends up becoming way too ridiculous to it becomes overwhelming. So but for now, this is how I'm doing things. So I wanted to create this project. We're going to label this Mongolia. Let's do the Eagle Hunter, and I think let's focus on the galloping shots because they're just super fun to look at. So within here, I'm just going to put a section for clips, and then let's create the timeline. So the name of this timeline will be 4K 24p Mongolia Eagle Hunter galloping. It's way too long of a timeline, but whatever. We'll keep improving that as well. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just choosing a 4K resolution because almost all of the footages that I've captured from my cameras are all 4K. The only time I film in 1080 is maybe if I shot with like an iPhone or some other action camera where, that's the constraint. But generally speaking, I like filming everything in 4K if possible. With my Z6 III camera, which is the one I'm using right now for the stream, that one has the ability to film at 240 frames per second. But the caveat is you can only film that at 1080, so like HD quality. But I've had no issues with that. But besides that, I will film at 4K. And then I'm going to change the frame rate to 24 frames per second, or there's like a more specific one, which is 23.976, which is the actual frame rate that my camera shoots in, or that's generally speaking what I can shoot at. So I think this is all good. I'm going to create this timeline. Now you can see it pop up over here. It's black, obviously, because it's a blank canvas. You can see here's my timeline. There's nothing there. So this is where I need to find the potential clips. Now, I am going to be showing you guys the full process of how I might work on videos when they're in its raw format. So what I mean is, I have my folder open, and you can see here, these are all of the clips from this trip, the February 2024 Mongolia trip that I was on. And so this is what I mean by like my organization. I actually am a little bit proud of this one. Proud is too strong of a word because at the end of the day it's just, you know, naming conventions and organizing. Excuse me. But what I mean is this has worked for me flawlessly over the years, where if I have an import folder, I'll start by the year, and then within each year, as I have a shoot, let's say I went on a trip for 2 weeks or something like that, then I will create a folder for every single day of the trip. And then within each of those folders, I'll usually just, generally speaking, copy and paste the different cameras that I used for that day. So this is all video. So within video, these are all my imports. Imports as in all the, you know, like in and out, right? So think imports as in what comes in. These are all the raw videos that I shot that I need to bring into my computer to review before I can export it in terms of the final results. So within my imports, I'll have a folder for every camera that I used for that day. So for instance, this day was iPhone and my Nikon Z9. The next day I had an iPhone, Z9, an Insta360, and a GoPro. So yesterday I was talking about what it's like when I'm traveling and it's not a vacation. I'm oftentimes just, you know, like going off of 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day. It is exhausting, and part of it's because I do this every day. At the end of the day, I'll start importing all my footages from the memory cards of all my cameras, and then I'll be putting it into this kind of a folder structure. This saves me time later and headaches and potential risks of accidentally deleting things or can't, you know, like not finding different footages. But it does mean I sacrifice time and sleep and everything in the moment. So with that said, we have all these lined up nicely. This is the file format I was mentioning that I don't know if you guys can read it because it's so small probably on the screen, but basically it says .nev, and .nev is the proprietary format of the raw footage that I capture on the Z9 and the Z6 III. However, every time I film, it does create a smaller resolution MP4 footage, so I can visually see what did I capture. So it's almost like a duplicate, but in two formats. So a readable format in MP4, and then the actual high resolution format in .nev. And you can see the difference. For instance, these are footages from the plane when I was first arriving to Mongolia. And you can see, for instance, this footage here, this MP4, has all the, you know, footage details in here. This is only 18 megabytes, whereas the actual footage that I would want to use is 1.14 gigabytes. So massive difference in terms of the size. One thing you'll also notice, and maybe I can show it better in a different example. And I just want to jump to a day where I think I want to use some footage. So let's see. Probably it's going to be on the 15th or the 16th is when the adventure starts. Yeah, so like this day. So one thing you might notice is that in these clips, in the preview that I'm watching, it looks very, very flat. It looks very grayed out. That's by design, essentially. So when I'm filming in that really high powered format, the .nev, this kind of raw, they call it like a log format, but basically when I film in this way, the camera is not actually applying any of the colors, the lighting, anything, right? It's letting me decide to do that later. So it's giving me the most flat, the most kind of raw format of the moment, but it doesn't mean that's actually what I'll end up with. It's just within this metadata, within the actual file itself, all the data, the details of the colors, the lighting, and everything is there. It's just not being applied in beforehand. So It looks very, very gray, but what you'll see the difference once I put this into my video editing software. It's gonna look really, really cool as long as I filmed it properly and I didn't blow out the sun like you can see here on the top. So we'll see that very, very shortly, but I just want to kind of briefly explain that for anyone who doesn't know much about video stuff. I'm also very new at it, so I'm probably not explaining it the most effectively, but just think of it as like maybe the equivalent I can think of is with an iPhone. So when you have your smartphone and you're filming whatever, it's usually, I mean, as of recently, I know like with the iPhone 15 and beyond, it does have the ability where you can shoot in this kind of log raw format. But generally speaking, for the layperson, if you're just filming normal moments, you'll turn on your camera, your smartphone, and it looks very colorful, sometimes very, very vibrant. And that's because it's not shooting in RAW, it's shooting in this kind of MP4 format where you are essentially letting your smartphone choose for you what the lighting conditions, the colors, you know, how rich is the contrast, all of that. You're just letting the smartphone choose those decisions for you, and that's what you get to see when you film. The difference is here, instead of saying like, why would I let the camera choose for me? I want the ability to choose later. That's the difference. It's the same kind of construct for photography as well. You know, you'll hear people saying shooting in RAW versus JPEG. And so same thing, like when you shoot in JPEG, in many ways you're kind of applying whatever you see on your screen, the effects, the lighting, the contrast, all of that. You're essentially saying, this is what I'm going to have. And the moment the camera snaps the picture, it's kind of being burnt into the image itself. Whereas if you shoot in RAW, it doesn't really matter what you see because, and sometimes it will look great, but you're basically saying, capture the shot, but don't actually burn in all these effects. Let me choose that and decide later. So that was my little quasi teaching lesson. Hopefully I didn't say anything out of turn, but yeah, point is this looks very gray. It's going to look super colorful later. So now for the task at hand, I wanted to find potential clips and drag it into our project to make into like a YouTube reel, TikTok, etc. This could be one because it's zoomed out, but I can obviously crop in and, oh wait, I brought in the wrong clip. I want to bring in the .nev file. This one's a little bit too close up. So basically what I'm thinking about is most likely I want to just make a clip in vertical format. That's the priority. It doesn't mean I always follow that rule. Like if you go on my YouTube short and my Instagram reels, my latest Instagram reels, you'll see I did post a horizontal clip just in a vertical format. So you have to like tilt your head sideways or tilt your phone. Sometimes I prefer doing that just because the shot is so cinematic and I'd rather show it in the landscape original format. These ones might work. I just want to bring in everything potential. So you're just seeing me drag these in, and then just give me probably like 30 more seconds as I pull in a few more of these, and then I'm going to show you the magic. And it does feel like magic, honestly. It's a cool moment when you're able to see it go from its gray, boring format to the super colorful, vibrant format, if I shot it properly. And that's a big if. All right. Generally speaking, I wouldn't be doing it like this. I would have already edited all these, or yeah, I wouldn't do this like piecemeal. But I just want to do this for fun for you guys to see as well. And so I'm trying to be a little bit less organized and a little bit faster, I guess. Okay. These are not for the topic of the eagle hunting galloping, but I just want to bring this in because I might create a separate project just for a close-up of the eagle. And eagle flying, close-up of the eagle, and a few more of those shots. You know what? I'm just going to bring all these in. Something I'll mention, I still don't know what the rules are when it comes to language and stuff when streaming. I will do my best not to curse or anything. There are times I really want to, but for now I'll keep it very family friendly. All right, so I've dragged in all these clips, and what I want to do now is I'm just going to bring it onto the timeline. And we're going to see here what it looks like. So you can kind of see on the little visual over there. These are all the clips. Some of these I'm going to have to rotate, because these were originally in landscape mode. But because the subject's so far away, I don't actually have to crop anything important for now, until we see if it gets closer and closer. Let's shrink this up. 0.57. Alright. There's probably a faster way to do this, or a more efficient way. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to figure out which ones are in landscape mode. This one, these are all, okay, you know what? I was trying to do something where I can be a little bit more efficient, but I ended up realizing that's not the case. I'm gonna highlight all these guys that are in landscape, which it looks like it's all of them, so that can't be right. You're watching me fail at trying to be more efficient. So I'm just gonna do this one by one. 0.57. So I'm just taking all the clips. And I want to color code the ones that are originally in landscape, so I can distinguish between them later, just in case. So this one was also in landscape. These were not. And this was. Okay. I swear it will make sense later. Yep. Now I really need to know if there's a shortcut for this kind of color coding thing. Because it is quite annoying having to keep going back and forth and right-clicking to say, hey, this is vertical. This is definitely vertical. Yep. Okay, I have an idea. I'm just going to take all these guys for now, and we're just going to shrink it to 0.57 or more to its fullest. So basically what I want to do is, this is just for now visually, so I can tell what was shot originally in landscape versus what was shot in vertical format. Okay, so now that we have all these clips, I will show you that magic that I've been alluding to. So let's go into our color. I don't know what they labeled this. Let's see. Yeah, it's just called color. But this is basically the tab where you can do all the color editing stuff. So it can look a little wonky at first, but basically on the right, I see the original footage. I have my little node tree here where I can keep adding a bunch of these little boxes. And it's similar to Photoshop, where each of these boxes allows me to make whatever changes I want to the colors, the lighting, whatever, without impacting, other boxes, essentially, besides the ordering of it. However, I don't need to do that because I've already created my own template. So I used to sell this on my old website. I do want to sell it again. It's just I refreshed my website into Webflow, and I just need to spend some time to actually recreate this as a product. But essentially, I had spent some research and time to figure out what is the right format for me to edit, any of my footages. So for this one, for instance, I created a little power grade structures. Power grade is like the name of these kind of templates, essentially. But I can apply this, and what you see is that it's created my node tree. So all of these are the nodes, and I've labeled each one for the different types of actions I might want to take when it comes to editing my videos. So for instance, you see one here called balance. That's like changing the white balance of the image. So let's say if I want to make the image warmer, I would click on this balance button, and then I would adjust the temperature, just as a crude example. And then you can see how it's changing on the far right, which is obviously very ugly right now. That's just for demonstration purposes. There's a node for exposure. So if I want to change the lighting, I have one for curves. So for instance, here, there's a little curve box that I tend to use. So then depending on how I change the curve structure, you can see how it changes my footage. And so on and so on and so forth. I'll probably get into this a little in more detail later on, just because it is fun to learn for those who are interested. I also want to get better and better at explaining these things, because that is my aspiration, right? Well, it's a little bit more than aspiration. I have started doing workshops where I teach people fundamentals around both photography as well as videography, but I want to keep getting better. And the only way to get better is if I talk like I am now and try to explain this and figure out what makes sense on how to explain things and what doesn't. So I will, later on, I'll kind of explain a little bit more about each of these or how I edit. For now, I'll try to do it at a more high level. I'll do it at a high level place instead. But the key thing you saw here is that based on me just applying that structure, you saw all the color get added in. So let me see if I can undo. So this is what it looked like before. Let me actually full screen this guy. Nope, not that camera. This one, okay. So you can kind of see over here, this is what it looked like before. Very, very gray, very ugly, flat, whatever. And then once I apply that grade, all the colors there. So this is not like, it's not like magic. It's not you faking things. The colors were always there. It's just that your camera, when it filmed and captured it in the moment, it allows you to decide later on if you want to reapply those colors into the shot. And it just gives you a lot more ability to change some of the different elements, the visual elements of your footage without, because once you let's say if you allow the camera to decide, so instead of shooting this in RAW, you said, I want to shoot that in a format where whatever I see, it's burned in, kind of like the iPhone example I gave. The problem is if later on you decide I want, hey, I want to actually change this a bit. I want to add a bit more light into this area or reduce the lighting here. I want to, make this less vibrant or more vibrant or change the colors up a bit. It just becomes much harder because you've kind of burned in a baseline, and then you can only deviate from that baseline so much without causing issues. Whereas here, the baseline doesn't exist. The baseline is whatever the range was in terms of how you properly shot before it gets like overly bright or overly dark. And then it's up to you. So that's essentially what you're seeing here is I've been able to create my own format where it just kind of color corrects to identify the input source of like, how did I film this? This was in a proprietary Nikon format, and then it recognizes it within DaVinci, and then it will revert back to what the color should be. And then based off of this, I can start continuing to make more changes. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to undo a node I have for vignetting and undo one for noise reduction. These are both important at different times, but it just slows down my computer if I apply it too early. I'm just too lazy to change the default setting. So what you're seeing me do now is I am just simply I'm copying and pasting the changes to all the other footages. So you'll see it changes up the colors or brings it back. With that said, it's not like a one-stop shop, I'm good to go. You'll see sometimes the image looks quite bright and there are things I still need to adjust. But it does save me time, and also it allows me to have a really cool shot. So as an example here, looking at the first footage, I'm going to work with my curves. Generally speaking, I think like 90% of my color grading and my editing is off of the curves node. Generally speaking, this is all I need to do. I just need to reduce the curve a bit so that I cut down on the light and make it a little bit more of a balanced shot. And then over on the right, we can see over here what it looks like. So this is a footage where he was just racing towards me. So this could work as a potential YouTube short. Now the problem is obviously a lot of it gets cropped off at different points. I just want to double check. Yeah, so this was technically filmed as a landscape shot, and then I just cropped it in because assuming I want this in a full frame. However, there is a world where, let's say I actually leave this as a landscape shot. So for my YouTube shorts, like I mentioned before, I'm a little bit less judicious about what makes the cut. I just want anything that looks good, any good cinematic shots, and if I can quickly find good music to go with it, then that's it. It's more about consistency of shooting and posting. Whereas for my Instagram, I will be a little bit more careful. So actually, there's a world where I'm okay actually just taking the original format in landscape and then posting this as a YouTube short. One thing I do want to do is I need to figure out, I should have done this actually. So this is one of the issues. I should have done this in the beginning. I've kind of mixed and matched a bunch of clips. And the problem is some of these clips were filmed in a different frame rate. So now I have to do a tedious task of figuring out which of these frames is corresponding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So this one is a 60 frames per second footage. And what's the other one though? 60 frames. 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Oh, it's this one. The second of these two. Alright, so this was also shot at 60 frames. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to slow down the footage, but if I accidentally try to slow down these 60 frames per second footages at the same reduction of speed as I'm about to do on the 120 frames per second, obviously I'll cause issues because there's not enough frames to slow it down by, so it'll look very glitchy. But these are all the 120 frames over here on the left, so I'm just going to select all of them, change the clip speed, ripple the timeline so that it applies the effect across the timeline here. I'm going to reduce it to 20%, and now you see it stretched the timeline because it's taking up more time. Whereas these guys are 60 frames, so let me select both of them, change clip speed to 40%. The reason I'm doing 20 and 40%, this timeline, if you remember from the beginning when I first created this timeline, it was a 23.9, what was it? 23.976 frame rate is the one I chose. And that's because I know at the end of the day, whatever I'm going to export, I probably will export it at that rate because that gives me the maximum ability to slow down my footage from whatever it was shot at. So let's say if I shot a footage originally at 24 frames per second, then obviously if I'm using a 24 frames per second timeline, I can't really reduce it because I literally have 24 frames that I need to show in my exported video, but I only have 24 frames that I shot in the actual video file. But if I shot this in 120 frames per second, then that means I have way more frames per second from the videos that I've captured versus what actually ends up making it in the exported, the final product. And one of the things you can do with that is slow down your footage to stretch out those 120 frames. So the crude math essentially is there are, you just do 24 divided by 120, and that equals 0.2. And so basically that means you can increase the duration by 5 times. Is that right? This is not a math lesson, and nor am I a math teacher. But the point is, now I can slow down my footage to 0.2 without ever losing frames. I have enough frames to slow this down to 0.2x speed. So what does that look like? Let's say we're gonna start from around here. That means I get this nice smooth shot. Nothing gets lost. It doesn't look glitchy where it's like jumping between frames. And this actually looks really good. So in terms of our agenda, technically I can end the agenda right here. I could just be like, you know what, this clip looks good enough. Let's just take a few seconds from this. I do need to find a good soundtrack to go with it. But this is good enough already to just post on my YouTube shorts. My cat's calling. Let's see if I can bring him up here. Keep up. Good boy. Come here. Come on. You want to come up? You want to come up? You want to come up here? Good boy. What a good boy. So, let me introduce my cat again. This is Kimpop. He's my younger of 2 cats. Kind of just does his own thing, but super friendly. Never bites, never scratches me. But he is kind of a fat ass, so I've had to put him on a diet. I have to keep watching to make sure he doesn't steal his sister's food, which he does all the time. So I have to feed them in separate locations. But yeah, good boy, Kimbap. Alright, let's get back to business though, if you don't mind. Thank you, buddy. Alright, so just going back to looking at this shot real quick. Now the thought process is like, some of these shots I think is like, okay, this looks really good. Now, strategically, does it make sense for me to post this now, or should I be posting these things leading up to my actual Mongolia vlog episodes that I'll be publishing? Probably makes sense to, I don't know. Prior to me doing this kind of stream journey, I would have said, I want to save this for right before I launch. Like, I would wait till I'm done with the actual vlog itself, and then I might post this simultaneously with the vlog, so these would be nice promos to get people to watch the video. Now, with that said, we have started our streaming journey. So I can see a world where I probably, every day as we work on these different clips, I do want to post it on the regular, and it could be a way for me to promote, like, hey, check out my live streams to see me work on these types of videos. And also, obviously, I have an upcoming Mongolia vlog, which is the point of the live stream. So join in and watch me create the final product. So I'm just kind of like thinking out loud here, so you're hearing my inner thoughts, but I do feel like I probably will end up putting some nice music to this, and I'll post this today. So that's the current thought. But before I jump too far ahead, we have all these other clips to look at. So technically, we don't want to jump the gun yet. There might be better clips to look at. Unfortunately, this one is really, really boring. He's just riding away from the camera, so that won't do. Let's look at the next one. Same thing. So, I mean, I might use those clips for if there was a creative thought around, like, showing the different steps before he rides towards me. But let's, intuitively speaking, I don't think it's gonna make the cut. We just want the shots where he starts racing. So something like this, maybe. Yeah, buddy. Okay, let's check out this clip. Maybe this one might look nice. Yes. Okay, so the difference you can see is that this one I originally shot in vertical format, so that means I was able to get more of the horse, the rider, the eagle in frame, generally speaking. However, as you can see, because I don't have the width for it, oftentimes I'll be cutting out, parts of the wing or the sides. So that is the challenge between the two formats. You sacrifice, obviously, the width versus the height. So, but I mean, it's not the worst thing, because like for me, I get to choose. Since I filmed everything from when it was very far away to when they got very close, obviously I don't want to use the full moment. I just want the moment where they're fully in frame, and I can always zoom in a bit more if needed. But generally speaking, probably like roughly around here is really good. So you can imagine, same thing as the prior one. I could shoot this. Or sorry, I can add some music to this and just cut out like a solid 15 to 30 seconds, and this becomes my next short. And then all I need to do is a good job of actually promoting this in the description and saying like, hey, watch more of this during my live streams or something to that effect. But yeah, this is not to like discount myself too heavily, but being a content creator it becomes much easier when you have the right gear, right? So in this case, I have excellent camera gear that I use on the go, my Z9, my Z6 III. As long as you learn the fundamentals of like, okay, how do I turn the camera on? How do I, you name it, right? All the basic steps, but also like, hey, what does the shutter speed have to be? What's the right way to adjust my setup in this lighting condition? what is the shutter speed in terms of the frame rates I need to capture. Once you like understand those fundamentals and you're comfortable actually shooting, then once you're comfortable being able to, you know, whatever format, so in this case DaVinci or Premiere Pro and so on. But I'm showing you guys, I'm obviously at a point now, so I'm doing like a little bit of a shortcut here, but speed up time, not to discount the learning curve and how difficult it might be or the challenges, but once you get to a point where you are like me, where I can just click one button, see most of the changes, make one quick adjustment to the curve, and then slow down the footage, and boom, everything's good to go. I really don't have to do much more on this footage. And so having the right gear and having the patience to learn how to use different programs, I guess what I'm trying to say is it doesn't take like a rocket scientist. It doesn't take a genius. It doesn't take like someone who spent years or who went to school to actually create those really cool content. And I feel like I am testament to that because I did not go to school for this. I went to school for business, economics. My whole corporate career was very much, you know, being very salesy and speaking to clients and, you know, nothing related to this, like spreadsheets and all that. But if you have the time, patience, and the money to like dedicate towards whatever your hobbies are, like I did with photography and videography, yeah, you can do it. And I did this in a matter of a couple years or so. And like I said, you're watching me do this where it's just a few buttons that I clicked and we get the final result. It wasn't like I had to do some crazy, I'm not like a painter where you actually see, that's like, now that's a real talent, right? Like the vision to see something on an empty canvas and having to do every step of it. This was a lot easier. So that is also my goal of these live streams and my YouTube channel. I want to inspire people to get more into these types of hobbies, and definitely more in line with like photography, videography, because I can show more, share more, teach more on that front. But yeah, I don't want people to think this is something nobody can do. You're watching me do this after just a couple years of really trying it. So anyways, that's my quick little diatribe again, but let's look at this next clip. Like before, I think I want to just go ahead and retain landscape mode for this maybe, because I keep forgetting, but this is mainly, I'm trying to create content for my YouTube shorts. So I, you know what? I don't care as much about, does it have to look crystal clear or like pixel perfect, or have to be vertical format for the most viral shots. Let's just get clean shots. Let me undo that. Whoops. What did I shoot this to? 90? Okay. Alright. So. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Let me do that again. I think I selected the one I shouldn't have. So, what was this? Was this like 0.32 or something? 0.32? Nope. 0.57? Yes, 0.57. Alright. So I just want to check this out and see if it's a clippable YouTube short moment or not. I think so. Obviously, I'll cut out the audio from the actual shot. Actually, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if it actually sounds good or not. But the point is, I usually put on some kind of cinematic soundtrack. But here you can actually hear the eagle calling. So it might be worth just keeping that audio. So I mentioned this last time, but if you guys can see, you might not be able to see, but there's a little bit of like distortion in the background. So that's like that heat distortion I mentioned before. So especially when you're low to the ground, as the heat is rising from the ground and escaping, the camera can actually see that distorted waves coming through. And generally speaking, it's not conducive for photography and videography, because if you have that heat wave in front of your subject, it just means that your subject's that much more difficult to see sharply, because those heat waves will distort everything. It'll make things look blurry, it'll look out of focus and all that. But in this case, the eagle is much closer to me, so that wasn't as big of a problem. And the heat wave, you can see, was a little, it seems like the worst of it was far enough away that we're all good with the shot. So if I try to do this in vertical, it's fine, potentially, but keeping it in this kind of landscape mode, it will retain a feeling of cinema, especially if I crop it even further, like the tops and the bottoms of it. But I don't think that's necessary. I just want to grade this properly. A nice little trick that I will use when I'm adjusting the curves or anything to do with the exposure and the brightness, you just look at this little histogram. So I have this set up here to show a histogram, and it will just plot out all the pixels from dark to like basically pitch black to like pitch white, and it gives me this mountain view of where are all the pixels from the entire shot in terms of its brightness. And this version is showing it based on the RGB, or like the red, green, and blue colors. Sometimes you can just look at it from a combined version, which is what you'll see on your camera sometimes. But yeah, this will allow me to see what do I need to do and if I overcorrect for something. So for instance, let's go back to this. This is what it looked like without me doing the adjustments. And you can see all those mountains are tilted very skewed far to the right, which basically, and you can see it, right? Visually, you can see the difference. It looks very, very bright in the shot, and that's being reflected in this histogram. And just to make it even more extreme, imagine if I increase the brightness on the curve, you're seeing all of those hills go all the way to the far right. And if I get to the point where it's pitch white, that's when you see everything is in that line. And the problem is, once it's in that pitch white, there is no details there besides white. There is no gradients, no shadows or shadings. It's just that. So you want to avoid that. And the same is true if you go all the way to the bottom. So you can see that mountain, tilt, tilt, tilt. And all it's saying is it's just showing me a visual representation of all the pixels on screen and how dark or bright they are. Generally speaking, kind of like a rule of thumb, I guess, is you just want to try to have a nice center mountain if possible. So you want to have it weighted more towards the center. So you could literally, without even looking at the actual shot, if you're just looking at the histogram, you can make corrections technically, like, not to say you're doing it blindly, but in a sense you could make proper lighting adjustments without ever actually having looked at the original shot. Because all you need to do is make sure to avoid anything that hits the pure black or pure white. So anyways, that's a little neat trick that I learned from YouTube videos and practice. Let's just do it all for all the shots so then we can watch them side by side. Same thing you're seeing here, I'm just kind of adjusting this so it's more center weighted. Same thing here. See, this is like pitch white, and then just by adjusting, you bring all the colors back. But let's just pause. I just want to see these two shots now. So let's go take a look. So this is a flying shot that I potentially could use. Let me mute the volume of the shot. Okay, the problem is obviously it flew away from me, at least in this portion, so it may not be the most exciting shot. Also, I'm a little bit out of focus here, so there we go. I'm in focus, but towards the end. The wing spread is cool, but yeah, I don't know. Personally speaking, I have more footage. I have better footages, I think, to work off of than this one. Like this one for sure, right? You have unobstructed, clear view. Eagle's walking towards me. It's opening its mouth. You can see the talons in slow motion as it kind of retracts and grabs to the ground. And I think there's a lot of details here for a good slow motion. So yeah. This is still a personal thing, but the shot you're seeing here, let's say it was like really cinematic. I tend to not, I have like instinctively, I don't feel very, I'm trying to think of the right words. I'm more reluctant to publish this on my Instagram because generally speaking, I try to not show the horizontal shots like this one, where it's like in a sideways format, just because like I'm thinking for myself, if I'm someone on Instagram browsing through or TikTok, it can get a little annoying if like someone posts in this format and I have to like tilt my phone. Maybe, maybe not. It could just be in my head because like at the end of the day, like, are people that lazy that they can't just tilt their phone? And I think we are. Like, or I definitely am lazy enough for that. But I also do acknowledge when I do see some of those shots where I have to tilt the phone or my head, it looks really cool. Like that cinema feeling only can be like it's sideways shot cinema at its best is always more cinematic than like a vertical shot at its best, in my opinion. So, yeah. But this definitely makes the cut for YouTube. So I think we're making progress here. We've already identified at least 2 different scenes that I can turn into a YouTube short. So basically we got ammo for the next couple days so far, just from those 2 clips. Like we mentioned a clip of when it's racing here. Actually, we got 3 clips because we got this one in sideways format. So this looks like a nice little Wild Wild East moment. Put some badass music in the soundtrack. We've got the vertical form of the exact same thing. Yeah, this one, but let's see if I need to adjust anything. I feel like I need to zoom out of this one. Is that it? Yeah, that's... Okay. Yeah, so we got the vertical format here, which I can turn into a YouTube short. And technically I can reserve this for an Instagram reel as well, just for that cool moment, especially when it gets closer. And we've got the third shot in horizontal format of the eagle. Just like a nice close-up, you know, like a peaceful moment. So yeah, we got ammo for 3 days. And then here's ammo for the 4th day, technically. Let's look at this guy. Actually, that one's even cooler. Yes, Game Pop. Alright, let's reduce this a bit. Okay, you know what? This is going to be a good learning lesson for everyone. Because I don't know the answer. This is a speculation we're about to find the answer to. So I'm looking at this curve, and I'm looking at the histogram. And one thing I'm noticing is the curve here looks super, super tiny, right? You can barely see it on the curve box. And I imagine it has something to do with the black borders on the top and bottom. So maybe it's calculating the black portions into the actual... the distribution of the pixels. And I think maybe that's, I think I kind of see it here. So what I'm saying is, what if I were to switch all of these into the 90 degrees or like the sideways landscape format? I'm just seeing how many of these I can do that for. Okay, let's just do it to all of it then. So if I take all these clips and we rotate it by 90 degrees, let's do -90. And we zoom these guys in. Will this now change what we saw earlier? Yep, okay. Cool. This was like, it felt intuitive in terms of the answer, but it's always good to actually test it for yourself. So now I feel much more knowledgeable on that subject. So, okay, yeah, cool. Now it's more visible for me to see all the changes I need to make. And same thing, I can just bring this guy. And this is very subjective, it's up to you, but let's say if I just want something roughly, so yep, again, the lighting is fairly in the middle and it's balanced, then we're good. So what does that look like? Same thing, so this is like its own content right here. And then the question becomes, do I want to post this, instead of it being a YouTube short, some of these can actually be a little bit of like more of like a medium form content that I post on my YouTube as like an actual video. Let's say if there's like over 1 minute of this kind of footage, or if I want to make a montage of all the eagle flying. So these are decisions I have to make. I don't actually have a good answer in terms of what's good for the algorithm, what can be annoying for my followers if they see like 50 different notifications of like a bunch of these tiny clips. So yeah. But it does look nice and clean. The color, so you can see the colors here look really cool. Like, to me, if I can have all of my footages in this kind of dark, slightly like faded look to it, that's been my style for the past couple years, I would say, in terms of what I lean towards when it comes to my photo editing. For example, oh, you know what? I forgot to add this to the agenda, but obviously we want to do some photo editing as well. So I'll make sure to add that in the next tomorrow's stream. But let me just open up Lightroom again and show you guys that photo that we worked on 2 days ago. Okay, not this one. This one, obviously I made it a bit more vibrant and poppy, but this one. So in this example, I kind of went with a darker tone to things. Like, there's no need to do that. It's just a personal choice of mine. But you can tell that this is more like my style. I like a slightly warm, a bit dark, but then lifting the blacks so that it's not pure black. It's got like a faded look to it. And if I zoom in, maybe it's a little bit more obvious. Let's see. So like in this area here, generally speaking, there was a world where I preferred more dark, like high contrast. So this would have been like pitch black. Whereas in this example, you can see I made some edit choices where it kind of turned the black into what they call like a faded look. So it's, I honestly, I don't have a better way to describe it than just, yeah, it's like a faded look where it adds a little bit of a filtered feel to it, like a smoky, hazy overlay on top of the black. So I've been doing that with a lot of my photos. If you see my Instagram page, that tends to be the kind of shots I might shoot more of. And if you really go deep into my Instagram page, into like, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago mode, you'll see like my style changed drastically, and I cringe whenever I look at my old photos. Like, oh my god, they were disgusting. Actually, maybe I can show that here. Let me just open up all my photos. So these are all my photos from the past like 7 to 8 to 9 years or something like that, which is like 500,000 photos. So these are like shots that I took from back in the day. Some of these I have gone back retroactively and changed up the editing, so they're not always going to be like the cringy stuff I'd mentioned. This is the cringy stuff I was talking about though. My god, I look at this and I'm just like, what was I thinking, you know? But yeah, I used to take the shot. I had a phase where I was doing super vibrant, super saturated. Yeah, like clearly this is very rich in color. But and this is a separate thing, but I think there is a struggle sometimes. I still have it, but like I used to have it more when it comes to this color scheme, or like when you have all this grass and when it's certain type of green foliage, it can be tough to figure out what is the right shade of, you know, coloring that matches with whatever you're shooting. But that aside, I used to go very ridiculous. I think this is like the original shot, right? So this is, I think, before any edits, and then these are the ones where you see like how crazy my edits were, right? Ridiculous, atrocious, like vomit inducing. But yeah, that was from 2018, right? So it's been some time since I shot like that. But you know, I used to do that a lot. And then, okay, here's an example. Over time, I did change up my editing style. So this is an example where I switched now more to like a little bit like a darker tone. This was a little bit slightly different from what I normally do, because here I went with like a desaturated feel. So like I desaturated the green a bit. But generally speaking, get the sense where I went to like a darker tone than what you saw in the past. This one I quite like. So even this one you can see, instead of it being that poppy color from like the previous, I went with like a more toned down, dark, still saturated at points, but not so crazy, I would say. The reason you're seeing so many different versions of this photo in particular, I spent a good amount of time maybe 2 years ago, and then I revisited it recently when I was refreshing my website. I went through a bunch of my photos and I wanted to create my own presets, just because I'd been spending so much time editing and I had different editing styles, and so I wanted to test a bunch of my presets. Presets is just like, think about Instagram filters, like all these unique custom edits that I made, where now instead of having to go through each photo and doing the same action each time, I can just click a button that I saved a preset and it will pre-populate all those settings into my shot. So it saves photographers a lot of time, but it also allows you to try out different creative visual effects. So I had a number of presets, so I would test out with some of my key shots, like my key photos, like this elephant, to see how many of those presets that I built over time actually can work with sample images. And if it does work, and if it worked, if I found a pattern where my presets can work across a number of my photos, then I would prioritize that as something I would feel confident selling as a product. And so ultimately I ended up creating 50 different presets, and I've created 50 more presets since then. And I sell it on my website, so anyone who wants to be able to jump into photography, like photo editing, and if you like my style of editing from anything you've seen publicly and you want to copy that, well, you can purchase my presets on my site. And yeah, once you purchase it, you can also get access to all my future presets. My cat is my cat's pretty noisy today. What's going on, Kimbap? Yeah? I did put this in my agenda, I believe. It was number 4 on the list, but in addition to doing all the things we talked about, I have to always make sure I have time for my cats. So I'll generally do it when they're meowing at me and they're demanding time on screen, and we'll switch over to them. But yeah, of course, cats, you know, these are my babies. So you guys haven't seen Nala yet, though. I don't know. Oh yeah, Nala's way back there. She's on a little cat tree. Okay, anyways, so what I was saying is these are all the shots I've taken over the past, what was it, 8 years or so? 8, 9 years maybe? From all the places I've been to. So since I got into photography, I've probably been to roughly like 60 countries or so. I don't necessarily keep count, but you know, it's a handful of places I've been, and it's been really fun for me because I think traveling is more of a passion than photography, but they go hand in hand. And so to be able to capture some of the coolest moments from my travels and also find ways to capture it in a way that hopefully people enjoy seeing, it's been a fun journey for me. And so that's basically what you're seeing here. I'm just kind of scrolling through. This is the speed run of me as a photographer over the past, we'll call it 9 years, 8 to 9 years. And I used to capture, I mean, for me, it's like, especially when I started, I'm all about capturing everything, whatever is interesting to me from when I'm traveling the world, which tends to be almost everything. Like the whole point of traveling is, you know, everything looks different. The culture, the etiquette, everything, the weather conditions, the landscape, the topography. And so there's enough to stimulate you in terms of just everything is so cool. And so if you have a camera, then it just means you have more potential subjects to capture and different moments. So I would capture everything. Locals, like this was one of my favorites back in the day of this dude. Just a local dude carrying his, you know, whatever this is, but walking on the track. So it was a cool little moment here. So that was fun to capture. Capturing the train itself, obviously, when it was coming by. But I loved cats, you know, especially like cats and dogs, the locals, everything. So some of these photos you won't be able to see because behind the scenes I have all these hard drives and I've been transferring photos back and forth, so you might not be able to see all of them, but that doesn't matter. I'm just trying to speed run for you guys some of my shots. This is from I believe this was Zanzibar. But yeah, and then in the past, like after COVID, the style of traveling changed for me, especially because traveling after COVID, like right after when lockdowns ended, it didn't feel the safest. Personally for me, it didn't feel the safest in terms of, like, you can imagine a lot of economies have suffered, and if I do the typical travels I was normally doing, where I'm maybe going to see like city adventures and whatever else, solo traveling wise, I just have a lot more risk that I have to keep in mind, especially with all the camera gear that I travel with. And then I don't worry about this anymore, but definitely like right after COVID, just being an Asian dude was like another thing where I was like, ooh, I don't know. I was seeing a lot of negative sentiment at the time towards Asians, just because, like, you know, all the You know, just like in general, right, with how crazy COVID was. So yeah, there's a part of me, I was like, okay, I got to be a little bit careful. And it wasn't unwarranted, by the way. I remember even the trip here, the Sri Lanka trip, I went with a few of my buddies. And this was what, okay, we can actually see the date of this. This is February of 2020, right? So you can imagine this is right before lockdowns and the world, you know, completely shut down. But even then, I think I can count maybe upwards of like around 5 times. I had like some local person who saw me and would just like shout out like China, or they'd shout out different words. One of them, I don't know if it happened just once, but one that stuck out in my mind was like, we had one of those tuk-tuk drivers passing by, and so he was honking as he's on the road, to probably seeing it, you know, solicit business if we needed a ride. But you know, I kind of like waved my hand saying no, and then as he's passing by, he just like shouts out Wuhan, like of all words, he shouts out Wuhan. I was like, damn. Not to say that all of a sudden translates to like, you know, anger and stuff. It's just, you know, people shout out random things based on how you look. But yeah, so for at least a year or so after lockdowns ended, I still wanted to travel. But how do I travel safely? And then we got into, you can see here, my buddy Will and I, we decided let's go to Rwanda and do a gorilla trekking. And there it was like, oh, cool, because now you're going with a tour company. They pick you up from the airport, they take you straight to the lodge. So any of the normal concerns of how I used to travel is not really there, because you're paying someone to handle all of the logistics for you, and you don't end up in weird situations where, you know, you're, you know, wandering around alone in some spot that you shouldn't. And then from there, I really started getting into wildlife photography. I started borrowing, thanks to my relationship with Nikon. They allowed me to borrow a number of like really pro camera gear and lenses that are usually reserved for like wildlife and sports photography. So then I went to a trip to Kenya and took a lot of shots, obviously, but this is my first time using a pro level, like an action camera. It was a Nikon D6, I believe it was, attached to a 400mm lens, which is really great for these types of wildlife moments. And yeah, it was just such an experience. I got some incredible shots, got lucky with some of the sightings, and from there it just ignited a whole new kind of passion for me in terms of the type of travels that I wanted to focus on. Then I invested in my own gear. I started traveling more and more. Some of the shots, and then post-COVID also is when I started getting into videography. So then I started applying the learnings from how do I do video edits for like reels, and then creating reels for wildlife. And some of those videos hit, and it was resonating at the very least. And I felt like I had something a little bit more unique in terms of what I was doing on social media. Fast forward, and now here we are. I've left corporate and I have been traveling almost full time for the past year and a half. And since I've finished my travels, I've committed to not traveling for the rest of the year unless some crazy opportunity pops up. And I'll be dedicating this time doing what you're seeing now. I need to go through all the footages from the past trips. I want to live stream and share that journey with you guys as we're doing it. Yeah, all of it's up for grabs, but basically I'm just at home now every day, 24/7, just working on all this. And you guys can see what that process looks like. And then we'll pick up traveling again next year. I just want to dedicate some time building out a foundation for my social media platforms, YouTube and all that. We can see like my travels, it tends to be fairly broad what I capture. You get the wildlife kind of shots, but then you'll see I love just capturing random moments of locals and whatever speaks to me, right? Anything that looks aesthetically cool, visually aesthetic, is, yeah, whatever. So yeah, it's just whatever I can find, I capture those moments. This is all from Madagascar. I do want to go back to Madagascar. When I went with a buddy, and we just kind of like, we didn't know what we were doing. We just went, not really understanding the complexities of navigating a country like Madagascar. It's massive. and we thought we were so foolish. We were on Google Maps just mapping out the distance between cities or like key destinations. We're like, oh, okay, this is all doable. And we didn't know that the roads themselves, the road conditions were so bad that what could look like an hour drive on Google Maps is actually like 7 hours. So this is one of my favorite shots. This is the main shot that I use on my presets on my website to show the difference you can make with any of my presets. I don't know if you can see here, this is the original shot. And then again, applying any of my presets, in this case, I forget which one I'm using, but with a single click, you can all of a sudden turn your original photo into a very, very colorful one. So this shot here, to turn into that. So I'm very proud. I stand by these kind of things that I do. You know, I'm not saying necessarily, you know, I am the end all be all, but yeah, you have to learn to be proud of yourself and not have like a, sorry, once again, Sora Photo Streams, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And I think that's on Twitch too. So double thanks, because Twitch and Kick, I started it up, what was it, 3 days ago? Thank you so much. And to Alan Ramirez, I appreciate it. Apologies if I get the names wrong. Thank you to you both, because yeah, Twitch is a new world for me, and so is Kick. YouTube is technically a new-ish world. I started it about a year ago, but live streaming is definitely, you know, you're watching me on day 4, and I committed to just live streaming every single day. You guys, I kind of took a little step away from what I was supposed to do as part of my agenda. I was just starting to share a little bit of my journey, and especially as a photographer. But the goal is I'm just going to be in front of my computer. You guys get to watch as I create my content, the behind the scenes of any of my video content that I post on Instagram, the longer form stuff that I do for YouTube. So for instance, the goal of everything today has been around Mongolia. But also as I edit photos, I'm here to talk camera, I'm talking anything, whatever is about my life. I am a basically a full-time professional traveler, focused on creating content, doing workshops where I bring people with me on different tours to experience the world, and also teach whatever I do. So I really appreciate the follows, guys, especially since you did it on Twitch, because I think you guys might be my first followers there, if I'm not mistaken. So big deal. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But anyways, with that said, let's just jump back in. I think I took enough time. Not that there's a timer necessarily, but we've taken a good break away from what I was supposed to do, just to share with you guys about my, like, a little bit of a diary of who I am. So anyways, I'm just going to speed up the rest of this for now, just to show you this is my journey, right? So a lot of it is around wildlife. So I've been traveling the world. I capture a lot of what I see, and I try to do it in the coolest way possible. And I apply both, you know, obviously trying to figure out how to take the best photo in the moment, but then how do I also color correct or edit it to flare it up to my own personal style of editing. Sora Photo Streams, there's 2 communities in Twitch where photographers spend time together. Ooh, I did not know that. If you don't mind sharing with me what that is, I will absolutely love to learn more. I thought there was no community. My assumption with my little knowledge of Twitch and Kick and all that was that mostly people are on those to do like video gaming or other types of niche categories maybe. And I thought photography was maybe not something people care enough about. So yeah, I just assumed there was no category like that. So if you have that details, I would definitely appreciate it. Feel free to DM me on Instagram, or I don't know if these platforms have DMs or not. I do have a Discord as well, but I don't actually know how to use it. So I'm very much a boomer. I'm a millennial, not a boomer. I'm a proud millennial, but there's a lot of things like, for instance, Twitch and multi-streaming and all that it's been taking me a long time to figure out. Here's one of my favorite shots, by the way. It was from India recently. I actually posted this from my recent India vlog, but yeah, it was just a cool moment to see these locals. I did not know this was a thing, but when these 2 locals popped up, I was in the middle of a national park, and these 2 locals were just wandering by on their elephants. Don't ask me in terms of the morals or ethics of this. This is just a customary thing for these guys, but I just was shocked that this was the thing. So, but it was a cool pose. And it was like early, I think in the morning. So there's a nice little fog that was kicking in. led to a nice photo moment. One of it is Maple Glades Community. So Sora Photo Streams. Maple Glades is a streamer who communicates with us small photographer streamers. Oh, that's cool. Okay. This is okay. I'm like super excited because like I didn't know if there'd be any interest whatsoever for the things that I do. Obviously, there are a lot of photographers, videographers, and all of that. But I just didn't know if in the streaming community that was a thing. Because I just assumed maybe it's like very boring to like talk about photos as opposed to like, you know, if you're doing video games, clearly there's some action going on at all times. Or if you're like a politics streamer, there's always topics that you need to, like the current events and stuff. For photography, I just assume like it just all depends on each photographer's, you know, arsenal of things that they're doing. Yeah, you know what? I'm just kind of speaking without really knowing, right? So this is just assumptions that I made in my thought process. So I'm glad to know that I'm mistaken. And yeah, I would love to learn more. I don't know how to navigate right now as I'm on stream, going on to Twitch and figuring that out. You know what? Let's go ahead and try. Why not? So what is it? Twitch.tv/Maple Glades? Okay, twitch.tv/Maple. Okay, cool. I'm going to follow this guy. Perfect. And then I'll just make a note for myself later to just keep this in mind. Is this guy only on Twitch? Do you know if they're on like YouTube and other stuff? But either way, I appreciate it. I've got this lined up, so I want to check it out later as we have time. But yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully I'll hear more from you, Sora, and hopefully you enjoy whatever I'm doing here. I will say I started out as a photographer, but a lot of what I will probably focus on is on video and video editing. Mainly because that is the direction I've gone in over the past couple of years, as well as the fact that while I'm doing these streams, it has a dual purpose. Like one is obviously hopefully entertaining for anyone who watches, but two, during this time, especially if I'm committing several hours per day, I need to work on my videos for YouTube. So it's kind of like killing two birds. So for instance, what you guys are watching now is I was just trying to look at a few of the shorter clips that I have for potential YouTube shorts that I can post to continue to promote what I'm doing on Livestream and YouTube. But we're working on our vlog, which I'll be posting at the end of these 2 weeks. And so you will actually get to watch behind the scenes of me making that video. Everything from editing and color grading everything, to organizing, finding the right soundtracks, to figuring out the right stories, the dialogue, the scripting, how do I put it all together, any visual effects I need to include. So you get to watch with me as we do that. So just as an FYI, it will be photography, but a lot of it will be on the video side. Sora, you mentioned, okay, cool. So he's got Twitch, Instagram, and Discord. You haven't started streaming since you stopped gaming, but you went into photography and it's worth the transition. 100%. I think photography, again, kind of a side tangent here, but photography is like, it's such a universal skill. And I say photography, but I kind of mean both photography and videography, because when you look at modern cameras these days, they are designed to do both, right? My Nikon Z6 III, my Z9, even the Z6 from earlier, which I have on the table here, these are all hybrid cameras. You can quickly switch from photo to video. Most people just choose not to do video as a photographer, but I think you're losing out if you don't get into it, especially in this day and age where if you look at social media, you know, streaming as an example, but then also TikTok, Instagram, Reels, YouTube Shorts, video is king in terms of content that people want to consume. So I think it behooves you to get into it as a photographer. But if you know how to use your camera fully, photo and video, you can apply it to gaming. You can apply it to whatever other hobbies you have. If you're a musician, if you are an artist of any sort, yeah, it's a good way to promote what you do. So I always recommend it for everyone. You have to upgrade your gear to start streaming IRL, doing street photography. And it's a rehab for your gaming addiction. 100%, yeah. If you have an addictive personality, I think I do. Thankfully, nothing on like physical substance, but like I definitely have a mentally addictive personality. It is good to find a hobby that you can at least justify is somewhat productive. Not to say gaming isn't productive, But there is a world where if you game too much, you know, what are you doing? What could you have been doing in that time when you were gaming? And this is just a good question. But it's good to take breaks as well. So photography, same thing. You can be overly addicted to it, which can also be bad, anything in its extremes. But the more time you spend doing photography, the assumption is, unless you're just staying indoors and photographing the same thing over and over and over again, probably if you want to keep being passionate about photography, you're probably going and exploring the world. You're probably looking for new subjects. That might include traveling. It might be doing photo shoots and, you know, going to events, exploring the world. So in that sense, I think it can be somewhat healthy of a hobby to get into. And it's a technical skill as well. So, and like I said, if you know how to, if you're a good photographer or if you know how to take photos, that can become a business as well, right? Any number of people will look for a photographer for their events, for themselves, you name it. One example I'll give is from a video side as well. I do some photo shoots on the side, like for corporate events. I try not to do, I don't really publicize that because I'm trying to dedicate my time right now building up my YouTube channel and streaming. But I had reached out to a large YouTuber about a trip he was taking, you know, and I'm a traveler. I'm used to traveling and I have my camera gear. So I just reached out saying, hey, I can be your videographer. And that turned into essentially him paying for my travels and allowing me to go with him. And that was an example of a trip that boosted my YouTube channel, at least to get it monetized, was from doing that trip. And so that all just came from the fact that I knew how to handle a camera and just doing some cold calling essentially. But the fact that most people don't know how to use cameras to that effect and they require someone who's considered like quote unquote professional, boom, that becomes a business for you. So definitely I would never tell people not to get into photography and videography. I'm just saying also learn videography. Don't shy away from it unless you have some personal reason where photography itself is your real passion. Like let's say something about the fact that a single frame, a single image can convey so many stories, so much emotions, and that's something you want to keep building on as something you're passionate about, by all means. But if you have broader passions, definitely pick up video. You're planning to study cinematography after you finish college? Hells yeah, 100%. And I mentioned this earlier, I say this as often as I can, especially some of the workshops I've done. So I have a partnership with Nikon, and I run a number of workshops for them and do some tours and photo walks. But something I always highlight and start off with is the fact that I did not study this in any formal manner, right? It just was a hobby. It was just something you pick up practically watching YouTube videos and learning online. It doesn't require like necessarily for you to be like, you don't have to gatekeep being a photographer or a cinematographer or anything like that. So I definitely think studying this in any format will be helpful, and you can jump into this, and especially with, you know, the technology these days, like with your iPhone, right? What was it? I haven't seen 28 years later, but I remember seeing something viral on like social media about how I don't know if they filmed everything with an iPhone, but I know there's like one shot where they show the behind the scenes, and it was like they shot it with a bunch of these iPhones, you know, in like a 360 format or something. But yeah, like that's off of an iPhone, right? You don't need to have these bulky cameras anymore. Technically, you can get into cinematography with more, you know, commercially available or like more consumer friendly gear. And then that's a good starting point. Not to say don't get into professional gear, because the professional gear makes it so much more fun. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, ask me any questions, by the way. I apologize if I ramble too much, but I love sharing my knowledge. I love sharing my insights or whatever my journey was. So by all means, ask any questions or give me any feedback and advice and all of that. Just very, very quickly, while I'm jumping back to my video editing side of things. So honestly, I feel like we can pause on this because we have good enough footage that I know off stream I can just maybe tweak a bit more or just pick the right soundtrack. I would like to do all that on stream as well, but I also do want to jump back into the meat of what I need to get done, which is the Mongolia vlog. So just as a recap, we found a few cool cinematic moments. This is probably going to make the cut as just keeping it in the sideways format when it's zoomed in closer. So right around here, this will be a nice little video. Yeah, and then probably I'll apply the photo as well to this in some way. And we got some of the bird shots. We got the vertical of that one. We got the eagle on its own. So yeah, I think we're in a good spot with that. So at this point, I want to jump back to our Mongolia vlog. And by the way, I will keep using this language. It's not like intentional or anything, but I will say like we and our, because in general, I do want, that's like my aspiration for my streams and what I'm sharing. I want this to feel communal in the sense that, yes, you're watching me edit my video that I had taken on my trip, yada, yada, yada. But I would love for feedback throughout the making of process where you guys are actually giving insights, or, you know, maybe I'll do polls about, you know, I'm struggling to figure out which of these shots should I include. Should I remove this shot from the video or whatever? There's a number of questions I'm going to run into and challenges. And hopefully I can lean on you guys as a community to provide some input. So in that sense, it does feel like a collective effort. And that is definitely my intention with that. Your gear is a bit bad since your cameras are old. Yeah, that's totally fine. I don't know much about Canon. So Sora, you mentioned a Canon 1300D with the kit lens and a 75-300, as well as a Nikon D3100 with the kit lens. So here's what I say, because I'll hear this a number of times from any number of people across my photo journey, where people are like, oh, you know, I wish I had a better camera, and like, oh, but I'm only shooting with, like a kit lens or this, and that's totally fine, by the way. And I actually think that's better, by the way. Like, I think, just taking a quick sidestep as we talk about this, I think you can end up I don't know if handicapping is the right word. You can end up stifling your own development as a photographer if you start off with the best gear, because it's a little bit maybe self-evident, so maybe you don't need me to explain it, but when you have the best gear, it means you can rely more on the gear as opposed to your knowledge, right? Think about like with a smartphone, you know, you can just hit that record button and it'll capture whatever you need, but it doesn't teach you some of the more fundamental elements about how, you know, what is the proper shutter speed or the lighting conditions you have to be aware of, because you're just magically letting the camera do all that for you. Whereas if you have a cheaper camera or something more mechanical, or, you know, anywhere up, even like a film camera, right? All of that, yes, means that you have to struggle a little bit more to end up with the best shots, or you'll miss shots because it's not as capable, but it forces you to have to learn everything. And I think in the early stages, learning everything in a practical way is so beneficial to your long-term success. And I just saw your message that you're planning to upgrade to the Sony a6000. You kind of jumped the gun. You're like reading my mind. That would be, I 100% stand by that. My photo journey actually started with the Sony a6000. So this was back in, actually, let me open up my website just as a self-plug. So this is my website. I'm very proud of it because I redesigned this from Squarespace. I shifted over to Webflow, and thanks to the help of ChatGPT. Oh wait, you guys can't see my screen. My bad. All right, so this is my website. So this is on Webflow, and I spent the better part of like, I think 1.5 months with constant conversations with ChatGPT to create this. But anyways, on my website, I talk about, you know, joining my tours, which I have not promoted yet because I'm in the midst of lining up a number of tours for next year. I'm promoting my YouTube channel and then the presets that I mentioned. Anyways, I just want to jump to this because I thought I wrote it down here somewhere. Yeah, cool. Okay, here we go. So this is kind of a little intro about me and my bio, but 2016. So I'd been doing a lot of solo traveling, backpacking style, and I did a trip to Costa Rica. And when I was there was this crazy sunset that I saw. And basically what happened is there's a rainstorm, after which the water, just like all of the beach just receded. Like the water receded all the way, it felt like, to the horizon. And it left just a film of water left, which allowed for this amazing reflection of the sunset. So it created like a 360 feeling of this amazing view. And I remember it was like such a visually memorable moment but I didn't have a camera. I was like, oh, I wish I had a camera. I just took this with an iPhone 6. And it's kind of cool now because this is like me editing the photo years later and making it a bit more vibrant. But you can imagine the original shot wasn't like that epic. It was to me. And then after that trip, after this moment in particular, is when I just made the decision consciously that I want to get into photography. If I'm so passionate about traveling and sharing the world, I want to have the right gear to actually show that to the rest of the world. And I bought a Sony a6000. So that was back in 2016, 2017. I got the Sony a6000 with this one I could be wrong because it's an APS-C sensor, so like the millimeters and the focal length is slightly different. I'm pretty sure I bought a 35 millimeter f1.8. I could be wrong, either a 35 or a 50. But let's say it was a 35, which I think is an equivalent on a full frame camera as like a 50 millimeter length. Point is, I bought a 35 millimeter prime lens at 1.8. So that one I did splurge a little bit more money to have one single prime lens, and then I had the Sony a6000 body. And some of my favorite shots to this day came from that. And I even got I got some of my photos blasted, like printed on like, you know, large size from a Sony a6000 camera. I think even one that I took in JPEG because I didn't know that you should shoot in RAW. So it's more than capable as a starter lens, and it taught me so much because with the Sony a6000, it's an amazing camera, but obviously there's like a lot better cameras out there, but for its value, it gets the job done. Another camera I might recommend, just not selfishly, but because I work with them and I'm more familiar with them. So I mentioned the camera I'm using now for this stream is a Nikon Z6 III. I'll type it in the chat. Nikon Z6 III. And this one released about a year ago, and it's been such an amazing camera. Like it's capable of filming on par with my Nikon Z9 in terms of the raw quality that I look for when I'm traveling, but in a very, very lightweight body. And it's I think like a 20 megapixel camera. I would recommend this as well, but I think the price point might obviously be different compared to like a Sony a6000. So by all means, don't necessarily take what I say. But the Sony a6000 is what I started with 6, 7, 8 years ago. And with the 35 millimeter lens, I do recommend that one because if you have a zoom lens, it's the same reasoning I was giving earlier. When you have a zoom lens, when you have the best camera gear, you rely too much on them as opposed to learning for yourself the fundamentals. And if you have a zoom lens where you can quickly go between 20 millimeter to whatever, 100 or something like that, it doesn't teach you as a photographer about framing and the importance of framing. So by being stuck with a specific focal length, you have to move yourself, or you have to learn, and it focuses your attention on like, with this particular distance and lens, these are the types of shots I can take, and these are the ones I cannot take. And then you can also learn what you like and what you don't like. So I highly recommend invest in one really good prime lens. 50 millimeter on a full frame is like, I think that's like a normal point of view. So I don't necessarily recommend something that's like a 50. I mean, it means you can capture more things without having an issue, but it's less creative of a lens to, like when I'm talking on a full frame. So 50 millimeter on a full frame. So maybe that's like a 35 on a APS-C, like a Sony. Sometimes it's fun to get like a really creative lens. So like an 85 millimeter is great for portraits. It gives you really good separation and like that creamy, blurry background from your subject. So those telephoto lenses are a lot more fun to work with, but also it's a lot more restricting in terms of what you can capture, obviously, like if it's too close up. But it's very fun. And part of this is also how do you maintain having fun with this hobby, so you don't want to get bored or like just not feel inspired with what you shoot. So in some ways I might recommend an equivalent of like an 85 millimeter on a full frame as like a lens maybe you want to invest in, but they're very, very, very expensive. So just keep that in mind. Thank you for my camera talk, TED Talk. But yes, I think start off with old camera gear, all of that. It forces you to learn, and that's actually pretty good. That's a good part of the process. Also, selfishly, let me go ahead and plug my website of like my gear. So what I mean is, this is my website. I have a page where I show all of the gear that I use on my travels and also at home. I might have to update a little bit on the workstation essentials, since I have more recently got into the streaming side of things. But basically, you can quickly see all the gear that I personally use on all my travels, everything you'll see on Instagram or social media, YouTube, all of that. It's coming from any number of these gears. So the Z9 is my primary camera, Z6 III is my secondary, but this is like, now I can't travel without it. And if I have to pick one camera to go with on some of my more like adventure vlogging, it might actually be the Z6 III, because I can do a lot more like selfie footage. Osmo Pocket 3, Insta360, the X4. So based on the way I travel, I do a lot of like off-roading style things. Like, you know, for instance, recently I was in the jungles, taking a client out to do gorilla treks and chimpanzee treks. So having an Insta360 was quite fun because I put it on a selfie stick on my backpack. So it gives you a nice 360 view. If a chimp runs right by you, you can capture that. And the Osmo is very lightweight, so that works for me. Same thing with the GoPro and the Go 3. These are things I can attach to my hat, to my chest on like a magnetic clip. So it gives me more of those action moments. For my lens, so right now on the stream, I'm using my 20mm f1.8 just to get that nice wide angle view. And also I'm filming and I'm shooting all this from my apartment. And so it's not like the largest space, so I don't have like enough space where I can put the camera really far away from the wall. So 20mm helps me be able to capture a wide angle with my current setup. 24-70 is usually my go-to when I travel. So the two go-to lenses if I'm traveling tends to be the 24-70 f2.8 and the 70-200 f2.8. The 70-200 f2.8 is actually, for the longest time, it's been my favorite lens. It's so versatile. The 2.8 aperture, it's fixed at 2.8, gives you so much good light control, and it's good for almost all conditions. It's great for traveling. But like I said, it's a zoom lens, so it gives you a lot more variability in terms of, or range in terms of how you can shoot. I would say don't get this right away. Just as you get into photography, as you realize this is something you want to do and invest more of your time in, then invest in one of these guys. Just don't jump into it right away. The 85 1.2, it's a beast. I actually got this alongside the Z6 III with my partnership with Nikon as I travel with it and I talk about it more and more. But the 85 is brilliant for any camera system for portraitures. And I'm going to make a video soon about how I use this for wildlife. Because normally people don't think about this as a wildlife lens, they think of it for portraits. But it works so well for me with some of my recent travels, especially when you're in the jungle where it's like you don't have a lot of light coming in, so it's very dark. So you want something like this with a low aperture like a 1.2. It's a beast. So, but it's also pretty heavy and bulky compared to like some of these other lenses. This is like my main baby. I don't have it because it's too large. It's the 400 2.8. And so this is what I use for all those wildlife, some of the best wildlife shots where they're at a distance. So yeah, anyways, feel free to peruse my website. So you'll see all the gear, my backpack, this editing software. Yeah, so this will give you at least a taste of, generally speaking, how do I capture what I capture. So there it is, my little plug. And I say plug because one, it's on my website, so anytime people check out my site, I think that's good for the SEO. But two, some of these are linked to like affiliate links. So whether it's going, I think mostly to bhphotovideo.com. So anytime you end up purchasing something, if you click on my link, that also helps me. So I would appreciate that. I just heard a notification sound. So, oh, Maple Glades. Oh, did I say the one? Okay, Maple Glades, thanks for subscribing, for following, and on Twitch. So I appreciate that. I was mentioning this in my new journey. Sora was just mentioning your name, so I done a quick research on you. So yeah, she was just letting. Sorry, I don't know if you're a boy or not. Sorry, I just said she, but I saw the S. Sora was telling me that there is a photography community, so that's where I was like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing on Twitch or any of these communities or the streaming. So I was very happy to hear that, and I'll definitely look into you a lot more off stream. But I do appreciate that you're here. And I'm also just like super excited now. So it's like, okay, I thought I was just talking to a wall, and I didn't know if anyone's actually interested in photography necessarily as stream content. So I'm glad I'm being proven wrong, that there's an actual community. So cool to hear. What I was mentioning to Sora as well is I actually focus a lot of my time now on video. So while I did start out as a photographer about 6-7 years ago, and I got more professional about it about maybe 2 years back, I've actually shifted gears to do more video content, and I do a lot of travels. So what you're seeing here is some of the footage I captured from a trip I took back in February of last year to Mongolia. And so the point of this stream, or this series of streams where I'm going to be streaming every day, it's going to be watching me actually create my next YouTube video, which is most likely it's going to be episodic, because as we were looking, I have 9 hours worth of footages of this trip. Therefore, I think realistically, I need to chop this up into maybe 2 episodes. So you get to watch me create this. I would love to get feedback from anyone in the community about making the right decisions for the video. But then, yeah, you'll end up seeing the making of and then the final product on YouTube. So that'll be the point of the stream for the next 2 weeks. And then it will just move on to the next video and the next video and the next video, because I have over 10 trips that I need to catch up on, and over 100 terabytes worth of video footages from those trips. So yeah, let me read your messages real quick. So you're saying you're always hunting for folks. So this is Maple Glades. You're hunting for folks because that's just it. Most people don't know there's a community, and I'm proof of that. So I'm very happy that somehow the Twitch algorithm has at least allowed us to connect. And obviously, in big part, thank you, Sora, for that. We've got the Photo Family Discord for photo streamers, if you're into that. A lot of us are hybrid shooters also, so you do a ton of video work, and you're DaVinci. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, I love DaVinci. I'm very new at video editing, so it's been about 1.5 years that I've kind of started doing these long forms. So I've been mentioning it. I will constantly mention it. Keep giving me feedback or suggestions on different things I didn't know I could do in terms of shortcuts or editing skills or techniques. By all means, all of that is welcome. I don't know what a photo family is. Do you mean when you say family? I don't know if you're talking like family portraitures, or like, you know, portrait shooters, or if you're talking just like a community. But I will definitely join that. And so I appreciate the link. I'm going to click on that in a bit. And glad to hear you do video work. I'm assuming, because you haven't mentioned it here, that you are not a Nikon shooter, and there's no hate at all. I have love for all different brands. If I could, I would shoot with all of them. Obviously, I'm very embedded into Nikon, and I have no regrets about it. I'm super happy with them. I love, especially out here. So I live in Dubai. I'm from the States originally, but I've been in Dubai for about 7 years or so, I think. And the Nikon community out here, and like the Nikon office for the Middle East Africa, they're amazing. Like, I wouldn't be where I am without the fact that they literally, as part of what they do for their Nikon photographers, they allowed me to borrow any number of their camera gear on my travels for free, as long as I don't break the gear. They let me even take like a 400 lens, their flagship cameras, on a trip which I haven't shared yet, so we'll get to it. I did a trip last summer to Vietnam for a full month, and on that trip, my camera actually, I broke my camera. There was something wrong with the sensor, and unfortunately, I couldn't figure out a solution to fix it while I'm traveling. And this is my Nikon Z9. You know, we're talking like the beastly flagship camera. And Nikon was so considerate that they actually express shipped one of their cameras, the Nikon Z9, over to me, so that I could continue the trip with the camera in use. So super good, you know, like they've treated me very well, and obviously I'm a fan of their gear. So that's my little that's my little ramble on them. Okay, let me just read what you say. Okay, so I'm going to join this Discord, so I really appreciate that. And I will definitely be active, because this is all I'm going to do now every day, is just, I'm in front of the computer. I have zero life now, since I'm not traveling. Yeah, Twitch community folks, awesome. Yeah. Listen, there's nothing wrong with brand loyalty. You know what? You should be loyal to what you shoot with. You spend a lot of good money on your camera gear. This is like not cheap to get into photography. So 100% you should have an affinity and feel closely aligned with what you use. So yeah, with that said, Maple Glades, I'm happy you're here. Feel free to tune in anytime. Let me know if things get boring. I just upgraded. This is my 4th day of streaming, so I'm finding little bits and pieces of ways to keep improving the stream. One of them being I added a little ticker on this editing scene, so you can kind of see the agenda of what I'll be working on. One thing I need to add to that in the future is photo editing as well, because that is a big part of what I do. And my goal would be if I can edit maybe like 2 to 3 photos per stream, because something I've been having fun with, if you go to YouTube, I don't know if it's true for Twitch and Kick, but at least for YouTube, I know I can have a thumbnail for my YouTube video, especially for the VODs later and all that. So I've been having fun trying to see if I can create a custom thumbnail for every day that I'm streaming. And if I could actually update that thumbnail where I show like I have like 3 photos that are visible on the thumbnail. If I can actually update each of those thumbnails to actually show some of the photos from the prior session that we worked on, just to make each thumbnail look slightly more different each time, that would be fun. So just a random thought I was mentioning. You're not boring, you says Maple Glades. It's clean. Awesome. Good to know. Stay on longer and we'll see how long I can keep that up. I'm glad you think it's a good idea though. And low-key, the shoe bill photos would make for great emotes. Oh, you know what? I have no idea how to... That is a whole other world where I was going to ask ChatGPT about it later. I have no idea how to make custom emotes or any of those things. So I definitely would appreciate any advice or steps on how to do it. But since you mentioned the shoe bill, yes, the shoe bill is one of my favorite creatures that I've ever captured. It is so emotive, no pun intended, but it's also such a crazy looking animal. It's very prehistoric looking, and it's led to some of the most viral clips that I've made on my social media. So funny, okay, I don't know if it was the exact same moment, but basically a shot that I took of this shoe bill turned into a viral video that I posted on TikTok. And I don't know how to use TikTok. I just started a TikTok because I felt like I had to, but I posted one of my videos of a shoebill stork, and it, like 1 month later after I posted it, somehow the algorithm gods at Twitch, or sorry, not Twitch, TikTok picked it up, and I saw it go so viral. I think it crossed like 20 million views. And in a single month, it actually got me 100,000 followers on TikTok, which I completely wasted because I don't know how to use TikTok. But it was insane to see because everyone's just fascinated by this crazy looking animal. So yeah, the shoe bill for sure. If I can make that a part of my brand or make it a part of these, what'd you call them? Emotes or something? I would definitely love to figure that out because come on, like look at this guy. It's just so insane. With the like, they have these like double eyelids that slide in from the side, and when it comes in, it just looks so insane. So, but it also can look really friendly and fluffy, like in this shot. So yeah, such a cool animal, shoebill stork. This was from Uganda. Uganda is my favorite country I've been to, as in terms of traveling. So, this is one of the countries I constantly want to bring people to visit. It's got everything: nature, beautiful weather, beautiful topography, landscape, and obviously the wildlife. You have everything from lions and leopards to gorillas, chimpanzees, to these shoebill storks, to rhinos, giraffes, you name it. Yeah, like this leopard. Okay, what were you saying here? Maple Glades said, yeah, thumbnails aren't really a thing on Twitch. Yeah, I figured it wasn't just because I didn't see that as an option or anything more obviously. I honestly, I don't even know how to pick a good frame for Twitch, so I'll keep that in mind. It seems like maybe I could do that. It auto selects 3 from stream, just pick one later. I see. Okay. And make sure you're saving your VODs. Exactly. Yeah, I made that fatal mistake. It didn't save my first stream, but thankfully I downloaded it from the other streams that I was doing, since I am trying to do multi-streaming. So I think I just need to upload it back into Twitch if I want to have it for the record. And auto-publishing in your dashboard.twitch.tv settings. I don't know if I did that, so I'll have to look at that. These are your emotes, Maple Glades? Wow, that's so cool. I have no idea how you did that. So I can't keep making the excuse that, hey, I'm just so old. I mean, I'm like middle-aged, I'm a millennial, but that's not a good enough excuse to not learn how to do these things. So I do need to learn how to make use of Discord. I need to learn how to make use of these emotes. And yeah, at least from there, those are the big gaps for sure that I need to kind of flesh out in the near term. Let's call it within this coming week or the coming days. Yeah, so quickly, so this is at the very end of all the photos I've taken in terms of the ones that I 5-starred. So this is a trip that I took to Hokkaido, Japan. And this is a trip that I'm also currently trying to organize. So I'm in the midst of putting together an itinerary. This was a scouting trip, but on the scouting trip, I took 3 other photographers with me. An incredible experience. We had some amazing sightings. You just see foxes everywhere. I think it's foxes, but I could be wrong. You see a lot of fox, and they're just in one region they just walk right up to you, because I think they might have been trained to get food from strangers, which I think ethically is probably not the best, but generally speaking, like, yeah, they're very, very accustomed to people. And so I got a number of shots of them, got really cool shots of the flying squirrel, the Izo momongas. There's like an expert guide that we spent a few days with, and he actually knows, like, this is what he dedicates his time to, is in a small town, he knows where all these flying squirrels are, and he maps it out every day. He goes to see them, and they only come out, you can only see them basically right at sunrise and right around sunset. And it's so tough to photograph these guys, so tough, because you basically only briefly get moments when they're going in and out of the hole that they're in, unless it's like mating season. So I can't wait to get to this in terms of the content that we'll kind of go deep dive into, because I'll also be able to show some of the behind the scenes of how we had to capture, how we were like tracking and trying to see if we can capture these moments. Like, for instance, this shot here, I was literally on the ground at the base of the tree trunk, pointing my camera up and just waiting. We were literally just waiting and trying to be as quiet as possible in the hopes that the squirrel would come out in time. And I think there should be some behind the scenes shots of me, and I was freezing my ass off literally, but turned into some cool shots. But yeah, thanks again, Maple Glades. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, Sora, as well, and everyone else who's watching, and anyone who tunes into the VOD later. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for all the comments and any feedback you guys have. So with that said, we are now back to this video vlog. So, okay, so where we left things off yesterday is I had gone through the entirety. Let me just, let me go back to this editing mode. Let me zoom out a bit so you guys can see the timeline. We'd gone through the entire 9 hours worth of footages to find potential clips that I might want to use for an opening trailer. So what I mentioned is something I kind of pride myself in. Again, pride is a little too strong of a word, but something I very much enjoyed in the past vlogs that I've made is creating like a nice teaser for the vlogs. So something that's anywhere from 15 to 40 seconds that will end up becoming the trailer for whatever you're about to see. So I make it as part of a hook so that, you know, especially since I'm such a young, like I was going to say young, but like I'm a very small YouTuber, and obviously I want to continue growing. So I think I have to always be very, very mindful of how can I make my videos as engaging as possible without sacrificing my personality or just anything else. So by front loading some of the coolest clips of what they're going to see if they watch my vlog, obviously it retains interest in hopefully people who want to see the rest, but I also don't want to give away too much, or I have to find a way to show it very, very quickly that if someone only has 10 seconds to give me, they will give me 10 more seconds based on the first 10 seconds, and then they'll give me 10 more and 10 more, something to that effect. So the trailers work well because if done correctly, if I find the right soundtrack, if I find the right cadence of when I show the shots or how they transition, then it feels like a music video. It feels like something where people are used to watching a 3-minute music video or whatever a soundtrack can be. So it feels more in line with what people are accustomed to watching, and they're more willing to give their time to watch it. And if I do it correctly, the trailer can also feel like a mini story that makes people want to see like, oh, well, let's actually see the meat of it now. I feel like it's like probably everything I'm saying is very, very self-explanatory. Everyone knows what a trailer is. Obviously, you watch a trailer before you go to the movie theaters or whatever. So it makes sense intuitively. It makes sense for my YouTube videos is what I'm saying. And yeah, without sacrificing, Sora mentions, without sacrificing your personality to the YouTube gods, 1000%. And it's going to be a struggle I haven't figured out the answer to yet. Because again, I'm just on year one of... in some ways, I feel like less than 1 year of being on YouTube because I spent most of my time traveling. But in this first year of doing YouTube, it's been a struggle each time I make my videos, especially as someone who's generally not comfortable in front of a camera, speaking into a microphone. It's literally not something I find natural. So trying to figure out like what is my intonation, how do I voice myself, especially with my written script, where now I'm talking in front of a camera, either directly to the camera, and like, let's say if I have a teleprompter, or when I'm just, you know, reading the script for my video, how do I talk? What is the cadence? Do I sound like those viral YouTube video or those YouTubers where they're just so excited with every word, and it's like, what, like, it sounds like they're on crack cocaine almost in terms of just like the energy, but it works, right? Like that level of excitement somehow does keep people interested. Whereas if in the full extreme other side of things, if you have a very monotonous voice and you're very calm and or like quiet, and you know there's not much emphasis you put into how you speak, obviously that can make people distracted and bored and tune off. So yeah, the formula is tough and I don't know it, but I will say doing these streams has actually been very helpful for me in the, you know, it's only day 4, because it's forcing me to be more like how I normally would speak as opposed to reading from a script. So I'm getting more practice with like, okay, you can kind of see this is generally how I would be speaking. Like if my friend was in front of me and I'm talking, it should be somewhat similar, if not a one-to-one of how I would be talking to any people around me. So that should mean that is my real personality. Like that's the unfiltered, generally like when you see me in person, how I speak personality. And the question becomes, do I want that exact same personality to be the exact same type of voice personality from my vlogs? I don't have the answer. So so Sora, you have to learn how to make vlogs since you're an introvert. 100%. Like I'm telling you, I am absolutely an introvert myself. Some of my friends might not believe me, but it's all based on the era of my life. So back when I was in San Francisco and I was there for a number of years and I was living with 5 other people, it was a crazy time, and it was social hour every day, and I was as much of an extrovert as you can find. I like every time we'd go out for drinks, I would find energy from drinking. I'd be the one dancing all night, just making a goof out of myself wherever we are. And so I was 100% very, very extroverted, but if I'm being honest, I very much am more naturally introverted, just from my upbringing and where I find what I find peaceful. Like I love traveling by myself, for instance. I love these moments. Even just the fact when COVID lockdowns hit, I could not have been happier. Like obviously I was very blessed to not be impacted by it, but like being able to stay at home every day and like just be in front of my TV if I want to play some video games or watch Netflix or, you know, edit photos or like read a book in this area, it was golden hour for me. So I'm very much an introvert, but doing YouTube requires you to either be more extroverted or it just forces you to have to be out of your comfort zone regardless. You mentioned, Sora, that my voice sounds like those people who review lenses. Okay, good. And camera gears. Perfect. Because that is something I plan to do. So I'm very glad that you're saying that. So I appreciate it. I haven't really done that on my channel yet because, again, I've stretched myself a bit too thin in terms of my travels and catching up on all the content. But that is a goal of mine, is I want to start creating a category of videos being like one of those YouTube channels where I will review everything from my camera gear, the lenses, the accessories, talk about how I travel, what do I put in my bag when I travel, all of that, everything in between. That is my goal. So I'm glad my voice at least matches for you. And your social batteries always drains due to your work, dealing with students. Oh, yeah. I think, you know what, I would agree with you. If I had to deal with, you know, students, I don't know if you mean like K through 12 or whatever, but yeah, I can imagine it takes a certain personality and a certain level of endurance and energy to keep up with the youth in that sense. So yeah, to keep that up afterwards is I imagine it's very, very taxing. So I feel for you. I wish you the best. I wish you a lot of coffee and have a caffeine in your system so you can survive outside of your work hours. But yeah, I understand that feeling 100%. K through 12, yeah, teaching those new gens is so tiring. I can't even imagine what that would be like. Anyone who had K through 12 and survived lockdowns and COVID, I don't even know what that must have done to everyone, like to the kids and everything. Like not being able to socialize with people for like a year. There's like so much social skills I imagine is necessary, and it's only possible in a school setting where you have a bunch of other kids and you learn from each other, everything that comes with that, right? So yeah. Dealing with skibbity toilet, man, I've heard that word quite a bit. I still don't know what that means, and I've definitely not heard the thing you just said after. I don't know if he meant to repeat it 3 times. I'm assuming that is intentional. Tongue, sahur. This is like, are we even speaking English at this point? Sahur. Is that like Arabic or? Okay, I don't know. But yeah, so that's the world I don't understand. So yeah, I definitely need to get into it. So this is all, by the way, just jumping into the video real quick. These are all the clips that we had highlighted as potentially videos, or the clips we want to use for that trailer. So now I'm just going to spend some time to remove all the spacing in between just to make my life easier as I jump between clips. And then we're going to do the tedious task of kind of going through all of them again. And I want to start rearranging them based on the category of footage. And what I mean is, like, obviously there are some that are like local shots, some are more wildlife shots, some are more nature shots. So I want to categorize it in that format first. But then within those categories, I also want to prioritize the best shots at the front of the line, if that makes sense. So that way, as we then start honing in on a potential trailer concept, we'll kind of intuitively know if there's a video clip at the end of the line of these clips that are to do with, let's say, the eagle hunter. I can feel a little bit safer saying I can either delete it or not worry about it so much. So yeah, so our photo streams, you mentioned it's brain rotting. I can imagine, but you know what, I imagine you can't judge too harshly each generation, because I do wonder like how much of that is just a generational thing that's like it's just ingrained in all of us. Like when I was going through elementary school, what were those ridiculous things that we used to do that the the adults in the room were like shaking their heads at, like, wow, these kids, what the heck, like this is brain rotting what they're doing. I'm sure I can't think of it. Actually, I do know some brain rotting things I used to do personally. I say brain rotting, but it was just physically foolish. I used to let my friends pass me out. I don't know if that was a thing. There was a thing we used to do as kids where you had to breathe in and out heavily as quick as possible, like deep breaths, so then you start getting lightheaded. And after, let's say, 10 breaths, you would let your friend either grab the sides of your neck, or another method was you're standing against the wall, and then your friend would push, like compress your chest so you can't breathe or something. And by doing that, you would just pass out. And for some reason, I was totally reckless with a lot of these kind of physical things. I grew up with sports. I grew up with wrestling since I was like 4 years old. So I think I was a little bit more reckless with these kind of physical escapades. But yeah, I would let my friends pass me out, and sometimes we would record it, which is the most hilarious, very surreal when you see how you act when you're like startled, you're very discombobulated and like disoriented. But yeah, it's a little weird to see yourself in that mode. I remember one time I was with my brother and a family friend, and we were at some gymnasium, and same thing, I let them pass me out, and I don't know how long I passed out for, but it was long enough that when I woke up, I was on the ground in the gymnasium, and my brother and our family friend were all the way on the other side of the court playing basketball. So clearly I passed out long enough where they grew disinterested in me and they had wandered off to the other side to shoot some hoops. So probably was not good for my brain. I did a lot of bad things for myself, I would say. But that was something I think our generation, some of the more stupid ones like me, we did. Another one was we used to play quarters. I don't know if that's still a thing, where you take like a quarter and then you would have to flick it with your thumb to hit your knuckles. Maybe we called it knuckles. I forget. It was quarters or knuckles. But basically you just you plant your fist on the table and someone from a distance has a quarter and they flick it to hit your knuckle. And it would literally cause your knuckles to bleed. But we would do that. And then the worst of all of that, in some ways it foreshadowed me getting my tattoos, but we used to take an eraser. I say we, it tended to just be me being open to doing these things. But we would take an eraser and the goal was someone is holding your arm so you can't run away. Then they would take the eraser and start just basically they just take the eraser and they start scrubbing your skin, like the thin skin on the top of your palm, right on the top of your hand. And by doing that, it just causes so much friction that it starts burning your skin. And while they're doing this, it wasn't for nothing. There was not valid, but there was a reason. It was like you had to say, depending on the topic, you would have to say a word that started with the first letter of each word had to start with the letter of the alphabet that you're on. So let's say starting with A, you had to name an animal that starts with A. So let's say A, you'd be like aardvark. Then you move to B. Oh my God, I can't even think. My God, and I call myself a wildlife photographer. What starts with the B? A bonobo. C, chimpanzee. And basically they don't stop burning your skin with the eraser until you get to Z. And so, stupid game, but I used to play that a number of times. To the point where literally the whole skin was just burned off. Like it just turned into like a mini tattoo for a while. It's just like a large rectangle on both my palms. And you can kind of still somewhat see it. It never like fully disappeared. But yeah. So all of that long storytelling to say, I feel like every generation does brain rot. So I won't fully judge. You're more of an expert, Sora, since you obviously deal with them. So I'll take your word on it slightly. But definitely, I know I've done some very, very brain-rotted stuff in my youth. And thankfully I survived, so that's all that matters. Alright, so we got all these footages. And these should be duplicates, so let me just make sure I didn't accidentally carry over the other shots. I did not. Okay, cool. So now I can do whatever I want with these footages. I can delete them, and it doesn't delete from my actual editing timeline because we copied it over. So now we do the very, very tedious task of categorizing this. So how do we categorize? Well, as I'm thinking about what the trailer can look like, let's see. So this is like a road shot with some cultural moment. So I don't really know what to put this in the category of yet. Let's just put that there. Clearly these are road shots, nature. So I think these should all kind of, okay, this will be an animal shot for later. Also, you can see here, this is like a template that I've used in the past. So for my trailer, I've done this thing where, I wonder if I can show it here. It doesn't show necessarily here too much, but I like to create these little film borders on the top and bottom. So as opposed to here, so you have a full screen 16:9. I added this adjustment which will cut off the top and the bottom, and that just gives the footage a bit more like that Hollywood cinema feel. So I think actually if you go to the movie theaters, a lot of movies aren't actually showcased in 16:9. It tends to be with these like film strips, so it's a little bit wider angle. So I found that it looks really cool depending on the scene. So I like to apply this effect at least when it comes to the actual trailer. So yeah, just a quick little tangent there of how I film stuff or how I make this. I'm just moving over these overlays because they're not necessary yet and it's going to get distracting. So just move that there. All right. So we said this is a road / nature shot. The road shots probably don't matter as much. Like, it's not important for me in my trailer to be like, look, here's a shot of me on the road. I don't think that's going to be as important as what do I see on the road, like the views of the mountains and stuff. So I think the category will mostly just be around nature for this. This one's animal, so that's fine to keep. Yeah, so like nature is the actual overarching category, even if we're driving or standing still. So these are all part of the same category. Okay, we got another animal shot. Now the question is, do I want to distinguish between domesticated animals and wildlife? The problem is, for this trip, I don't think I really shot 100% exclusively wildlife shots, because yes, the golden eagles are technically wildlife. They have been somewhat domesticated because, you know, obviously they were captured, or, you know, they were trained by the owners. So yeah, I guess I don't really have a wildlife theme. It'll just be an animal theme. So with that in mind, I think I will make one distinction though. I think I'll make like a bucket for all non-eagle shots, and then let me make a bucket for the eagle shots, because obviously the eagles are a highlight. That is going to be a key part of talking about Mongolia. It's my time with the eagle hunters. So I think that should be in its own category, whereas these camels, the horses, the yak, goats, all of that can be in its own. Hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. Basically what I'm trying to do is just see, like, once I categorize this based on what I'm mentioning, then I know how many clips I have to work with for the trailer. And if, for instance, I have like 50,000 shots of the eagles, then I feel comfortable cutting out some of them, and vice versa. This is a little bit miscellaneous, I guess, because it's the... Okay, well, maybe for now there'll be like a van shot. So maybe... I don't know if that's good enough to just include in a trailer. But let's see if we have more of these types of shots. Otherwise, let's keep going. Alright, so we have an animal shot. Oh yeah, so I need a category for selfies. So even though there's an animal in the shot, this will be prioritized as potential selfie footage to use. Let's put that in a higher... Okay, and then I think I'll have a category for eagle hunt. I don't know. Because this one has the eagle, as we mentioned, but it also has the hunter. So I think I'll have one category that shows both of them, like a combination of the hunter, eagle, potentially with the horse as well. And then a category for just the eagle on its own. So these guys will be in its own category. So eagle on its own. Kind of on its own, so we'll put it with the eagle. Doggy goes with the other animal shots. Selfie footage, perfect. So that's easy to understand. So all of this, except for this one. So these guys will be part of the selfie shots. Oops. By the way, Sora, if you are still there, or anyone else, but do let me know if the audio, if there's any issues with the audio. Either if it blows out at some point because I yell too loudly, or if you can hear the sound of me like drinking, because I absolutely hate that. If you can hear the sound of me gulping there, let me know. I think, what do they call it? It's like mesophobia. For some reason, if I hear the sound of like someone chewing or gulping close to a microphone, it bothers me. So if I can make sure I don't do that for you guys, then that'd be great. Anyways, we got this one. I don't know what category to put this because it's like kind of a selfie, but not really. But it is like a behind the scenes shot. So we'll put this as a quote unquote behind the scenes shot. Point of view shot. What category would this go in? I don't know. This doesn't like fit into something yet, but it is a cool shot. So like obviously I want to keep it. Maybe we'll keep this as the eagle hunters for now. That could be wrong, but let's just see. Maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, because like this one has the eagle hunters in it, but it's not like the same kind of what I'm talking about, what I'm looking for. So I don't know. Well, we don't have to be perfectly accurate on this yet. So okay, selfie. At least this one is easy to know. Selfie, selfie, and selfie. Boom. Again, I don't know what this category is because it's like, yes, you see the eagle hunters, but it's kind of like this point of view mode. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to create a separate category for this for now. It'll be like the point of view camera. This one for sure, I know I want to keep, and I do know I want this definitely in the trailer. So I'm going to put this towards the front of that. And for anyone just tuning in, I am currently editing my Mongolia vlog, which will go up on YouTube. We put a deadline of 2 weeks from now, or less than 2 weeks. So I appreciate you watching. This will be what I do every day in my quote-unquote free time. I will be broadcasting me live editing, and you guys can see behind the scenes of how do I make my videos. Both for YouTube, like the YouTube vlogs, for instance, but also for my short form content, so like Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts and all that. So that's what we started the stream with, was you guys saw me actually editing a potential short that I will post. I also will spend some time doing some photo editing as well, but generally speaking, you get to watch me do the behind the scenes of the makings of my videos. If that's of interest to you, hopefully, then enjoy the stream. I also will use this time to answer questions and talk about what I do, or apply your feedback to anything you see. So my goal is to build out a community of travelers, photographers, videographers, and just people who enjoy seeing the world. And as we found out earlier on the stream, there is a photo community, or like a photographer community on Twitch at the very least. So after this stream, I do want to check that out, and I would love to be more involved with that, as it is very much something I spend every waking day doing. So, but yeah, I appreciate it. Make sure to follow me on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I am multi-streaming to all three, and except for YouTube, the other two, I have started it as of 4 days ago. This is my 4th stream in a row, so I appreciate any of the support my way. And YouTube, it's been 1 year that I've been doing this, but this is also from a streaming perspective. This is the 4th stream. I have done some streams where I like stream some of my life, like my wildlife content, just with some background music, but I haven't like actually streamed being in front of the camera like this until this week. All right, so we got the eagle shots. So we'll put all these together. Technically, there is an overlap where you do see the eagle hunter here as well. So I don't know yet if I want to cut this up so I can put one in the other section in the other. I don't know. I don't have an answer for this, but we'll figure it out. Well, this one's a little bit more obvious because obviously it's just the hunter and the eagle. So this will go with the, actually all four of these I will put into the other category, which was of the eagle hunters, not just the eagle on its own. And where did I put it? This is just the eagles. Okay, so let me drag this with the other eagle shots. And then where are the shots of the, oh, here it is. Okay, so these are the eagle hunter shots, so I want to combine those two. So let's draw those guys in. What are these shots? These are the point of view shots I mentioned. And this one, again, it's its own category for now because I don't know what to call it, but like behind the scenes shots. And this is self-explanatory. These are all the selfie shots. So that's the easiest of all this to figure out. This one is one of the more confusing ones, but for now, we'll put this in the... we'll put it with the rest of the eagle-only shots. This one goes with the hunters. Obvious for that one, and obvious for that one. Actually, obvious for all of these ones. Okay. So these are all the eagle hunter shots. Okay, now it's making more sense of like some categories. So for instance, the category of this kind of behind the scenes selfie but not a selfie shot will be, we'll put this as a category of like clips that shows me on the travel. So you have a taste of like what it looked like or what it was of me on this trip. So this obviously will be included because this was a shot of me doing something. This one is also me doing something, but like we said, since it's in selfie mode, I want to include that as its own bucket. So these guys I'll drag over here. Selfie, selfie, and selfie. I don't know if this is like making sense to anyone watching what I'm doing, but I promise we're getting somewhere. We're getting there. So it looks very haphazard because it is. But out of the mess, out of the chaos, right? We'll get some order. Okay, these shots is like kind of in the bucket of nature. It's not, well, it's like the effect of nature. So I'm going to put this with the rest of the nature shots we had, which I think was kind of up front, yeah. So let me just move some of these out of the way. And let's move these guys with the nature shots. Okay. What do we call this? This is like a cultural moment, I guess? Or like just like a random moment. Okay, so I can combine that one van footage we had here. So this van footage can go with this footage. So for now, this is almost like saying miscellaneous shots, but it's like saying these are just random shots from the trip that don't have to do with the other categories. So all the shots of the van being stuck. And I guess it could be its own category of like, you know, in the video, in the trailer, you'll see like some shots of this escapade we had of the van getting stuck. So I think maybe the category is literally the van incident. How about that? So everything to do with the van incident is its own category. Then we have the ice fishing incident, or, you know, adventure. So all the ice fishing shots. Oh my god, I can't speak. Ice fishing shots. Horse shot, we already said. All the animal shots goes in its own category. Zoom in. Horse shot. Then we see there's a dog shot coming up, so yes. Alright, so let's drag all these guys over to the other domesticated animal shots, which is over here. Cool, cool. We're making progress. Nature shot. X, cut that out and put it over here. Whoops. There it is. Cool, cool. Alright, so where are we at now? What do I call this? Shoot, I don't know. Okay, this is a miscellaneous for now. I'm stuck. Eagle hunter shots, so we already know that. So all of these guys, where do we drag it to? We drag it to Huh, where did I put it? Oh, it's down here. Okay. So let me just move these aside for now. Yeah, okay, cool. This one also, I don't really know where to place it. So we'll just put this in. Okay, this is kind of like the, what would you call this? TBD bucket. This one we address, so the shots where it's of me out in the wild or on the travels will be included in the bucket here. What do we call this? It's kind of like a nature shot, I guess, but oh no, okay. Well, at least this part is of me. So just drag that over there for now. And like the nature shot there wasn't like the cleanest or the coolest anyways, compared to like the actual better footage, so we'll prioritize that for the shot of me. Eagle hunter shots. Horse may, if it's on its own. Okay, that we'll put into the domesticated animal shots. Alright, so these guys are part of the Eagle Hunter crew. Just over here. Again, don't mind the mess. We're going to make sense out of all this once we have categorized them all. Horse shot, what did we say? So this will be part of the animal category, which I can see is all the way over there. Selfie shot, kind of. This was not a selfie. But I guess I can... This part just feels like a selfie right up until there. Until there. So what I'm going to do is I will cut this clip. And this one will go with the rest of the selfie shots. Which is up here. But then the rest of this clip is more of the behind the scenes looking shots. So we'll move it accordingly. Just give me a second. Alright, so we move that guy over. This is Eagle Hunter shot, Hunter shot, Hunter, Hunter, Hunter. So all of this gets brought over to the rest of the Eagle Hunter shots. Including this guy, which I didn't drag over. Where did I put it? There it is. There, oops. There it is. Okay, so then we got domesticated animal shot and nature shot. So let me just drag both of these over because I know they're relatively close to each other on the timeline. Should be like right around here. So domesticated animal shot, drag it over to the correct section. And then we got the nature shot. Eagle hunter shots and okay. Let's drag that over here. Let's drag all these a little bit out of the way. Trying my best to stay organized. If somehow I did this whole exercise and I don't make a mistake of some sort, I will actually be very proud of myself because it's kind of like, how do you keep track of all this? I have no idea. All right. We got the animal shots, all of this. Again, I don't know what bucket to put stuff like this because it's like it's somewhat like a cultural shot, I guess. Okay, we'll make it a different category. But these guys belong with the animals. What else? Animal, 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 animal. Oh my god, all of this. Okay, that makes my life easier. So I just need to select all of these guys. Let's bring it over. And we're gonna drag all of these guys to where the rest of the animal clips are, which I believe is over here somewhere. Yes, I was correct. So these clips, where did it go? Export, or no, cut. I'll bring it over here. All right. See, progress. We're we're chipping away slowly, piece by piece. And I appreciate those of you who are still watching, because I don't know if this is exciting at all, but it is part of the process. It's a necessary part. And like I said, for those who do stick it around, or who stick around for the rest of this, hopefully the reward, besides my incredibly entertaining personality, is the final results, obviously. So when you get to see what all this tedious labor gets you, and hopefully the final result is very, very cinematic. This is the dead horse dragging away scene, which I think probably should just be its own bucket. So it'll be like, you know, incidents. We have the van incident, we have the blizzard incident. Oh, I should have categorized that. Anyways, and we have the dead horse incident, which will be in its own bucket. These would be selfie shots. So these three are selfie shots. And this one as well. These two. All right, back to eagle hunting and selfie. Cool. Oh, there's a few more I can see visibly, so let's bring those guys in as well. Alright, that's good enough for now. So taking all these selfie clips, let's now drag them to the respective location, which is up top there. Cool, cool. And then what did we have? We had some, like, what would you call this? It's like point of view shots, but you know what? The topic for this was food, wasn't it? Well, this one's a little bit showing me, so I did have a category for that, right? The me shots. Where's the me shots? Me shots, there it is. So we'll bring this guy over with the me shots. But then this one is really, like, we don't really care about this scene here. It's more the food portion, yeah. So we'll have a separate category for food. And then we have a category already for eagle hunter, so we'll figure that out. I need a category for just random cultural shots, right? Because we didn't know where to put this one. Okay, cool. So then what I'll do, anytime there's like a local, but it's not like they're in eagle hunting garb or whatever, I'll put into that bucket. All right, we got the eagle hunter, food, and locals. Okay, I just want to separate it out a bit. And we got the dead horse incident. Animal shot, nature, my God. Okay, this is gonna get really messy. Eagle hunter with eagle hunter. Basically, I'm trying to do a mini organization here before I drag it over to the earlier parts of the timeline. What would I call this? It's like eagle hunting people, but it's more traditional as well. I'm putting it in the traditional bucket. Because when I think of eagle hunter, I'm thinking of the footages I captured where they were out in the wild. So I will put the ones where we were like drinking together or whatever. We'll put that with the rest of the local shots. Ooh, my God, I'm getting so hungry. I have not eaten all day. I have a problem where when I'm like busy working, sometimes I completely forget to eat. And especially when I'm doing the stream stuff. Like I can go long hours without eating. This is back from the wrestling days, back when I used to wrestle all the time, and you had to starve yourself, and I didn't know any better, and we didn't have like the health science and food science that we have now. So for my wrestling seasons, I used to have to lose anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds per week, which is like 2.5 to 5 kgs per week to cut weight to make weight. And then after we weigh in, I would just binge eat. I would just eat everything on site, and I would regain those lost pounds or whatever. So not really good for your health, but it did train my body to be able to go crazy hours without eating or drinking. So selfie shots and miscellaneous, right? Do we have a miscellaneous bucket? I thought we did. All right, but before we get there, because now it's I need to, like, before I lose my mind, let's start putting these in the right bucket. So selfie footage over there. Eagle hunter shots were where? It's like somewhere earlier, right? Oh, yeah, down here. Local shots is already there. Food shots. Horse incident. And just adventure shots, I guess. Animal shot. Goes with the animals. And what is this one? Oh yeah, traditional shots, I guess. Okay. So we got food, horse, miscellaneous. So then maybe this will go with the miscellaneous for now. Alright, here's more of the traditional shots. Probably all of these in a row. Except for the eagle. Eagle goes with the eagle here. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so these are all part of the same category, so it makes my life easier. I'm not sure yet, I may have to create a separate category for like close-up shots, because I do want to pull from there, or like I think the close-up shots either will go all together, or in general I just need to know how much ammo do I have with the close-up shots. And that's the thing I mentioned I think yesterday as well, where I didn't do this intentionally on this trip, but going forward, I forget at some point I started to film a lot more close-up shots for potential videos in the future, right? So like it just makes things look a lot more cinematic. So I didn't know that, but as I'm hopefully learning how to be a filmmaker and, you know, be better at travel vlogging, it is something hopefully you'll see in all my future videos. I forget where I started doing that intentionally. On this trip I did get a few close-up shots, but I don't remember if that was intentional or not. It just might have been I got lucky, or I just happened to be shooting a close-up moment. This is with the other traditional shots, I guess. Drone shots, that makes my life easy to figure out, so that's clearly its own category. Behind the scenes shot of me, the me shots, where was that? Here. So we got another me shot. And I don't know what this is, so let's bring it up. Oh yeah, these are the van shots. Van shots. Ice fishing shots. Miscellaneous. Okay. Let's keep going. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the eagle shot. So it's its own category, I guess. No, actually, you know what? We'll put this with the eagle. But how cool is this? I am excited to put this somewhere front and center. Let's watch this footage again. Oh. Wait, have I been in the wrong editing mode this whole time? My bad, guys. You guys have just been hearing me say me shot, that shot. You guys haven't actually been seeing. So let me actually show you guys in full screen now to make up for my... I want to make amends. So this is where we had the GoPro attached to the eagle. I just want to watch it again. I'm pretty sure I want to use something from this in the trailer. Just because of the uniqueness of the shot. Clearly not something you see every day. So probably right here. I think this is what I'll keep. Because at least it's clear with the ground. It's in motion. You briefly saw the eye of the eagle. This portion here I probably won't use just because now when it gets pure white, like the motion aspect gets disappeared, especially if you only have a couple seconds to show. So I think we know which part of this we're going to use, but we're going to cut up clips later. For now I just want to organize them. So where did we say were the eagle shots? Where are my eagle shots? Here, okay. So I'm going to bring this over. Does it fit in this space? Yes, cool. Cool, cool. What else we got? Another eagle shot. So let's see what else we got. 2 of them, okay. This one as well. These are the flying shots, 100%. 150%. We will use something from this. Probably, I think it's got to be this, right? Probably, yeah, probably from this. Alright, so then all of this, let me just drag it over to the right location, which is technically over here, but I don't have space. Let me drag these over. Cool. Alright, so these are all those eagle shots. We're almost done. This is it. This section here is the last one, and then we've technically bucketed all of our potential shots. So these are eagle hunter shots. Well, actually, some of these were the... Yeah, okay. So these 2 are eagle hunter shots, and these are more eagle solo shots, right? Yeah. So let's move these guys over first. Where is it? Oh, I think it's this one of them. I think it's these ones, right? Yeah, okay. So these 2 go over here. And then these go with the rest of the eagles. Which I think are these ones. Let's see if I didn't make any mistakes. Why is there a horse shot here? Did I already make a mistake? I did make a mistake. Okay, so the horse shot should be going with the rest of the domesticated animal shots, which was here. But the rest of these are... No, these are the eagle shots only. Oh yeah, okay. I was second guessing myself. So these are correct. These are all part of the category for just the eagle, including these ones, which I just dragged over. And then we have throat singer, which I'll put with the other cultural moments. Nature shot. Selfie. Okay, so there's only 2 more selfie related ones, which are over here. And then the rest, well, I guess these would count. Okay, no. Yeah, these 2 are nature shots. Plane shot. I guess I didn't really create a category for this. I don't know if it's necessary. So anyways, these ones we're gonna bring all the way to the front now, because I'm pretty sure the first category, yep, was nature. The plane shot, I don't know what to do with that. And this one obviously is a drone shot, which was over here. So where do we put the plane? Also, I guess we'll put it with the rest of these. I think this is like my miscellaneous category. Okay. So we've finished our first round. Is this the first round? Okay, round 1 was identifying potential clips. This is round, which we did yesterday. Round 2 is categorizing our clips and organizing them, which is what we're about to finish now. And then round 3 is where I'm going to start prioritizing of each category the best clips. It's very, very tedious. I would apologize, but this is a necessary step. And maybe it's something, maybe, who knows, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone finds this interesting. I find it, okay, what am I saying? I find it interesting. So hopefully you guys do as well. I forgot I had this random statue shot, which I'm just going to throw in with the rest of the miscellaneous. Because I really don't know how to fit some of these in. With that said, we are ready for our next round, which is organizing. And I'm going to organize also by color coding just to make my life easier. And it's also going to look nice for anyone that's OCD, like me sometimes. So let's color code all of this to a... let's just clear the colors, yeah. Okay. Another big step I need to do is I just need to put this all on a single timeline, so there's no overlap. But I don't have enough space for that, so I do need to drag all of my actual timeline related stuff. Yep, let's just drag it away so I have enough space for this. Okay, cool. So let's just shift these a bit so we have space for these. And there we go. Okay, I gotta sneeze. I think a sneeze is coming. We're good? We survived. Okay, cool. So with that said, our first category here is animal shots. So also there's like this lingering audio clip, which I don't know what it belongs to. Hopefully it doesn't belong to an actual clip. I'm gonna drag it over and see if anything happens. Okay, nothing happens, so I'm gonna assume it's safe to delete in the future, but okay, so with these clips, let me first color code this as, drumroll, orange. Next section is all the eagle solo shots when it's in flight or whatever. So we'll color code this, I don't know, tan. These are the nature shots. So we'll go with olive green. What do we call this? It's kind of its own category, I guess, but it's like these point of view shots from the horse. So maybe we'll just make this purple. These are all the eagle hunter shots. We will make this what? Let's make it navy. Then these were the van incident. We'll make it pink. These were the me shots. The behind the scenes me shots, we'll make it yellow. This is the ice fishing shots. Chocolate. I think these are the miscellaneous ones. You know what, miscellaneous I think we just leave as regular color because there's a chance we'll not use them anyways. Dead horse shot. I don't know why they don't have like red. Why wouldn't they add red in here? What have we not used? Teal? Food shots? Let's go with, did I do lime already? Olive? I think I said olive out loud, right? So we'll go with lime. Yeah, okay. Drone shots. Apricot. I definitely never said that word out loud. These were the cultural shots, I guess. Did I ever say green? I don't think I said green. So, did I say violet? Okay, we'll go violet. And last but not least, me. Selfie me. So selfie shots. What did we say I haven't used? Did I say, I said apricot. I said olive. I don't think I've said green, right? Okay, cool. All right, so that's round 2. No, round 3 is done. So now what I can do is I have to go through each of these sections and start to identify the portions of it to keep, as well as prioritizing them. And what I mean is like which of these clips are the best that should be used in whatever potential trailer versus which ones should we put towards the back because it's probably not as important. So for instance, this is clearly not the top priority shot. I mean, sure, maybe could be something, but it's not necessarily the best. One of these shots I think will work, and I just got to see if there's a key moment. Like this moment might work, where if I catch a moment where you see the wind, you know, pushing, creating motion in the coat while I'm zooming in. So I think this portion might actually, we'll put it towards the front. Secondarily, maybe this could work. Just again, we're looking for like tiny clip moments. We don't need the full shot. This one, like the walking, could work, but the problem is already like most likely you're only going to see 1 or 2 of these shots actually make the trailer in a significant way, because like I'm not trying to waste precious time, you know, let's call it 30 to 40 seconds with too many camel shots. as cool as they are, you know, I can't oversaturate it. We have other animals to show, like the horse, the dog. Horse in the wind. So I'm always looking for shots where there's like some kind of action going on. And when I say action, it doesn't mean that like the subject is moving, but even like with the high winds, and if you can see a lot of motion. So maybe like high motion shots. High motion stable shots is what I'm looking for. So let's look through this. Like this is probably good just because you see the snowy portion of it. This is also good. But the problem is obviously I was very, very unstable. I was very shaky with when I was filming this. I think I was just adjusting myself when I was filming this. So we're going to see if we can salvage it. So I'm going to go into video and I'm going to choose a stabilization method, which I tend to do is the translation mode. And a little bit of smoothing. Let's hit stabilize. So the software is pretty good. I honestly like... I feel like Final Cut Pro's stabilization I actually preferred over DaVinci, possibly. It's been a while since I used it. But also DaVinci constantly, you know, pushes out updates, and I feel like every time they have an update, everything just improves significantly. So let's just quickly look at this clip and see. Actually, let me see it slowed down, because most likely we will use some slow motion clips. Alright, so now we're going to watch this and see if we like it or not. So in my head as I'm watching this, I'm literally just watching to see if there's like a single second or a half a second or a couple seconds where I think there's something nice and cinematic, where if I put this in the trailer, it could look cool. So this portion probably not, because it's not telling any story because I cropped the face and everything. Obviously not here. Here's me fooling around with the camera. So all the good news is those moments right there was clearly unusable. So it makes my life easier in terms of just being able to feel comfortable cutting all that out. So maybe not the beginning part. The beginning right here might be good. Maybe when it's down like this could be good. But everything from here on was just trash. So we'll remove that. And the good news is, with that in mind, I think I can restabilize this. Yeah, and it won't cut out as much because it's trying to stabilize off of a shorter clip with less motion. So, alright, so this portion, there's a piece we might want to use. Let's look at the other piece. Very, very blurry. Obviously not using that. Okay, here, starting from here. This is kind of cool because of, yeah, you see the high winds. Unfortunately, this is when he turned his face around. So I'm not trying to show ass shots and ball shots as the trailer. So, and then the angle here, so the way that the horse is moving away, it's just not good. Like, subjective, everything's subjective when it comes to these things, but generally speaking, I find it's much more compelling when you get shots where either the subject's looking, kind of like here, if I don't have it cropped, or when the body is more positioned at an angle towards the camera. Or like this, where the head is fully turned towards the camera, is fine. So maybe this something here could work if I... But the problem is also a lot of the face is in the shadow. We'll see if it's cropped once I restabilize the footage. But obviously the part I like here is the high winds and the obvious snow that you can see cutting through. So let's try. Let's see what I can cut out. I can cut out up to here because it's blurry. I can probably safely cut out all this because this is where he turns around. Maybe keeping this section when it starts tilting its head or turning its head towards the camera, like this. So potentially there's like a second from here that I might want to use. What about this section? I mean, this is a cool moment. It could look cool if I slow it down, if I zoom in on this. So just that part there where you see the teeth, you do that weird thing with the teeth. Let's look at it again. I don't know, probably won't use it just because it's such a tiny portion of the full screen, and if I zoom in too much I lose a lot of the resolution. So, but what we can do now is revisit these two clips and restabilize. And then we'll see how much is cut out or not. Yeah, see, now we get the full body for those few seconds, so I think that's good. Okay. I think it makes the cut, just barely. This one we'll just remove for now. Now, this is a better facial, or like, this is a better positioning for me in terms of like capturing the footage, because it's more bodies aligned with the camera. But unfortunately, this was just like an accidental shot, because you can see it's literally like 1 second. Having said that, I filmed this at 120 frames per second. So I can slow it down and potentially be able to use a clip from here. What does that look like? Let me just stabilize a bit. Okay, let's check it out. Okay. Basically only that top section is usable, because in here I zoomed too much down. And I think even without stabilization, yeah, it's already cropped out. So if I use this clip, it's just literally this part there. Which, you know, could work still. I'm not, like, saying no. It could work. It could work. So we're gonna drag this guy over. Oh, there's a full body version of what I just spent time working on. Let's see. I'm not the biggest fan of the way the horse is structured on the screen. But what works for this is a little bit of the foreground where you can see these like mounds of snow. It's like the shadings of snow, I guess, and the high winds. So let me just see how it looks if I stabilize the footage and if I slow it down. But if it looks just kind of bland, or, you know, like, we'll see. Let's see. So remember, I had to be a bit pickier here because I probably will show this in the actual vlog, but I need to prioritize clips for my trailer. And so for the trailer, I have to find the, let's call it 30 seconds of the most compelling moments of my trip and condense it into that. And is this the most compelling? Not really. I mean, I have more compelling shots. So I think that means I'll probably not use that. Yeah. So just to make my life easier, I'm just going to delete it now. Excuse me. What about Doggo? Let's see. Very, very blurry, very grainy. But I believe there's a moment where things get sharper. Yeah, so like here, technically. So I will clip that out as like a potential moment. I don't think I'll personally, I mean, it's not like a top moment, but if I need filler shots, then I'll use that. Thank you, Raji. Raji, thank you very much for subscribing. I very much appreciate it. This is day 4 of my stream. As a reminder, I'm doing this journey every day. Streaming is something I've been wanting to do, especially when I'm not traveling and I'm in front of the computer editing my videos. I figured, why not? I have all the equipment. Why not learn how to be a streamer? So that's what you're watching me do. You're watching me work on my upcoming Mongolian travel vlog. That will be the next YouTube video that hopefully I'll publish in 2 weeks' time. And in the meantime, if you follow along on my streams, you actually get to watch me make it. You can also provide your feedback, input, be a part of the process, and hopefully we're going to create something really cool. So I very much appreciate the follows, guys. This is a very fun journey for me, and so far I've been testing to see, do I have the endurance to be able to do something as, you know, tiresome as streaming, because, you know, you have to be comfortable talking in front of a camera for however many hours. Turns out I'm okay with it, yeah. So thank you, guys. So right now what I'm working on is I'm working on the trailer portion of the video. So I'm looking for like 30 to 40 seconds of footage from my trip that are the best moments from the trip that would be able to clearly give some personality and interest of like this trip, like what's about to happen, and is this something I want to watch the full video on. So most likely, and that's what we spend time color coding, I want to put in a mix of different nature shots, different animal shots, like this dog for instance, and the horses and so on. But I will obviously be prioritizing the eagle hunter, the eagle, some of the other adventures I was on, and finding where I can maybe put some pieces of it where it doesn't give the whole game away, but it gives enough to keep people watching. Like this dog, come on, this is such a cool, cute dog. So even though like I didn't travel to Mongolia to hang out with a dog, it's a dog. How can you hate seeing a close-up of a dog, you know? Especially one as fluffy and cute as this one. So I don't know if I will end up using a lot of this, but the eye just looks really nice in frame when it's in focus. And because you can see a little bit of that snow caked onto the face, it just tells a little bit of the... You might not say anything about Mongolia eagle hunters, but it does say something about the weather and the conditions I was traveling in. So clearly you can see I was in some kind of snowy, frigid conditions. So by proxy, using the dog as a conduit, we can still convey something about what this trip was about and where I was. So now I'm just watching through all these clips that I've already kind of bookmarked as potential highlights, and I'm trying to see if there are key moments within it that are actually usable. Unfortunately, a lot of this is blurry, this could be one, just as a brief shot. Maybe up to here could be something. Otherwise, we can delete the rest. And then let's drag these guys over. Now, I think on the first of these dog clips, there was a cool moment. I thought it winked at me. So, yeah. Cool. So this could be nice for the video. I shot this, you can see in the, I don't know if you can read it from your view, but I shot this at 30 frames per second, so I can't really slow it down too much. But I can still slow it down to match the frame rate of this timeline, which is 24 frames. And the math for that is 80%. And that's just from, I did the calculations before, and I just memorized it. Basically, it's just 24 divided by 30. So, this is what that clip looks like at its maximum slow motion without having to do anything special, which is nice. So then let's say if I have this clip, and I want to now stabilize it. So then what could happen in the trailer is I time the music with the wink. So you'll see the dog, whatever's happening in the soundtrack that we'll eventually choose, but there's going to be a moment where as the dog winks, I'm going to have the beat hits or something's going to happen. I'll give an example of a previous video I worked on where I did something like that. Give me one moment as I find it. It was from my India trailer. So I showed this yesterday, but I didn't focus on this moment. So let's see if it's a cool moment or not together. Let me pause the music and let's switch over to a full screen mode so you guys can see. It was it India? Yeah, it was India.
Find the tamed wild animals. India grasp.
Was it India? Let me
Fast. Impossible to fully.
Okay, yeah. So there's gonna be a moment where you see oh my god, I forget the name of the deer. There's a specific type of deer that I photographed in India, and the name will come to me eventually. This one right here. It will come to me eventually, but it's a different type of deer. Obviously, you can see how it looks very different. A lot bigger than the standard ones. But when you see it stomp, I'm pretty sure I did my best to like time the music with the stomp. So let's just rewind a bit so you can hear with the context.
Monasteries. To Jim Corbett's misty jungles, home to India's iconic tiger, each moment was unpredictable, each encounter unforgettable.
Yeah,
India
right there.
is vast.
So that sound was the actual sound from the soundtrack. So it wasn't like I found a sound effect for it, or obviously it didn't come from the actual footage, but it just, it's not like it's intentional. It just kind of, I get lucky sometimes as I have all these clips. I just happened to have a good moment where I saw the stomping, and then with that little clapping sound, I was like, okay, this could be nice if I can line this up neatly. So that's what I did.
Unforgettable.
So yeah, that is what I look for in terms of like, if I can find those little small moments where I synchronize the music with the footage. It's a small level of detail that 99% of people who watch it will not care about, will not even notice. But I will notice it. I paid attention to it. I put in the time to do it. And at the very least, that's my way to ensure my personality is never lost with what I'm doing here with video creation and stuff. Not everyone is as autistic when it comes to these little weird details. And if I am, which I am, not autistic, I don't think, but I am very, very in the weeds with random details and stuff, then I might as well play into it because I enjoy it. So this will be a moment with the music. Definitely want to keep. Possibly we can use some of these clips, but because of that, the wink kind of trumps everything. So that winking effect is much cooler than if I had a better pose with the dog, I think. This one, maybe if for comedic effect or just as a quick flash. If there's like, I say flash, probably wrong word choice because it's flashing us, but if I have a scene where I have like speedy shots where I just want to like machine gun it, like even in the example I was just showing, where was it? Like in the India clip, there's a moment where I speed up the shots to match the build up at the end of the cinematic soundtrack. So in those moments, yeah. All right, anyways, let's keep going. Horse shots for sure. I mean, part of the Mongolian horse is very, very distinct, and it's a distinct part of their culture, right? Like horse riding, both back like in the history of it for like wartime, but also given that they are migratory, like the nomads, the horses are a key part of their lives, and especially these Mongolian horses, they're like built tough. They're like a stockier, shorter horses compared to like the thoroughbreds or the I think they're called British thoroughbreds. I don't know. They're a smaller horse, but very, very stocky, very high endurance with like the thick coats, and they can survive these weather conditions. So basically, I just want to review the clip and see if I think it's worth prioritizing higher or not. I think this angle is kind of nice. I don't have many shots. I think most of my shots you're probably thinking it's going to be like eye level and such. So anytime I can have stuff that also framing wise was quite different. So to get a shot from an underside of the horse, it just looks different. So it will make sure the trailer is not too stale, and you know things are breaking up the monotony, if you will. So I want like parts that are high action. I want some slow motion. I want some close-ups. I want these undershots like this, like a quick reveal and looking. So yeah, I think this one for sure I want to maintain the priority level. Yes, definitely. We want the yak in the snow. And I think I might start doing this now, especially for the shorter clips where I don't have to clip it up so much. I'm going to start stabilizing each of the footages because I need to do this anyways. I tend to not want to do the stabilization until I've identified. I try not to do it for the longer clips because imagine if I have like a 3-minute long clip, if I hit stabilize, two things. One, it's going to stabilize based off all of the 3 minutes, which means it might crop more than necessary because there's a lot of motion in the scene. So in order to compensate, it'll keep cropping out the borders to keep the footage in the center stable. So I end up cropping more than I need to. And it just takes time. A 3-minute clip to render the stabilization, it just eats up time. So yeah, I usually wait till I've either identified the clip itself or the clip is short enough. In this case, it's short enough, so I'm gonna do it a little bit more. Yeah, and I just want to see what it looks like when it's smooth. And the other step I will do on these clips is slow motion them. So this one's 120 frames, so same thing, I can slow it down to 20%, which is crazy. Obviously, I'm not going to use all of this, but now we can at least see. This is always cool in the snow. Like, even when it was normal speed, it can look cool because the snow is moving so quickly that the motion is captured in the short time that I have to show it. But also, when it's slow motion, with the snow, like, you can almost see every snowflake individually, and that's a cool effect. So this I think will be nice to show for if I can insert it into like a single second or longer. Any of these snowy moments will be nice. It won't be as important if it's like a half a second or shorter, because then we don't have enough time to see it on screen to really see the effects of the snow moving. But I think I will reserve that for a moment where it can hit. This part maybe I'll use just to show the local, like, you know, like a little bit of the cultural side. So I don't think I need any of these clips because we already have good shots of the yak that we can use. I just want shots where you can see her. So I'm just gonna find a compelling moment. This is a funny moment, but I didn't expect her to do that, so I didn't really track it all the way. But I think she was yelling at the yak. I forget why. Either it was drinking the milk or something from the mom. I don't know. But it was kind of funny. Poor little dude. I'm not sure. I honestly, I don't know if any of this is compelling enough to use. Which is fine. I mean, obviously I have a lot to play from. Maybe this part here. So I'm going to delete all this. This part maybe could be used just because, like, it is a weird scene to see these cattle, these yaks with human clothing on, you know? So let's see what it looks like if I slow it down. Yeah, and so, you know what? I'll give you guys a little taste of, like, generally speaking, how I might edit this. We don't need any of that. So, given that he doesn't really move much, I probably will just focus on that section there. But what I like to do is, first let me stabilize it. I want this super stable. And I like to create these little time frames, or keyframes. So I'll create like a keyframe at the very beginning of the clip and at the very end of the clip. And a keyframe is just, I need to find a way to explain it effectively, but keyframes allow you to make edits across time. So like, for instance, I want to do a zoom effect, which you're about to see. At the beginning of the clip, I hit this button, this little diamond, which meant I'm creating keyframe number 1, which is at the beginning of the clip. And then I jumped all the way to the end of the clip, and then I hit the red diamond. I hit the diamonds again, which created these little keyframes. And all that's saying is for these specific parameters or these things that it's associated with, like these rows, if I make any adjustments to that, it will only make the adjustment at that keyframe, and it will look for a prior keyframe, and whatever the settings you have there, it will evenly distribute the changes to get back to that number. This is a really poor way to explain it. The only way I can explain it is like practically, so we'll see what it looks like here. So what I mean, over here, at the beginning of the clip, the starting position, I created starting position keyframe, or keyframe A, let's say, and I selected it for the row that's for zooming and the row that's for position. So zoom and position. So what it's saying is that right now the zoom position is the default standard, which is 1 and 1 for the X and the Y axis. For the position, it's 0 and 0. So this is like the neutral state. It's made no changes essentially. And then if I go to the last part, it's the same thing because I didn't make any changes to it. So it just applies the same settings across the entire clip. So it's at 1 for X axis, 1 for Y axis. Value is 0 for the X and Y axis for the position. However, like I said, I want to now add some zoom. So where it says zoom, I'm going to click in where it says 1, and I'm going to long press my mouse. And then as I start sliding the mouse to the right, it's changing the zoom value. And as you can see, the higher the number, the more it zooms, which intuitively makes sense. So let's say I want to zoom in all the way to 1.9. And if I want to, I can also type in values. So if I just did this, I just changed the 10 zoom figure, or if I bring it back, I can select 1 again and it brings it back. And it works in reverse. So if I do 0.5, then it literally, yeah, you saw it zoomed out by 0.5 of the original. But we like this 1.9. However, so changing these numbers, and it's kind of locked in. So when I change the X axis, it also changes the Y. I never touch that really. So it'll affect those numbers and it zooms in. But then let's say, you know what, the zoom amount is great, but the yak's head is a little bit too high. Let's say I want it a little bit lower. Then I go into that second row where it says position, and I go to the Y axis. Same thing, I click on that box, long press it, and then as I move my mouse left and right, it will actually change the position up and down, or on the Y axis of the footage. So then I can be a little bit more precise of like, where do I want that framing to look at the very end. And keep in mind, this is at the very end of the clip. So I'm on the very last frame of my clip. And because I created this keyframe and I made these changes on that keyframe, if you remember at the very beginning of my clip, I had 0 changes. It was at the default state of 1 and 1 for zoom and 0 for the position. And it's kept that because I locked in the keyframe to keep that figure. That means the beginning of my clip started with no zoom. The end of my clip zoomed in all the way to 1.9x. And so with the keyframe, what it'll do, it'll actually smoothly adjust the number from 1.9 to 1 throughout the duration of my clip. Thank you so much, Tintumol. Tintumol? Apologies on the name. Tintumol, thanks so much for subscribing to my YouTube. I appreciate it. This is my 4th day streaming, both actually on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So I appreciate the follows. I appreciate your guys' interest. So I was just explaining very, very crudely and poorly what a time frame is. But now again, if I jump to the front, you can see I locked in the keyframe to be at its neutral state, so no changes. And then the end state was zoomed in. And then what the software will do, it'll smooth out the difference as it goes from 1 to 1.9x. So then you get this smooth effect of a zoom. So there you go. Now this is a really, really extreme level of zoom, right? You know, you're seeing something a little bit faster than I might want and a lot of zoom, more than I normally would do. But I just wanted to show an exaggerated example. So that's how you can create these nice little changes over time of the different values. And I do want to find a better way to explain keyframes. I want to figure out a good analogy. I might even want to create some good visuals to explain that properly. Because I do want to create these kind of tutorials in the future. But yeah, it just helps to be able to explain some of these fundamental video editing techniques. And it's something I apply all the time. So I'm going to reset. There's a little button where I can hit reset because I want to show you if I didn't do the keyframe, what would happen. So this is the original clip with no zoom effect. But let's say I didn't hit the keyframe and I just went to the end of the clip and I was like, you know what, let me just zoom in. It looks good just like that. What happens is it keeps that effect across the entire clip. So I don't get any really zoom effect. I just get a static zoom. It's the whole clip has now been applied at 1.82 zoom. So that's the importance of the keyframe, because then I can just make it start from 1 and then have it go all the way to, I don't know, whatever figure you want, like 1.78. And there you go. You're welcome. Actually, no, I should be apologizing because I need to do better at explaining. But anyways, going back to what we're doing here, I think this little segment could be useful in the trailer, so I will keep it for now. This one potentially, if it looks good once I rotate it into landscape mode. So landscape, and I want to cut out the borders. So I'm zooming into 1.78. And then the question becomes, how do I frame this when it won't fit the frame? So this is the original clip, very, very short. And clearly I can never have the full face captured. So I will have to make a creative decision, and I think that decision is right here. So I think I'm gonna slow it down. So this is 60 frames per second. Let me reduce this to 40% of its speed. I'm gonna hit stabilize once I've identified a key spot, which is probably, honestly, just this alone is probably fine. But I want to see if there's a moment where I'm most stable. So I'm fairly stable here, like in terms of holding the camera up until kind of like here. Because remember, I'm not going to really need more than a second of this, so I'm okay to cut this down a bit before I stabilize. So I'm going to hit the stabilization. All right. Cool. Now there is another function, I sometimes use it, it's called camera lock. So if I click on this camera lock checkbox, it tries its best to lock in the subject and keep it there at all times. So here, you see, now it's almost like the animal didn't move. So that works for what I'm trying to do. So we'll keep that, but I want to, actually no, that's all I need. And most likely, if I end up using this clip, just like the one example I showed before, I'll add a little subtle bit of zoom as it zooms in on the eye. All right, so that will stay. This one doesn't really tell anything. And the problem here is the yak's face is so dark. The problem I think is that when you're dealing with really dark images, it takes a little bit longer for the viewer to actually lock onto what they should be paying attention to. And by the time they have actually figured out what the heck is going on, I'll have moved on to the next clip. So I don't think it's usable. Stuff like this for sure I can use. So let's see, what part of this? Maybe just that licking part there. So we'll see. If I cut this part down, and I want to see how good the software is. Let's say if I hit stabilize and camera lock, how good is it? See, the problem is you can see it better when I slow it down. Let me first slow down this clip. And this was shot at 60 frames. 40%. Alright, so this is what it looks like. Well, you see that. So with that camera lock, it's literally locking the subject in place and not letting it move around, which is obviously what I'm looking for. However, because I was personally shaky in the footage, in order to make that happen, you can see it overcompensated at points. So like right here, you get this weird shaky blur as it's doing its best to keep the subject still. But here it looks fine. So like from here onwards, there's not that much motion. There's a little bit of rotation, but this part is blurry. But this part's usable right there. So yeah, that's the benefit of hitting that camera lock. I sometimes like using it. In this case, I'm not going to use it. I don't mind a little bit of motion. So I'm just going to manually adjust. Yeah, so this portion could be usable. So let me keep that. The rest of this, actually no. I spoke too soon. There's some nice snowy moments here, so let's slow down the rest of this clip to 40%. And I just want to see when it starts getting super snowy like this. This could be usable. I think I have better shots, to be honest, but we'll figure that out in the next rendition, or the iteration. For now, though, I just want to see if it's usable. It is. So let's do like before. I'm going to hit stabilize. And then let's watch this together. I think this is good. Unless I have a better clip, which I think I do. But moments like this is nice because obviously it tells an interesting story on its own. Because, you know, clearly we're filming a snowstorm. You know, things are getting washed out in the snow. You can see this animal that, for the average person, most people have never seen a yak before. So in your mind, you're kind of thinking like a cow. But then you're like, wait, this is the weirdest looking cow ever. What the heck? Like, why is it so fluffy? Why does it have this weird mohawk thing on the top? Not to mention, look at it's like caked in snow. So then there's a lot going on, which can be overwhelming, especially if you're only showing this for like a couple seconds. But what's going for it, I think, is that the subject is very visible. It's easier for a viewer to know where to lock their eyes on in terms of when they see this briefly. And so then the question is, can I find that moment where it tells that story of like, what the heck? There's like this weird looking animal, clearly an animal, caked in snow, and this is all being filmed in a snowstorm. What the heck? So yeah, that's my thought process there. So let's keep that. Same thing applies with this one. Now this one might be a better shot once I see if I have a stable one, because this is more clearly obviously a dog, so the average viewer doesn't have to like rack their brain to make sense of whatever they're seeing in a second. But we still can retain a little bit of that crazy weather conditions. So maybe I'll keep a portion here. This part was way too shaky. Oh, but this part's cool. Okay, we're gonna test to see if the shot is stable at these conditions. And let me slow it down. A lot of these shots I filmed at 60 frames per second. Ideally, I would be filming almost everything in like 120 frames per second or faster, but you can imagine it takes up a lot more memory, so the file sizes get much larger, which can be a problem, and also it's sometimes unnecessary, so you're just filming way more than is necessary, which can be a hassle. So yeah, and then also you don't get as much light coming into the camera. So depending on the lighting conditions, if you shoot at too high of a frame rate, your camera has to compensate because it gets too dark. Okay, that moment right there could be really cool. If I just isolate out, starting from like right here, just to show that crazy amount of snow kicking in. So let's say if I take that and let's try the camera lock on this one. And stabilize. Not bad. So basically, what I might do in this one is I'll utilize what we just talked about, the keyframe. So I'm adding a keyframe at the front and keyframes at the end, and then just a little bit of zoom. So then the footage itself can showcase forward motion, and also you see the side motion of the snow. So in full screen. Yeah, and there we go. Then we get a little nice little cinematic shot, and that's all there is to it. And I think we can get rid of the rest of this one. This one could be cool. Let's see. I'm just going to slow down all these upcoming shots to 40%. This could be cool. I mean, it's like just a... You don't see something like this often. So being able to see the snow kind of push across is nice. You have a subject to focus on. This might be better just because it's always nice to show like moving subjects like this dog, especially in slow motion. Let's see if there's a key moment in here that's the best. Even this little side profile could work. I think, okay, this might be better though. I'm always looking for moments where the animal is like turning its head, looking at you. And just like that quick look at you is all you need. Just like that 1 second of it. So even this could work. Let's see if he does it again. That could work. That's fine. This is a nice pose. So this is like a really cool pose, especially with the snow. So yeah, I will definitely keep this clip. And in the next iteration, we might take those clippable moments. That's nice too, potentially. All right, and then we can probably cut out the rest of this. Actually, maybe I'll do that exercise now, because this is such a long clip. I do want to speed up that process a bit. So I'm going to look through this. I think there were like maybe 3 moments we identified that could be the best. There's one where when he first turns his head in the crazy snow. I think that moment. So this could be moment number 1 potentially. Moment number 2. Yeah, this moment here. So somewhere within this section when it does a nice, because this is generally, as like a wildlife photographer, you want shots, generally speaking, of the animal when it's like straight on with the camera, which obviously the dog's not doing that perfectly because the head's tilted or it's looking off to the side, but like poses like this is quite nice. Right here is nice. There's like a little bit of like you're looking for some level of like, not symmetry, but some balance to everything in the visual. So like right here could be nice, something there. And then maybe the dog, the shaking. So potentially that. Okay, so these are 3 potential clips from that clip. Otherwise the rest we can trash. I feel like we do need to keep something from this, or at least these kind of frontal shots, because again, the cool thing with this shot, it's not as like snowy condition yet, like, so it's not like washed out white snow everywhere, but you can see the colors and the textures on the yak. And also at this point you can see how covered in snow the head of the yak is. Oh yeah, that's a better one. So of this clip, I think all of the ones of the second yak is not necessary. And if we use something from this clip, it's probably just like this beginning part, because it's nice and clear. So I think maybe just up until here, it's good enough as a marker. Rest of this we trash, but the next one is much better, so we're good. So this is, so far, of the yak shots, this is probably the coolest one. You mix in a lot of the things I mentioned, you're getting a little bit of motion, so obviously we're seeing the yak moving. It's moving, thankfully, in the right direction, which is like towards the camera. Not like perfectly straight to us, but it's a good enough angle that you can see a lot of the body, you see a lot of the crazy, you know, condition that it's in. Generally speaking, I don't like these side profiles, so I try not to, or it's not that I try not to, but these shots maybe are not as compelling to me as the ones we saw at like that 45 angle approach. So this part I might not keep, but it just depends. Like maybe it's more I want to focus on the texture of the coat, and clearly here you can see on the side of the body a lot more of just the insanity of what they're going through. But for now, I would say probably all of this I don't need. I just want the very beginning, the walk. The yak walk. And I might take a moment where you see that bird flying in front. Maybe. It could be distracting or it could make it look cooler. I'm not sure yet. But for now, I'm just going to clip up to right here. Like just mainly the whole 45-degree angle walk is usable. And of course, this is going to be usable because we got that cool close-up shot. This is the original, by the way, so this is a vertical shot. So taking a quick step back from how we started the stream when we were working on those, you know, Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, anything I shoot in vertical that is got a nice, you know, like in this case, like this one, definitely we're going to spend time in our streams editing that as well. So this might be something we work on tomorrow or the next day, because why not, you know, like with minimal effort, just like slow motion and just finding the right moments in this, it could just be a nice little pleasant YouTube short, right? Especially, yeah, if I'm getting it, if it's turning its head like this, perfect. So then just find some nice music to match the mood right up until head's looking straight on. That's cool. Actually, I'm going to just start that from here. I'll show you guys in full screen mode. So imagine the challenge now is just finding the right music to go with it. But once you find a nice soundtrack, we get this point where it does the whole head turn and it's slow motion, yet you see all the snow going crazy all around it. So, and not to mention the whole point is you're looking at this fully caked, it's like wearing a snow mask. Now, if I want to be more creative, maybe I'll like try to pair this with some close-up shots of the eye. So like not only do you get this like a little bit zoomed out view, and then maybe I'll insert in the close-up of how caked the face is, or maybe the mouth. I don't know. That could be a possibility. We'll save that for next stream. But yeah, this is a cool moment. Now, for what we're working on, it's for this landscape video for my YouTube channel. So that's why I had this zoomed in, because I need this to remove all the borders. So with that in mind, let's see what's usable. Basically the same thing. All of that is usable. but just obviously it's more meant to be a close-up of the eye. Let me stabilize this. Okay. So obviously we're not going to use the whole thing, but any part of this, thankfully it's fairly stable. Like I said earlier, I like moments where it's either turning its face to look at the camera. So right there, probably just a second of this right here, and when it lines up perfectly, that's all I need. That's what makes the YouTube cut. It could also just be one of these shots, because this angle, it's a little bit clearer. Like you can see the eye a little bit better here. So yeah, I think there's like maybe two options. And the angle is quite nice here. So it fills up the frame nicely, in my opinion. Because you can also see a little bit of the background here with the snow and it's dark. Yeah, that's good. So we will keep this in its entirety for now. Ooh, and then this one. Now, we don't get the snow effect. Or I guess it is snowing, but it's not as crazy. But as a trade-off, what we do get is a much sharper image. So we are able to be a lot more focused consistently. Let's go ahead and stabilize it. Let's check it out. So this one, at least there's a lot more of the texture to the face that we can make out, while making sure that the eye is generally the thing in focus. This is cool. So right there, just when it lifted its head, that might actually be what makes it into the trailer. I will have to decide later if that's better than the first clip we just saw, but this is quite nice as well. Yeah, it's not bad. There's a chance I might end up using both of these in different moments of the trailer or next to each other. We'll find out. But it's just a nice shot. It's all around good shot. Cinematic. And we got the horses, of course. This should be really fun to go through. Let's slow down the rest of these to 40%. These are shot originally at 60 frames per second. All right. Let's check it out. So I think we already have the answer for these horse shots, at least what we know will definitely make it. It's the shot where all three were staring at the camera, or at least two of them, I think, in the snowstorm. So it was such a dramatic moment that, of course, we have to include that. This one, I don't know yet, so we're all watching it together. The little horse kick can be nice just because, again, you get a little bit of action, and I just need a second, so. It's a little bit hidden, though, but even with that little head turn. So maybe that part right there can make it. Here, obviously, not so good because I'm shaking, and a lot of it doesn't get caught in frame. This part's okay, but like we talked about, unfortunately, because it's moving away from me, the framing of the body just doesn't look as clean. Subject gets smaller and smaller as it's going in the wrong direction. So these are side profiles, which I mentioned I generally don't like, but it can look okay if it's walking in a certain... Oh yeah, so this is kind of cool. Like I'll add a little bit of zoom on this maybe. But like I said, obviously I would prefer if it was facing more towards the camera. But beggars can't be choosers, as they say. I really wish, and this is where I wish I traveled with like a film crew. It would have been so super cool if I had someone filming me in that moment, because yeah, it's like funny to think like, yeah, I'm filming this thing in this crazy snowstorm. I'm also in that snowstorm. It's also ridiculous seeing me with this massive camera doing some weird stuff. So in the future, if we grow big enough, that will be the goal, is create my own like film travel crew. So this shot, come on, how cool is that? Because like what you can imagine here, and this could also be for Instagram, like a YouTube short, because I'll just crop into this vertical mode. But let's say we just take this moment here. I can add those little keyframes. Whoops. I added it to the wrong clip. Okay, let's go to this clip. Okay. So let's just take from here. And we're going to take it to... This is just for example, so I shouldn't be so perfectionist. Let me just stabilize the image. And then we're going to add that little subtle zoom. And honestly, this is like the cheat code for me. Almost 90, let's call it 90% of all my editing, in terms of when I do like these kind of motion effects or anything like that, is generally the same thing. It's just zooming in or zooming out. I don't go fancy. I don't go crazy with how I do my edits, generally speaking. Part of it's intentional, because like with these nature shots, I don't think going crazy makes sense. Part of it's just also I just don't have the skills to do the crazy stuff. My goal is to get there though. So anyways, so with a little bit of zoom, it's a cool effect, especially when it just keeps looking at you the whole time. So that's going to be really fun to work with. And again, just let me take a quick pause and talk about why this is so exciting for me and hopefully exciting for you as a viewer. This is a few clips of just the trailer moments of a 9-hour content from a travel to Mongolia. And we're just on this portion here, right? We've barely gotten anywhere, and we're already identifying really cool moments that can get cut up into really cool videos, both for the long form as well as for like YouTube shorts and all that. So just from a little bit of work, we're already identifying some cool moments that will be turning into content you'll see on my channels from one trip. And I have over 10 more trips, countless hours, 100 terabytes worth of footages to go through. And this is already going to be 2 weeks, I said, to get this video done. So this will never end. we will always have some really cool stuff to go through. And yes, for the next couple of weeks, we're prioritizing these shots of like a winter condition with eagles and horses. And by the end of it, maybe you'll get sick and tired of seeing eagles and horses. That is very possible. But then once we're done with that, we move on to the next trip. Like let's say the next trip for me will be Sri Lanka. So then we're going to be seeing some leopards. We're going to be seeing different winter, it's not winter anymore where I'm at. We're going to see like lush landscapes. It's a full, completely different purpose of the trip. And then we'll be going to Uganda, where you get to see, going into the jungles, the chimpanzees, the gorillas, the shoebill stork that we mentioned earlier. So there will be no end to the cool content that we get to see, the behind the scenes, the editing of, seeing how I then turn it into clips that get posted on my channels. So I'm excited. I'm hoping I can convey that to you guys, because even just from today's exercise, I'm like, my God, there's like maybe 5 to 10 different moments we've been going through that if I was more optimized with my time, I could quickly turn these into YouTube shorts or Instagram reels, which is good for my business, my channel, and all that. So in the future, I do want to hire an editor, like a video editor, to help me out with this. So in a ideal state, everything I'm doing here, for instance, on stream as I'm cutting this up, it would be something where I'm like, okay, we've identified 10 different moments. Off stream, I can either export it, or with the editor, I can hand it to the editor, and the editor can add the flair, the niceties, just make it ready for prime time, and then have it ready to post. That would be the ideal state. That's where I want to be. But first I have to justify that by being able to show that I can create this type of content, that I have enough of the content, and I have the interest. So we are on day 4 of proving that out. So like this for sure will be, I just don't know when, but this will definitely be something I post on my social. Just imagine this in vertical crop as we zoom in on this badass looking, I'm going to call it a pony because it just looks like one, as we do a stare down. And I might even mix it up because here's this moment where they're galloping, and then here you see it like stopping here. So I might start with this and then cut into this close-up, right? So this is where you can watch how I do the more creative editing and all that fun stuff. But let's keep doing our exercise here. And this is the one that we mentioned we know for sure we're going to keep because of the cool factor that we get to see here of this crazy snowstorm. Let me go ahead and stabilize it a bit. And then after this, we got 2 more clips to look at. I'm going to switch over to doing more of the photo edits. But let's just see how it looks. Yeah, just imagine some portion of this as part of my trailer. It's going to be epic. My trailer for this, I don't want to, jinx myself or anything, but I do have all the ingredients. I have the cool clip factors. I have everything I need to be able to make my best trailer. Potentially. Maybe not my best, because Uganda was so incredible. Actually, okay. I take everything I just said. I take it back, because I've enjoyed every single trailer I've made so far. But I know I have the ability to make something really cool as a standalone 30-40 second trailer, as well as to successfully hook people to watch the rest of my video, including this moment here. So just trying to figure out what portion of this should be in the trailer. I think it's probably what we saw in the beginning. We'll see if there's more moments here at the end. But towards the beginning, when we saw they were like completely covered in snow, this is probably another nice moment because you're watching these 2 horses kind of bond a bit. It'll be good for a vertical shot as well. So again, another potential reel. So maybe in a future state, what would happen is like, as I'm streaming this, and if I had this like professional video editor, I'd be like, yo, editor, okay, this portion right here, can you just cut this into a, whatever. That would be the cool ideal state. Okay, yeah, right here. This scene right here is probably what makes the cut. It might even be the final scene of my trailer, I'm not sure. Just because of how badass it is to see that middle horse staring straight on. And then the rest of this we don't need. So probably, unless the racing scene. Okay, let's keep watching. Okay, technically something like this could be used in the trailer, so I will not delete it. Yeah, okay. But we've already identified the coolest moment. Final 2, let's see how this is. I normally would not include this one because we have better shots of the same kind of animal. But potentially, there's a moment where it did that little tongue stick out. So let's watch it in slow motion. Okay, so that moment there, it adds a little bit of a lighter touch. I think it might be worth keeping. So it could just be like from there to there. Stabilize again. Yeah, okay. The rest we probably can delete unless there's another moment. So one thing, so technically the framing of this is really bad. Like, as a photographer, videographer, this is like an example of what I mentioned. Normally, I think I gave this example yesterday, or I was trying to. I didn't have good examples. The positioning and angle of where you are as a photographer makes a huge, huge difference. So for instance, obviously here I was standing above the yak, and so my camera is pointing at a downward angle. So one, it makes the animal look small, because you can imagine intuitively, like if you're someone taller than someone else and you look down on them, that person looks small. Whereas if you are smaller than the person looking up at them, they just fill up more frame and take up more of the space. So same principle applies here. As I point the camera down, it can make the animal look smaller, which is not necessarily what I want to do with a big animal like this. It is a big animal. But then secondly, what's directly, so imagine now a straight line pointing from my camera straight to the yak and continuing on behind the yak. So in that straight line point of view, you can see behind the yak is the ground. And the ground is actually fairly close because of my angle. So there's a world where, and it's not as visible in this shot, so it's a bad example, but depending on how I have my camera settings, you might actually end up seeing a lot of the background in focus. Like you'll see a lot of texture and all that. Whereas generally speaking, you might want a blurrier, softer background so it separates the subject from what's behind it. But in this case, because I'm so close to the ground, you might end up seeing a lot of those little texture details of the ground, which then blends in with the sharp texture of the yak. Whereas I want it to look very, very soft, everything behind. So that's one of the issues. And then when you compare it to the proper angle, which is more like this, where you're at more like an eye level. Now again, this is not the best example because we do have this gate that's right behind the yak. So, but the point is, imagine this gate was not there. Then now just by me being in the same spot, but going from a top-down approach to now this eye level, everything behind the yak from the direction of my camera it wouldn't be the ground, or if it was, it's very far away. It could be all the way to the horizon, like theoretically, right? So just by me positioning myself lower and pointing the camera slightly higher now, what ends up being directly behind the camera is something very, very far away. It could be the horizon, it could be the mountains far off, it could still be the ground, but just very far away, such that now you barely see any of the texture. It'll look very, very soft. Yeah, you won't see any of the details. And that's how you can end up getting good separation of the subject from the background. Like I said, this is not the best example because we got a gate that's like fairly close behind the yak. But yeah, and also we fix a little bit of the size perspective because again, from here, it looks like a tiny animal because of the towering position of like the camera. Whereas here, now the face looks larger, the size just fills the frame a bit more. And then the craziest example is if I go very low pointing at the camera, at the animal, then it would make the animal look massive. So yeah, just a little bit of film techniques. But I probably don't need any of these clips, except for the tongue sticking out for the humor. And so this is the final clip of our orange coded category, which is all the like domesticated animal shots. So then once we're done with this one, we can move on to the next section, but we're actually going to do some photo editing next, just to, spice things up, let's say. All right, let's see how this clip looks in real time. I think I've said this before, but I love the horses there. They just look so, they're very photogenic horses because of like how fluffy and like thick coated they are, and then their manes look so like, picturesque, especially in the videos where the wind is kicking in, all that. So it's just like a cool looking animal all around. Like, look at this guy. Look at the hairstyle. So maybe I'll keep something there, but generally speaking, I think this is good enough right here. Let me just go ahead and stabilize this. I think this is good right there. It'll be nice to show on the big screen. Maybe the second horse, we're not sure yet. Okay, so we've done a little bit of cleaning up. We still have a lot more cleaning up to do, obviously, but generally speaking, we're done with the first section of just kind of doing a second pass through before we move on to all the other sections we still got. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But like I said, I want to kind of change up the speed a bit and go into photo mode. I mentioned this earlier, but I think it'd be cool to edit at least 3 photos. The goal will be, can I edit 3 photos per day? Because then I want to include it in the thumbnail of my next live stream. I don't think I can do it for Twitch and Kick, but at least for YouTube, I wanted to start creating these cool thumbnails. So what I mean is, let me just show that. So I had created just like but I used one that I had created from my previous, YouTube videos. So the images on the first couple live streams, I just copied over some format that I had with Uganda. So this was like photos that I took from Uganda. Same thing for day 2 stream. It was like, I just kept that, but just different photo of me as we started the next day. Then I had the idea. So these are just like, I just have moments where I think about what I should do differently. So then I was like, you know what? The live streams, at least the upcoming ones for the foreseeable, let's say if we set a goal of 2 weeks, it's mostly going to be focused on Mongolia. So I want to make everything themed around Mongolia. So I switched out the images to 3 of the images that we had worked on from day 2. And I put that as the images for my day 3 live stream. Unfortunately, we didn't really work on photos yesterday. So then for today's stream, all I did was, obviously, the only difference is it's a picture of me from today with day 4, but I kept the same images. So I want to see if it's actually possible to constantly change out the images based on what we worked on. If it's not possible, let's say for some reason I'm like, there's nothing cool, exciting in terms of photos to edit each time. I doubt it. We have thousands of photos. It should be possible. But if I can't, then we'll just retain the same images for the most part. But I would like to be able to spice things up each time, make the thumbnails look fairly different. So that is the goal. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to jump over to the photos that I took from the same trip, and I want to actually start editing them. So this was February of 2024. Where did we end off? We were on this day. So we had worked on a couple of these shots. Is there more of these that I should technically do before we proceed to the next day? Probably, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so for instance, this is the last one we had worked on here. Let me just copy this over because this one has a cooler look on it, its face. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over all the settings that I think should be what I need to paste over. So let me copy all this and paste it into this bad boy. Cool. So unfortunately, well, there's nothing really unfortunate, but I really like the expression on the horse, but the eagle is slightly cropped out because at this point of the shot they were very close to me in my camera. This is why I think I focused on this one, because obviously everything was in frame. So you can't get everything, right? But let's see if there's any shots from earlier where I get the full body. No, let's see what else we can work on. Maybe this one, but oof. Why do I have this as the edit? This looks terrible. Okay, one second. Let me reset. Okay, so this is the original footage, or the original photo. Let's see if we can quickly work on this. I need to make this a 16:9 for the YouTube, for the thumbnail concept. Let's just apply some of my presets. So I'm just applying a preset where it will highlight the subject, sharpen it slightly, and then blur the background. Background is already blurred. It's like there's not much in the black background anyways. Let me hit the sky dimmer. So I created a preset where it will essentially identify anything that's probably the sky, and then it will reduce the highlights. But unfortunately, I think for this photo, it literally was just blown out in the background. Yeah, because the sky was very gray and murky anyways, and just from the angle of this. So for this one, we're not really focusing on the background. It's really just meant to be like, what can we do to make the foreground or the subjects look super cool? This is one of my presets. It does make the subjects look super cool in my opinion. It's like a very warm and high textured shot, but the background warmth I'm not a fan of. So let's just quickly see what else I got from my presets. And as a quick plug again, these are presets you can purchase off of my website. So I think I put a link in earlier in the chat, but yeah, if you want to, if you're a photographer, if you want to learn more about photography, hopefully you can follow my channel. But also if you'd like to support me or you want to edit the way I do, feel free to purchase the preset there. It's I have over 100 different presets based on my actual trips and the actual photos I've taken. So this one actually looks quite good actually, the aqua weave top right. So that's the one that's in the contending. Posing stallion, nope. It's not bad. A cool giraffe. And the way I name these are just based on the actual photo that inspired the preset. So you'll see weird names like muted giraffe walk, which is this one. This one's called Nature's Yawn, Prowling Lion, Punchy Elephant, Simba's Brush, Simba's Walk, Swampy Shoebill Stork, which doesn't look half bad actually. This could also be it. So what do we say between this one and oh my god, my memory is so bad. Aqua Weave TR top right. This one's nice because at least for the background we bring back some of the color, but I can always do that manually. So really I just want to see which of these I've done where I think the subject looks nice and textured or focused. This is called Zazu's Stare, BNR, I think black and red. Frosty Fox, Frosty Squirrel, and Stellar's Eagle Landing. So this is an example of the kind of photo editing style I mentioned that I've been a fan of the past couple years. It's like a faded look, right? So if I remove this, you can see the difference. Anywhere that's pitch black, instead of just making it pure black, it actually adds this filmish, kind of like a hazy overlay. So it doesn't rescue the details necessarily, but it just adds a little bit more substance to pure black areas. And it's definitely a creative choice. It like fades out the image, so it's a little bit more maybe like a vintage kind of a style. Yeah, it kind of works for this shot. But I think I'm leaning still more towards like a realistic one. So we had the Aqua Weave and the Swampy Shoebill Stork. Swampy Shoebill has, obviously I was a little bit poppier with the colors. You can see with the warm colors, it kind of saturates it a bit more. Whereas the Aqua Weave didn't really touch the colors too much. It was more just on the lighting, which is what I'm leaning towards because then I can do a little bit of fine tuning after. But then the Stellar Seagull, this is like almost a pre-made one fully, where I don't really have to touch it up much more. It's like if this is the style I want for the shot, this is the style I get. I don't know. I like this. This is where this is where I'm hoping as I build up a channel, and I would then rely on you guys If I can ever figure out how to create polls and stuff, I would essentially let you guys choose for me how I need to edit when I'm at these crossroads. For now, let me just click on the Aqua Weave one, because it's a bit more of a neutral edit. And we can spend a bit of time just trying to see what else we can do with this. So I'm going into the masks. I have this section for background and subject. That's one of the presets I selected, but it's not accurate, right? So it's using a bit of the Lightroom's AI software to try to auto-detect what is the subject and what is background. And unfortunately, it's capturing a little bit of this open space here, this little gap between the eagle and the rider. It's saying it's part of the subject, which is not true. That's technically the background. So sometimes you do have to go manually in and make a quick adjustment. Thankfully here it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much effort, because everything else looks fairly okay. There's just a few things I see here that needs to be adjusted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose this background. So the one that's called background softened. And actually, no. Oh yeah. I'm trying to think which one will be a faster way to do this, but let me completely reduce the exposure so it's a little bit easier to see where the changes are. And so again, everything should be black. That's the background. And you can see here, this is pure white, so it missed some spots. So what I need to do is add the background. So I'm clicking the actual mask itself, and then I have the ability to add different features. And here I'm just going to add to the mask by adding a brush. And then I'm just going to zoom in on the shot. And then all I have to do is brush in. And now it's essentially reapplying this area into whatever edits I want to do with that mask. I'm going to reduce the flow a bit, because I don't want to catch too much of the actual subject. But yeah, now we just have to start masking out the sky. Or in this case, I guess I'm masking in the sky, because this whole mask was supposed to be for the sky, or the background. I don't have to be 100% accurate, I just need to make sure it doesn't stand out in the final edits. Okay, that's good enough. Then we'll just review if there's any other spots like here. And again, if I bleed over the edge, that's fine. I can always get back to that and delete the change I made. So some people, they use like those Wacom tablets or those pens. So some people have a tablet where they'll use this, because right now I'm just using my mouse. So it doesn't always lend itself to be the most accurate tool. But I'm too lazy to try to use the Wacom. I think I actually have one from like 5-6 years ago. I used it to make my signature for like my logo signature way back, but I never got into using it. I'm not like a traditional I'm not an artist in the traditional sense of like being able to illustrate, sketch, and all that. I'm not so good at that. Okay, anything else? Okay, in terms of background, I think this is generally good. But I did notice there are some spots where it included it, which it shouldn't. So now I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to hit a subtract button on the mask. Same thing, I'm going to use a brush. But now I'm going to subtract away, because for instance, it included some of the hat, the rider's hat, thinking it was part of the sky. But this is actually like the feathers and the fluffy part of the hat. So I don't want to include that in any edits it does to the hat. Or to the background. It's a little bit crude on the edges of the eagle and stuff, but at this point I think it's fine. I don't think we have to go too accurate. So maybe I'll just do a couple brushes over with like a weaker brush just to soften it a little bit. But yeah, you know what? I think this is good enough. All right, So basically I've done this one, but I want to now delete the changes on this one. So let's say this is perfect, or like, okay, we got, oh, you know what? There's one other spot we need to remove. I just saw it on the eagle, because that's the feather. Okay, so I'm going to remove the crazy change I made there, which was to the light. And then I'm going to hide this subject focus for now. I'm going to right click this, and I have the ability, they have a button that says invert this mask, which I called background softened. But there's one below it, duplicate and invert. So that's the one I want, because I want to do the opposite of what we've captured. So the inversion of it. So now in this case, it's highlighting everything it wasn't highlighted in the past, in the previous one. So in which case it means it's highlighting the subject. So I can rename this one subject focused. And if you look at what I did in terms of edits, I just add a little touch of texture. So I'm going to delete this one now, the old mask, because we've replaced it with the new subject focus. I'm going to add a little bit of texture to it. So this is just a creative choice, right? But in some ways, especially with like older people, when they have a lot of wrinkles on their face and stuff, I think it's kind of cool to exaggerate that. It's kind of like with don't draw an analogy. I'm not trying to compare this guy to an elephant, but like when you think of like elephant shots, they've got so much like wrinkles in their tough. Would you call it a skin? I'm not sure. On their skin is like very tough with all the lines and cracks. And sometimes that's why you'll see with like professional photographers, they tend to lean into it with their editing and make those textures just pop out. So it's kind of the same example here. Let's say with Arduk, our eagle hunter, just to show an extreme example, this is like with reduced texture, very softened. And then as I add texture, obviously now everything becomes very, very visible, overly so, but it kind of accentuates or amplifies what's already there. And the question is just how much is too much. So I think a little bit of subtle amount is good enough. All right, so let's go back to the background, and I want to reduce the highlights again just to see if we can capture more details, and we can change the temperature. So here you're seeing I'm adding a bit more of the blue in from the grayish tone it was in before. And the question is how much is too much again. So like, this is a little bit too much there. So I just want enough to distinguish that this was the sky. So let's go with that for now. And then maybe remove the contrast a bit. This is with the dehaze, which is way too much, so cool. I think this is good. Let's try one more. Okay, so this is an example of a potential kind of like quote-unquote final product. Again, in a different world, I may do that for these streams just because it depends. Like if we're doing these streams where I also want to teach or like show all the ins and outs, or if there's a particular photo where I know I want to go super into it. When I fully edit a photo, sometimes I go even further where like I'm doing all these brushes and I'm like going into each of the elements. Like maybe with the eagle, I'm like manually brushing all the light parts of the eagle so that I can amplify a little bit of the lightness of it. And then same thing with all the dark patches, I'm like brushing in all of them so that I can do a very, very specialized edit to key parts of the subject. So there's a world where I do that, and I will do that in the future. Maybe I don't need to on this one, but yeah, you can go really, really crazy with your edits, and it's just a personal choice. It's what you want to edit. For now, I'm pretty fine with this. This is okay. And then the question is, am I fine with the stylistic choices I've made? This one's a little bit too bright for my taste, so maybe I'll see what can I reduce. Is it reducing overall exposure? Is it reducing the background sky colors? So maybe I need to reduce that a bit. And trying to do it in a way where I don't end up ruining the shot. And again, like I said, everyone's got different tastes. Some people prefer when it's a little bit darker or like brighter image. So it could be something like this. Now I do have a problem and I can see it. It's too much of the feathers here is still being captured when it shouldn't be. So I need to go back to my background soften and let's do a better job of deleting. Ooh. Was that intentional? That's weird. I don't remember doing this weird brush. Huh. That's weird. Let's make sure I didn't do anything else incorrectly. So I accidentally created this weird brush stroke over there. So... but it doesn't seem to have had any effect, so I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, I'm a bit confused, because when I hover over it, you can see clearly there's this weird line that I created, but I just don't remember ever creating it. So, anyways, we're learning together, or we're discovering things together. But since it doesn't seem to have an actual visual impact, I'm okay to make that a mystery for another day. For now, let's do what we're supposed to do, which is I need to cleanly make sure that the feather part of this cap is not being captured as part of the background. Alright, so I'm just using a softer brush so it doesn't completely follow where I'm brushing. Let's do a harder brush over here. Since it's not near the edge, I'm a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Go back to the soft brush. Let's just do a few once-overs, essentially. All right. Okay, much better. Not like perfect, but there's like some really obvious weird things that I was seeing towards there. So this makes it slightly better. And again, I think personally I prefer very dark. So I'm just looking at this, seeing if there's anything else I want to change. Or do I want to go with this kind of approach? To recreate that kind of approach, I'm pretty sure what I did. Let's see if we can make it. I'm going to create this linear gradient. And then we're going to stretch this across. Hey, Philip Jedra. Philippe Jedra. My God. I think I'm like 0 for however many on pronouncing names and such. But Philip Jedra, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. I really appreciate it. And thanks for your comments. Yeah, Instagram that's been where I started my whole photography journey. And I've taken a pause to it a little bit as I've jumped over to YouTube. So as I progressed as a content creator, going from photography, I've moved over to videography, and now I'm going over to long form videos. And that's what we saw at the earlier part of the stream as I was working on my upcoming Mongolia travel vlog. Now we've just switched gears where we're doing photo editing from the same Mongolia trip. I wanted to edit 3 photos at least so that I can publish that on my next live stream as part of the thumbnail. But I appreciate the comments. Thank you for the follow. This is my 4th day of streaming as a new streamer. And we're going to keep doing this until we finish our video and then move on to the next one and the next. So yeah, if you find this interesting, feel free to engage. I in the future, or even now, but obviously as I grow as a channel, my hope is that I will get everyone's input as I make my edits. So I'd be able to apply any feedback you guys have. I would do polls and see what changes we should be making. So whatever content's being created, you guys will feel like you had a hand in it. So yeah, anyways, that's the goal, but we're on day 4 of that goal. So yeah, I do appreciate it. Philip Jedra, you said, I see you visited India. Yeah, I did. I've been a few times actually. I think I've been 3 to 4 times. The one I posted on YouTube was from November of 2023, leading into the new year, January 2024. And that was a trip I spent, I think, about a couple weeks, mostly focused on snow leopards. So I went all the way up to the Kashmir region, I believe. Oh my god, I just made a vlog about it, but my brain is scrambled. Leh. I went to a place called Leh, and Ule, I think, was the other one. But yeah, we went to search for snow leopards. I went as a scouting trip, and the goal was for me to see if it's a feasible place to bring other people. And then that's a big part of what I do. I organize tours, and I advertise and try to get other photographers and other people joining me on my trips. So yeah, I've been doing that for the past 1.5 years, and it's something I'm getting more and more professional and serious about. So yeah, India was one of those trips where I was scouting, and I spent some time in Jim Corbett National Park. Before that, I had gone to India and visited Ranthambore National Park for the tigers, but that was before I was like much more professional about how I shoot. And then more recently, or at some point, I went to Kabini National Park, Kabini Forest National Park. And so that I was searching for the black leopard, the black panthers. I wasn't successful, but it was a really cool place to visit. I definitely am planning to go back. And actually, one of my clients who I travel with a few times, he was just messaging me if I would want to join him to go to India in December. But unfortunately, I think I can't travel in December. Otherwise, I would do it in a heartbeat. What did you say? So you said you stopped posting on Instagram some years back. You posted 3 pictures this year as you went back to India for a month. Yeah, man. Look, I would not be someone who insists that people should post on social media. I'm quite aware of the dangers, the risks with being so addicted or hooked onto sharing your life into the public sphere. So, you know, to each their own kind of a thing. I've enjoyed posting on there mainly because I like sharing. You know, I've been fortunate to be able to travel the world. I love this concept of creating photos and videos and sharing it with the world. And yeah, there's a little bit of like me. Obviously now I do it professionally, but it's something that I find a lot of value in if I can share the world with the rest of the world. The mantra I always go by is like sharing the best of the world with the rest of the world. Yeah, otherwise, if you get addicted to it, you should probably stop. You went first time in '99, got so hooked you ended up moving there for 2 decades to India. Wow. Yeah, look, India is one of those, it's so overwhelming. Like when to try to travel there, there have been times where I ended up not traveling there because it was way too overwhelming to figure out how to travel there. Because there's just so many things to do. It's so massive. There's all these national parks, all these different regions, so much to explore. And that's all going well for it. Like you can see everything from tigers to, you know, you name it. But it also makes planning for it that much more challenging because you cannot capture all of India in one trip, or not easily. So yeah, it's what's daunting about it, but I do want to keep going back and bring people with me. Yes, Ladakh and Leh, that's where it was. You don't shoot animals really unless they walk in front of your lens. Fair enough. Yeah, look, shooting wildlife is a very, very niche thing for sure, and it requires very niche camera gear to get like what you consider as like animals in the sense of like wildlife. So the lions and the leopards and, you know, elephants and all that. It's not as easy to capture it with like your everyday lens, let's say. So yeah, you have to make a conscious decision to want to get into that line of work. Your old client, Sada, the actress, now shoots animals for Nikon. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm a Nikon shooter. I work with Nikon now in my region, Middle East Africa, and my hope is that I can keep growing as a content creator and also, yeah, just work more closely with Nikon in the future as well. But yeah, I don't know who Sada is. To be fair, I don't know. Is she an Indian actress or something? But I haven't watched many like Bollywood movies, let's say. You were living in stock images for some years and then just traveled and shot stuff, but felt around 2016 wasn't viable anymore. Yeah, listen, I think making a business out of photography on its own is really tough, unless you're going down the line of like, if you're going down the road of wedding photography, event shoots, like those more commercial elements, to try to do it for like travel photography or, you know, any of the more casual, enjoyable stuff, unfortunately, that's not easy to make money. And it's also not easy to be a large content creator where doing that actually is economically feasible. So I've been in this weird world where my social media is not large enough, and me as a content creator, I'm not large enough to really say this is like something I could do as a living. So it was a conscious choice I made about 1.5 years ago to exit corporate world, use my savings, and also do a number of those kind of more commercial event photo shoots and video shoots, but try to, you know, spend the next 2 to 3 years dedicated to becoming a successful content creator. Hence the journey towards YouTube, hence now my journey into live streams. Yeah, just go full into it, and then let's see if we can make it viable. But yeah, photography on its own, very, very tough. Honestly, it's because anyone can be a photographer, right? Like honestly, it's and especially with the tech gear and stuff, you can be a photographer with your smartphone. So to stand out in that space is tough. To live in a world where the things you're capturing is interesting enough is also tough. As a traveler, that helps. But yeah, video was the route that I wanted to go to tell stories and then hopefully make this viable. You said, Philip, India is mad, only place I met so many incredible stories. Yeah, definitely. You can tell I can spend a whole year there for sure and feel like I have 12 distinct different stories for every month or even more. So you ended up working with the first female skateboarder there for some years. Oh, that's cool. Sada. Oh, is this the actress you were mentioning? Sada. Let me open up her profile here. Wow, that's really cool. Here, let me just put this on the screen. Wow, she's like a massive creator. 1.8 million followers. That's amazing. Let's see her. Sada Wildlife Photography. That's cool. I wish I do want to move to India at some point, or at least be there for a sustained time, especially for the tigers. Oh my god, tigers are so cool. I think they're the coolest cats. So to have this as your landscape, that's incredible. Yeah, she's amazing. This is a just bang on job with all these. She does a lot of macro shots, which are a niche of its own. That's super cool. And that's I'm assuming a lot of this is from India, if not all of it. I could be wrong, but I do know that India is just like, in terms of wildlife, it's so diverse that yeah, if you go down any of these angles, if you're more into like reptiles or amphibians or whatever, you can spend your whole life there. Yeah, these are fantastic. Oh, there she is. Sada is a Nikon creator. Oh, it's not too long ago. That's amazing. Maybe I'll run into her at some point in the future, you know, because I know as I do more stuff with Nikon, as I also travel a lot more and, you know, again, even try to do some organized trips to India, yeah, maybe our paths will cross. This is fantastic. I might even have to reach out to her at some points if I need to figure out a good itinerary for different locations, because clearly she knows where to go. Oh yeah, I did see briefly this guy. What do you call this? Yeah, what is it called? Yeah, the yellow-throated martin. I did see this on my recent India trip. Anyways, just jumping back over to this, and then let me see what else you said. Yeah, she has one for wildlife. Shot for some of her vegan magazines. She loves tigers. Adorable. And yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, Listen, I'm not traveling for the rest of the year. That was a conscious choice I made. I've been traveling prior to 2 months ago or so. I've been traveling every month, anywhere from 2 weeks to the full month, which I'm not complaining about. It allowed me to get all the footages and places all around the world. But now I do need to have dedicated time for the rest of the year where I can actually create the content, where I can actually show the places I've been to in its entirety in a nice way. And like we said, to promote and build up my YouTube channel, as well as starting to do these kind of live streams. So I'm not going to travel for the rest of the year, but I am as also trying to plan for next year. So I'm trying to organize some tours. So yeah, potentially it wouldn't be a bad idea. I just don't want to ask you to reach out to her now, because like, you know, nothing tangible will happen in the next several months. But I do want to organize tours to India further and explore it as much as possible. And always, if I can create content together with people. So let's say if she's also well, you said she's an actress, so obviously she's comfortable in being in front of the camera. But if she ever needs someone who films her, and then I'm filming her because I'm filming me on my travels and for my YouTube video, but she can also use it as well. Or yeah, there's like some cool ways of synergy when you travel with other photographers, or people who don't mind being filmed. So yeah, I'm always open for like collaborations as well. But anyways, going back to this shot, yeah, and I agree with you, Philip. India is seldom planning. Yes, it's just there's a little bit of I don't know if I'll call it organized chaos, but there's definitely chaos when I think of India. And that doesn't necessarily, I don't mean that as like a negative connotation, but it is chaotic. And I do remember, I didn't actually include this in my India vlog because I just wanted to keep the vibes positive the whole time. Even though this, what I was gonna say was, it's like lighthearted. But I remember on the road from Bangalore to Jim Corbett, and a few other times when I was on the road, my God, this is the closest I've felt to basically like give me a Jesus take the wheel type moment, where I was pretty sure we were gonna die, just because the driving is so chaotic, and it's almost like go with the flow approach. And there is some moments where the road turns into like a single lane dirt road, and like there's all this dust being kicked up by the dirt, so the visibility is low. You have random cows that will just take up the road, and everyone has to go around them. You got the tuk-tuks, you got pedestrians, you've got these big truckers that would literally, with their headlights on, whatever, it would, especially through the hazy dust that's being kicked up, like it just, you can't see anything. And when the truck passes you, it shakes the car. And the whole time my driver is also not driving slow. It's just like, there's a level of confidence that he exudes, and you hope is actual confidence and not just like just hubris. But yeah, at some points I remember, I think I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna go to sleep. I'm not even gonna seatbelt myself, because I'd rather die instantly than have to deal with whatever happens in the situation. And I think I even put a note where I was like, you know, if for adrenaline seekers, you know, who you don't have to go skydiving, you don't have to go to a crazy place in the world, just go to India and go on a taxi ride, and you'll have all the adrenaline you need for the rest of the year. Honestly, it was like that kind of a feel to it. So anyways, yeah, not a knock on India per se, because I also say, in my opinion, some, like, I think drivers from places like India, or like that more chaotic approach where you have a lot more going on the roads that you have to be aware of, I think they're on average probably better drivers than if you're like in a standard city like in the States or Europe or whatever. Just because, like, and when I say better driver, I mean like more skillful driver, because you have to train yourself to be more spatially aware of anything coming at you. So if I had to put my money on who is technically a better driver, I'd say someone from India, like hands down. Like, to survive in that world with all those kind of random moments that can hit you, like, how do you plan for a cow just coming out of nowhere, right? And like just sitting on the road. So anyways, that's my quick story. You drove from north to south on your motorcycle. Oh, listen, you're a much braver person than I am. I would love to be a biker, but I'm too terrified to actually be a motorcyclist. And to your point, yeah, because of all the horrible stuff you see over the years. But yeah, India's great. So all of that said, I love India. I cannot wait to go back. Maybe I'll meet, what was her name? Sada? Maybe I'll meet her in some capacity, especially through Nikon. Especially because now, like I said, I'm mostly traveling for filming. So I travel with other clients, and I will try to film as much of them as possible so that I can showcase it in my videos. Actually, I can briefly show real quick from my website. So I don't know how much of this, because I have some pages blocked because I haven't finished it yet, but from my site, I mentioned I started doing it a year and a half ago, and I'm trying to be more consistent and professional about it. But I am running tours, so trying to bring people with me on my tours. So I created this quick little video that's a running video, like 30 seconds, that I could put on my website, where I just show a little highlight of some of my former clients, people who I've somehow convinced to pay me or to join me on these trips. And I was capturing a lot of behind the scenes moments, but you get the picture where it's like, this is basically what I am doing in terms of the business viability and what I enjoy. I love bringing people to the places I've been, and hopefully sharing in the excitement of just like the beauty of travel. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like to do. So while I travel solo oftentimes for myself, I love traveling with other people that I can film and also showcase them, show the behind the scenes, what it's like to be on these, traveling wherever we are in the world. So that is what I like to replicate in the future. I mentioned earlier, but I would love to have a film crew, like a travel crew, where we are identifying key projects. Maybe it's documenting some cool aspect of some place in the world, and then pitching this as a way to get funding, and then just going, like a photographer, videographer, a person on camera, someone capturing all the audio in different points. So yeah, maybe a drone photographer, right? So with all that, like a comprehensive, full collective crew that I can trust, that everyone I know is like technically gifted, we all have the same vision, we're all very creative, we all get along, then that to me would be a really cool company or crew that I can put together. And then it's like, and so that's what I'm trying to get to. That is what you'll see. You'll see flavors of that on my YouTube channel. YouTube is a little bit of like testing grounds for me, of like, before I can say I have a travel crew and doing those kind of cool concepts, I need to be able to prove myself and to the world that I am able to create these cinematic footages or documentary style. So the documentary in this case is my YouTube vlogs of me on my trips. And then hopefully, as I keep building up the skills for that, we can move on to, dedicated topics and stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, anyways, so maybe I'll meet her in the future and we'll do some like collaborations. That would be really cool. Or if she's ever in Dubai, which is a possibility. I know India's not too far. Then we can do like a meetup or something. But to be fair, she's a much, much larger creator than I am. Like over 1 million, much, right? Hundreds and thousands of much, much larger. So it's funny, I'm talking casually as if like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, if I'm lucky, I will get to meet her and learn from her, and we'll make content together. Okay, so we had a goal, and I want to finish this by the end of the stream. I wanted to edit 3 photos. So let's just move on from this one. This is good enough. I might go back to this one and make some additional edits, but generally speaking, this fits the bill of a shot that I might want to share, and this will be on my next thumbnail. So let's go ahead and rate that higher. I want 2 more photos. 2 more photos before we can call it an end. 2 more shots from my Mongolia trip that can fit into a nice little thumbnail. Maybe this shot. Let's see. Let me just see what it looks like in 16:9. It kind of tells a story, but it might not work. There's a little bit too much. I don't know. This seems like a photo I need to spend a solid day of doing proper editing to actually make the subject stand out properly. So I think I'm going to skip this one for now. This one, unfortunately, was slightly blurry. I forget what happened when I was shooting in for this one. Here, let me copy and paste these edits and see how much of it translates over. Ooh, this is not going to work because I did some manual masking, but I just want to see. Generally speaking. Okay, yeah, so technically the colors and everything looks decent. I just need to redo the masks. So let me delete these masks. And then let me click on my mask again. And this one's a lot better in terms of capturing the actual... Oh, wait, sorry. Let me see. Okay, not a lot better. There's still a moment here that's not captured properly, which is this little section. But I'm okay with it because I'm not trying to add some color here. But you know what? Shoot. I'm such a perfectionist where I can't let it go. So let me go ahead and just see if I can quickly, very, very quickly, I promise that. I just want to mask this back in. Okay. And what we say is this is good enough. And then the same thing here. Let me just subtract that segment. Okay, so can this shot work? Yeah. In reality, I probably would edit it a lot more for like a final image, let's say. But as far as like for the purposes of a YouTube video and the thumbnail, I think this is quite good. And now I just want to work on the framing of it. And I might even cut out the horse entirely. So let's see if I can do that. Hey Sora, yes, your boy is still alive. Good to see you here again. But we are, not that I'm wrapping it up, I still have the energy for as long as we want. But in terms of my agenda, I'm like on a final thing that I want to get done, which is I wanted to edit those 3 photos that will be used for the next thumbnail. So I'm working on photo number 2, potential photo number 2, and I'm just working on the framing of it. Oh, let me adjust so you guys can still see me somewhat. So I think framing wise, this kind of looks nice. I like these close-ups, especially on a thumbnail where, you know, it's going to be a tiny image anyway. So I think I need to prioritize these larger filling in the frame shots. So I think this is pretty good. So we will lock that one in. So what do we have locked in? We've got potentially this one. Let me just color them. And this one. In reality, I might only choose one of them because they're so similar to each other. So do I really want to have very, very similar shots? I'm not sure. Ooh, and then here we want to test one more, which is this shot. But the problem is I don't think I can fit this into a 16:9. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, so I can. And then the question is, let me paste in the edits I was just doing earlier and see if it looks okay. It doesn't look that bad. Not bad at all. And this one also tells a story on its own because obviously you got that, the eagle's eating. And oh, that's cool. Okay, so Sora and Philip, it looks like you guys know each other. That's really cool. My goal is hopefully I do get a lot of photographers who stop in at times. I had a good chat with Philip already. Apologies if your name's not Philip. I'm just saying it because it's the first part of your name. But yeah, it's always fun to speak with people all around the world, people who have traveled, people who have done photography or videography. And yeah, being able to share our knowledge or learn from each other. So Philip, thank you again for sharing the contact or the Instagram of Sada, who is also a Nikon creator and a much larger creator and more successful than I am, and someone hopefully I can maybe collaborate with in the future. And also thanks all of you guys for messaging, because this is the first time, this is day 4 of my stream, but this is the first time I actually had a number of people chatting with me regularly. I got a little notification. I'm using something called Restream, and so Restream just said like, hey, congratulations, you've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. which is pretty cool for me. It's a nice little, I didn't even know that was a milestone, but it is now. So yep, again, appreciate everyone who's engaging and tuning in. So anyways, back to this photo. I kind of like this photo, and I'm laughing because I'm like, out of these photos, I'm only going to probably choose one, possibly, at least for the thumbnail, because I want to show a little bit of variety. But this one actually might be the better of the three. I could be wrong, but it just has a nice... One second, let me see if I can add a little bit of a fade. It has a cooler story to it, you know, like, just mainly because of the fact you can actually see the eagle chowing down on the meat. So, all right, I'm just making a couple quick adjustments here. And sometimes I have to sit with it, but I'm sitting with it and I'm liking it more and more. Oh man, now that I'm actually looking at this, I think he was feeding the eagle a part of a fox. Because there's obviously the meaty part, but then that clearly looks like a fox paw down here. So, like I said, I was spending time with the nomadic people. You know, they don't go to supermarkets, they fend for themselves, they hunt, they make everything themselves. It's a cool lifestyle, it's very self-sustaining. That's part of why I wanted to go there. Sora, you were saying, I did not know you can use Canon lenses on Sony with an adapter. I think I knew that, but not really. So, you know what? I didn't really know that. I thought I had like an inkling that you are able to swap between different camera systems, but I just didn't give it much thought. Like, obviously, I know you can do that with like the non-branded ones. What am I thinking of? Like, Tamron, is that the one I'm thinking of? I know they're like the third-party lenses, but yeah, I guess if you're going from a Sony to a Canon, or I don't know if you can do it to a Nikon or not, but yeah, I thought there were adapters. I just personally never like really dabbled with that. I've been very I just prefer using a single system. I just want the best shot every single time, and I don't want my gear to, I don't want to use that as an excuse. So yeah, I'm like full Nikon. I think this photo might actually be better than, yeah, just because the way it's chowing down. I think we'll end up choosing this one. All right, let's see if we can quickly find two more shots, potentially. Okay, this will be a problem because they will be cropped, so probably not this shot. So for now, let's move on to the next day and see if there's some potential shots we can work on. So on this day, this is the 16th of Feb, I took roughly 2,000 photos, but you'll see a lot of the photos are repetitive because I do the machine gun thing I mentioned earlier. But I had done this workflow a long time ago where I've already kind of done this rating system. And so what I mean is these are all the 2-star rated photos. So maybe we'll start with the 2-star. And the 2 stars are the ones that I've already done this kind of a denoising effect. So Lightroom has this cool feature where you can essentially, I've already done it so you can't see it, but it does a nice denoise effect. And it's actually much better than it used to be. It used to be really, like, I would use a third-party software called Topaz, and Topaz is phenomenal. And I still use Topaz a lot for video. But in some ways, I don't have to use Topaz as much for my photos because the built-in Lightroom denoise effect is really good. And essentially the denoise, what it does is it well, it's in the name a little bit, like, so it kind of removes a little bit of the noise and the grainy elements of some of the shots, but also it can slightly sharpen your image. So it has a dual effect of, like, you might take a photo where you're like, ooh, this is not the best, like it wasn't tack sharp, or it was like too grainy because I shot this in low light and high ISO. With this denoising, it can rescue a lot of your photos and make it usable in ways that you might not have thought it would be in the past. So, but it does increase the size, like it creates a separate image and it's massive in size. So as long as you have the space for it. I'm just listening in on your guys' chats here, Philip and Sora. Let me just catch up on what you're saying. Yeah, so Philip, you were saying you could adopt most lenses. Sony has a short distance to the mount, so you can use a lot of different glasses. Okay, I did not know that for Sony. Canon hates third-party lenses, so I'm not choosing that. And Philip, you mentioned it's all about the distance from the sensor to the mount. Got it. The other difference, although I don't know if it makes a difference or not, I guess with the adapters, but with these with the Z cameras for Nikon, they went with this approach where the sensor itself is massive, and so the lenses also are quite massive in terms of the diameter, or the radius. But yeah, I guess you can still adapt it. It just depends on the adapter. YouTube suggesting a 50mm 1.8 and the Tamron 2470. Yeah, 2470 is an amazing range, and it's like the most useful range for like most everyday shots, I would say. 70 to 200 is the one that I enjoyed the most because it was a little bit more of a telephoto, and the shots you can take are a lot more creative. You get more separation where you have a nice blurry background and, you know, the subject. But 2470 is probably the one you'll use more often on a day-to-day approach. Like, let's say if I'm a travel photographer and I capture everything, 2470 is probably the one that allows me to capture more moments potentially. And then the 50mm, people say the 50mm is like roughly mimicking or simulating what the naked eye, like what the human eye sees in terms of like the what's visible. So 50mm tends to give you same thing. You can make you can get a lot of use out of it, but the problem is it can be a little bit boring because you're just kind of replicating what human eye can see in some ways. Whereas if you shoot with like an 85, a 200, obviously now you're at ranges that your normal eye can't really do, and it has a different effect with how you visually see the image. So then you'll have something that's a little bit more quote unquote creative or artistic. But yeah, like yeah, I was saying, and it sounds like Philip, you do the same. The 85 has been really fun for me personally, especially with the like a 1.2 or a 1.8 aperture. That's where you have fun. Like the 85, 70 and above gives you the creative fun range. Same thing when you go super wide, like let's say if you go with a 20 or a 14mm or like a fisheye, same thing. That's like the fun range, but it's also much more niche. Me personally, I prefer the more ability to go zoom and close up. So for instance, this shot here, what did I shoot this? This is at 70mm. So this was I probably was shooting this with either the 70 to 200 or the 2470. I actually don't know. But this is a 70mm shot at ISO 90 and 2.8 aperture. So especially with my Z9s, also you can see the resolution's quite high. It's a, you know, I think it was like a 50. Is it a 40? Maybe it's like a 40 megapixel camera. I forget. But yeah, I can zoom in quite a lot. I get a decent separation from the subject from the background. So, and that's at 70, right? This is at 31. So then, again, you're getting more wide angle. And like the wider angle is good for storytelling, I would say, because obviously you can capture more. But sometimes it ends up having you can get more distracting, right? Like then you need to make sure you're framing things properly so you don't have random distractions in your shot unless you crop. So like, excuse me, here for instance, you might see like, oh, there's a lot of distractions maybe in the backgrounds. I don't have a clean, you know, whatever. Technically you can always crop in, so that's not the worst thing, right? So as long as you're shooting with a powerful camera, you still have the ability to crop, and so you can remove whatever was distracting in the original wide angle shot. So I can maybe even frame it like this and it's a good story. So shooting wide isn't the worst. Whereas if you shoot with the tele lens, you don't have the ability to do the reverse. You can't like wide angle your shot without using like AI to, you know, artificially create the, you know, create the borders of your shot. So, but yeah, it's a good choice. I think 85, you'll have a lot of fun with it, but I personally started with like the equivalent of a 50mm, and I think I learned a lot from that. So I learned a lot of just having to, because it's right in the middle of like either being wide or being a tele lens. So it just forced me to have to keep understanding what does framing look like, being frustrated when I'm too far from the subject, but then also being frustrated when I'm too close to the subject. So you get all the best and the worst in terms of frustrations and, you know, what you can potentially shoot. So as a learning lens, shooting at 50 can be a decent choice, especially if it does simulate like the human eye's perception. So then that's one less thing for you to focus on, and you can focus more of your time on just getting the dials and the buttons and the ISO and the aperture and, you know, shutter speed, learning that a lot more and being more comfortable with it. That is, and by the way, just on these side tangents, that is definitely much more important as a first step, is being comfortable with that whole exposure triangle concept of understanding there are 3 different settings that will affect how much light is hitting my camera or my sensor, and how bright or dark my image is, and understanding what are the benefits of changing all 3 of them. How does changing one impact others, and what other elements does it change? It's something I'm happy to go over on stream if you're not as familiar with it. I have figured out some good analogies when it comes to explaining the exposure triangle, with like ISO, shutter speed, and aperture. But yeah. Once you get the hang of that, everything else becomes much easier. So now I'm just kind of looking at shots to see which one is maybe the potential second or third shot. I want some variety, so it shouldn't just look like the same thing where it's like only eagles. So like a cultural shot could work. This one, I shot this at 70 millimeters, so I must have been using a 24-70 millimeter lens on this, because generally speaking, I probably would have been zooming in even more at times if I could. So at the 70, the cool thing is you are getting, again, a little bit more of a compressed shot, like between the background and the foreground. And so it'll be either a lot more like a cleaner, buttery smooth background, let's say, but it's also separated a little bit better. And it just makes the shot feel, without having to do much editing, it just feels a bit more cinematic. So yeah, this is why I love shooting with like higher focal lengths. Let's see what could be a potential shot. Something with a lot of vivid colors or textures, ideally. So if I have some with this yak, that could work. So then I'd have an eagle hunter shot, like a nice eagle with the hunter. Maybe one of these yak shots actually could do. So let me just, yeah, this one actually looks much better. So this is a potential. Let's see, this one, it's like straight on, but if I'm doing a landscape, I don't really care about having it centered as much. This is good for like a vertical shot. This one is more of like a badass shot, because obviously they're now in the snow mode, but we might have a better one. Oh yeah, if I can work on one of these horse shots and put this up front, because we'll be also editing the video of the same horse encounter as part of the trailer. So I think I've already marked some as a 3-star, and I edited one earlier, so that could work. I think I edited this yesterday, actually. Let's just see. I just want to 3-star some other ones where it's like the 2 of them. Okay, let's just go through these a little bit slower. And then I want to highlight potential shots where it might be the 2 or 1 of them. I think it's probably going to be the 2 of them. And I'm just keeping an eye. All right, Philip, enjoy dinner. Appreciate you jumping in, and hopefully I'll see you again. And if you're a streamer as well, I'll jump in on your streams. But yeah, thanks so much for engaging and for sharing a bit of your stories as well. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm looking at these photos to see if I have the subjects fairly in focused. I mentioned this maybe 2 days ago or on the prior stream. The problem I had is that these horses weren't actually lined up nicely. Like, you can't really tell here, but one is very close to the camera compared to the other. And the problem is that means with the aperture I was shooting at, which is 2.8, at least on the video mode, you'll see it better. But some of these shots, you'll see one of the horses are sharp. Like in this case, this face is sharp. This one's a bit blurrier. So it was a good lesson for in the future when I do these kind of things where you just have to increase the aperture in these circumstances. This is a cool pose, and they're closer together, so I can do something more interesting in a landscape shot. So let's just see if there's any difference here. Horse is nice in focus there. This one's a bit blurry, like we mentioned. This one, they're both slightly more in focus at the sacrifice. So I have two choices. This horse is very, very sharp, especially around the eyes. And this one's very, very blurry. And this other shot I took, somehow the focus is right in between. So now this horse is still sharp, but not as much. And this one's still blurry, but not as much. So I get to make the fun call of which of these do I want to work with. But let's look at the original shot. Okay, you know what? And I might just work with this one as well. So let me create a duplicate. And I'm going to switch this over to 16:9 in landscape mode. And so we'll have a good sense with the editing style I did here, what a potential photo could look like. And here, it looks like they can barely fit the frame. And I feel like I need to rotate it a little bit just to balance out the shot a bit more. So the problem, kind of a problem, is if I leave it as is like this, they just fit the frame, which can and cannot look good. It's just it is a personal choice, but. And you can see here, again, second horse is quite blurry, so. But I will keep this for now because we can just copy and paste this editing style to save me some time. Let's keep looking and seeing if we have some other good examples where hopefully they're more, or both of the faces are in focus. As of now, it's still the one on the left is very focused and the one on the right is not. Now here we've switched around where horse on the right is focused and the one on the left is not. Sometimes you just can't win, you know, you just accept what you're given and you work with it. Like in this case, I accept that this horse is making the goofiest looking face, which maybe I do want to work with. And then this one's cool because I love doing solo shots. So if you can have a subject on its own, it's always ideal because then you can really separate and focus on that single subject. Here, the horse was too close to me, so I couldn't really shoot it with enough space that I have a 16:9 with the whole horse focused or in frame. So here I'm trying to see if I can just lean into that more and go ahead and like go with a cropped shot, but in a landscape mode. So we'll save some of these. These are already 3-starred, so I can speed up a bit. Here's the other horse. And the tiniest of the horses. Okay, this is a cool shot. So now we're entering into when the snow really kicked in. And is there an action shot I should be including from that? So let's go back to the group view, and I just want to quickly see if I can identify something that's worth creating or putting into a thumbnail that's different from the other two shots. Okay, let me think. We have a good eagle and hunter shot, close up. We have a good horse foal horse shot. So then for variety, what makes sense? It could be another horse shot, but in a close-up. This is such a cool... It might be with this one. I might just work with one of these. Because this is such a cool angle. Oh yeah. Oh, nice. And I already edited one before. So I think, you know what? This is it. I'm a huge fan. I think I edited this yesterday off stream. But I like this angle, and I'm not technically educated enough to give the reasons why I find this one so... or this kind of series of shots so cool. I'll do my best to maybe try to explain it, but there's something about how they're all clearly walking. So there's a direction. So this shot is giving you a direction that you have to think about, which is they're moving to the right. Clearly based on the angles of their body and the direction they're looking, it seems like they're moving to the right. And because of the wind, and you can see the wind both from the snow particles as well as like the feathers on the hat and the ribbon from his hat as well. So it's clear that there's wind involved and it's going in one direction, which is in the direction that they're facing. So there's like a little bit of a story here of them fighting against the wind. And because of this kind of angle of their bodies, it seems like they're almost going at a 45-degree angle from the ground. So it's like they're struggling. It's showing a bit of a struggle. Because you can imagine if you're normally walking on a even plane, there's no reason for the body to be angled so downwardly, right? It should just be like you're walking straight, everything is uniform. So to have this weird angle where it's like shifted more to the right and their body and everything is off to the left of the image. So I do know that there is like a technical concept around the framing, right? Where here you have a lot of negative space. And generally speaking, you want to leave a lot of breathing room in the same direction as the subject. So in this case, the subject is looking off to the right, is moving to the right. So you want to have space to the right of the subject in the same direction as where the subject's going. I could not tell you why subjectively that is the case, but like just aesthetically, it helps with your images. Because let me do an example here where let's say that same image, but now if I crop, here, let me just do a weird crop here so I can show you guys. Now imagine that same image, but instead of having all that space over to the right, if now we just have the guy's face all the way towards the end. This is a bad example because I kind of like this image, but the problem is if you don't give enough space here, you don't know what they're looking at. It looks like they're hitting a wall. Like imagine this is a brick wall and you're watching them run right into it. So that is an issue you can run into. This shot kind of works though, because what's working for it is that it allows me to still show a lot of the eagle here. So because there are two subjects, it kind of helps that I want some space where both subjects are in frame with some balance. And in order to have the eagle's face in the frame without it being too far to the left, it does mean I have to shift the image to the right a bit. So in some ways I kind of like this framing. So maybe I'll need to find some better examples for that concept I was talking about. But this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. But like I said, I prefer it in its original format, which is more like this. But I need to make it 16:9 and like this. This is cool. This is like a actually this might be my favorite photo so far of the ones we've edited. And I couldn't tell you why. I just find the colors here, the lighting, the facial expression. Yeah, it just speaks to me a lot more than, I guess, with an unknowable reason why. So this tells a little bit of action. This will be one of our shots. So then we've got the horse shot, we got this shot, and we have the other eagle hunter shot. So basically sandwiched between this shot and the one that we looked at before, let's add in one of these horse shots. And then we can say we're done. So the first thing I want to do is, let me just I want to copy and paste all these edits. Let me go to all the 3-star shots that I highlighted. Oh, and I forgot about the yak. So the yak might actually work as well, but here, let's now paste it all in. Now, in some of these shots, the blue kind of doesn't work as well as it did in this shot. The blue just feels a little bit more artificial. So we will have to take it photo by photo. Let's work on this photo real quick because this one has a clean separation. You got a single subject. And so I want to lift the shadow a bit so we can see more of the face and everything else. And then the background, let's stick to this for now. But now I'm going to add in some artificial lighting. So most likely I want the light coming from the top right. Just something like this. So this is a preset that I had created before where I can basically do my own artificial vignetting, but usually I'll make one of the top corners have light coming in instead of dark so that it simulates sunlight, because most of my shoots are outside. So in this case, I want to change it up a little bit more, but let me also maybe add a little bit of breathing space to the top there. So I'm going to take this little top right brightening and let's see if we can adjust it a bit more in terms of the angle and the strength of it and all that. So this way, basically there's a little bit of like a gradient light. So it's stronger towards the top right as opposed to as it goes towards the bottom left. So then it means that the right side of this horse's face will be brighter, and then the effect gets toned down as we go to the left. So again, it mimics a little bit of like if there was sunlight coming from the right, obviously it wouldn't impact as much on the left as much as it does from its direct hit. So it gives a nice feel of light. And then I might change the temperature a little bit. So let's say if I make it a little bit warmer to mimic more of the sun, but then I still make the background cooler to mimic the snow. So I'm like doing a little bit of a conflict of interest almost, or I'm combating between the blue of the snow with the yellow orange of the sun. And not to say that's actually a good strategy, I just want to see how it looks. It's not bad. I think this actually works well for a thumbnail image. So the only thing I'm going to do is just, again, maybe for later I might actually do the longer method of editing my shots, but I do want to just kind of finish this up a little bit. So you're watching me do the speed run version of this. But yeah, generally speaking, I think this is a good shot. It works for a thumbnail. It's pretty clear what we're shooting. So it'll be this shot. Where did that one go? This shot. So let me drag this into I have a little section for this. So yeah, let me drag this into Mongolia. And let's drag this one into Mongolia. And then the previous shot was from the prior day. So let me just jump back to that day. And I think I gave it a 5-star already. Yep. So I'm going to drag all these guys in because, you know what, there's a chance I want to use all of them in some capacity. So I'll put them in here. But now as we jump in, the 3 photos we're going to play with are this one. Actually, let me full screen it so everyone can see. So in my YouTube thumbnail, it'll include this shot, the horse shot, and another nice eagle hunter shot. Now, I might, just for the sake of the thumbnail, I might actually just change this up a bit and center the horse. Because I think this will be the center image. I think. Is that true? Yeah, I think it has to. Let's see how it looks. I mean, it's not ideal. I tend to like it when it's on the left or the right, but I don't have enough space to put it on the right. And this image, he's on the left. So if I balance it out, if this is the top image, it's on the left, middle image, someone in the middle, and the bottom image should have more weight on the right. I don't know if anything I'm saying makes sense to you guys, but yeah, essentially, I'm just trying to figure out how to balance the shot. So before we commit to this, let me just quickly go back to, what day was that? That was the 16th. Let's find one more image that we can edit real quick. And it could actually be the yak. So we might leave the horse shot for the stream after, but at least for this three shot combo, I might choose, it could be this one. Let's see, depending on what I can do with it. If I do a 16:9, if I do a, if I can separate this guy enough to make it obvious. This one's not bad. Thank you very much, Fiona. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in as well. So this is day 4 of my live stream. You guys are catching me do my final task of the stream. Doesn't mean we're ending it soon, but it's just the last thing on the agenda that we've got. And that's me editing a few of my photos from my Mongolia trip. I wanted to just work on at least 3 photos that I can export, and it'll essentially become the thumbnail for tomorrow's YouTube live stream. So that way I can keep changing up how the live stream thumbnails look each time, and it just makes things interesting. It also helps me make progress on my photos and videos. So you're watching me work on the very final photo I need to edit, and I wanted an image where there's a little bit more weight to the subject on the right side, because I need one where the subject's on the left, I need one in the middle-ish, and one on the right. That's my OCD kicking in. So I think I found an image that could work, which is this one. So I'm just adding some of my presets that I have, and I'll just do very, very light touches to it. I'm just making it a little bit more visibly clear and pop. And then I might just add a little bit more lighting. Let's see. Should we or should we not? Actually, I think we should not. So then this kind of looks decent. Let's see if it's decently focused. It's not bad. And let me add a little bit of darkness to it. And some fade. We're going to lift the blacks a little bit. Okay, and do we want to change the temperature at all? Let's see. No, I think this is good. Okay, so let's say this is my 3rd image. Let me drag this guy over to my Mongolia set. So now we're going to have this image on the left, or this will be the top image. This will be the middle one. And then this will be the right one. Cool. So then we are done with our photo edits, and we made some good progress on my Mongolia vlog videos. So I'm looking at the time here, it's about 8 o'clock, and I do need to get some other things finished, which I haven't, I've been procrastinating on. And we also did finish the YouTube shorts, or at least we worked on it, but I need to work on it a little bit more. I have to find some good soundtrack to put in there, and I want to publish it tonight. So hopefully in the next 2 hours I'll be able to finish that and post it. But yeah, I think we're in a good spot. So as a recap, we've also highlighted potential clips that should be used for the trailer for our Mongolia video. Tomorrow we're gonna continue that effort, so I'm going to start going through all the eagle shots, seeing which of these I need to save and should be highlighted. Just to break up the monotony or just the routine, I might spend some time actually focusing on the soundtrack. So we're going to start reviewing some potential soundtrack that would work for a trailer, because that will be one of the most crucial steps. And yeah, so we'll see how far we get with this. We'll do some more photo editing as well, and we'll also work on some YouTube shorts as like before. And yeah, and then answer some questions and chat with the chat. So again, I appreciate, especially Philip and Sora, I appreciate you guys engaging with me throughout the day. It makes my life more interesting as well to be able to talk to you guys. But yeah, hopefully you guys found this interesting. We covered a lot of ground, and we have a lot more ground to cover still. So there is that. We have so much when it comes to other travels as well. So don't think that after we do this for 1 week or 2 weeks that we're running out of material. I guarantee you we will not run out of material. And actually, just to even show you what I mean by that, let me give you guys a quick teaser of some of the key footages. It took me a long time to kind of compile all this, and this is not complete because a lot of my travels I haven't fully edited yet. But just to give you a sense, I have, let's say, a folder where I was trying to save some of the key footages from that are related to wildlife. And so these are from all those recent travels, and again, they're not all complete. So you can see these are some leopard ones. This is from my trip to Canada. Again, I don't know if this will make it into a travel vlog because this is before I got into some of my videography. Let's show some of these you will see on my YouTube channel, because these are a lot from my the vlog series that I completed on my YouTube channel. That was the first of my vlog series, so I do hope you guys check it out. This is the India one, which I also completed last month, I believe. So these are all these clips in its entirety, which we might still end up working off of. This is the Mongolia one, which I'm working on now. Sri Lanka, which I mentioned, this will be the next trip, and this is not there's a lot more than what I have here. These are just some I could find from one of my memory cards, but we'll be going through all these leopard clips, some of these like crazy owls, and so much more. Uganda again, where we had all these encounters with chimpanzees, the shoebill stork. I'll be telling stories from this, so I'll be showing what it's like as I'm organizing and leading a tour with different clients. The warthog, chimps. Like there's gonna be no end, right? We got some mongoose. It'll be fun to create some content when we see some of these like close-up ones when it comes up to the camera. You'll see some of those kind of what it's like to be me when I'm out and about in these trips. So again, you'll see like how cool it is when you're on a chimp trek. You see how close we can get. I have some footage where it literally brushes right past me. So yeah. Zimbabwe. I've been posting some of these, so you guys have seen some of this from recent. Yeah, lions, leopards, everything. Elephants. This is from my more recent Mongolia trip back in November. So this is where I was actually filming in 240 frames per second. So now you'll actually be able to see even more slow motion shots of some of the coolest things I've been able to capture, which are these eagles. So another Mongolia trip. This was a honeymoon trip where I took a honeymoon couple across Zimbabwe and Uganda. And this is one of the lodges where the elephant literally just comes right up to the swimming pool. And so I was able to film some really cool moments when they got up close and personal. So yeah, the painted dogs. In this one, it's literally holding the head of a, I forget what kind of impala it was, but yeah, vicious, vicious. Especially when you see it's like trying to readjust. So the point is, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was not sharing my screen. All this time you're just hearing me describe what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep making that mistake. It's probably going to happen for a long time until I build the muscle memory of what it's like to be a streamer. So let me just quickly show some of those examples I meant. So this is like a painted dog carrying the head of an impala that it just killed as a pack. And you can see, yeah, so I have so many of these kind of moments across my travels. The moment I was just briefly showing, like I have the 240 frames per second shot, where, you know, this is from a different trip, November of 2024 to Mongolia. You've got the chimpanzees, you got the horses from Zimbabwe, the lions, the leopards, yeah, this is Uganda. You'll see a lot of the behind the scenes as well of this. Oh, let me get back to it. Uganda here. Was it this one maybe? Yeah, you have some moments you'll see behind the scenes what it's like to actually be on these safaris when you're trying to film. In this case, it was a leopard. So I filmed this at 8K so you can be able to see the nice quality. So yeah, we've got a whole year and about 10 trips, 100 terabytes of footage, photos from all of my travels. And it's not just wildlife, by the way, it is like cultural moments. So for instance, let me share some of the ones that I'm going through now for Vietnam. So this is a trip that I organized with Nikon for like a group tour. So basically I organized with the local photographer, Khan, Khan. So we worked on an itinerary where I was able to bring about 10 to 12 photographers with me, and we were focusing on just practicing photo shoots. So what is it like to do portraiture in different environments, indoors, outdoors, more like traditional shots, everything in between. So this is January of 2025. So this year, beginning of this year. So I'm still working on February of last year in terms of the footage, like this Mongolia travel, that was from Feb. So we've got a whole year before we can get to this Vietnam trip, right? So I only say this to show you, like, material will not end. We'll have enough stuff to talk about for months and months, and now it's just my job to get through it as quick as possible, make it as engaging as possible, and then keep sharing with you guys what it's like to be a photographer, videographer professionally, in all its parts. Okay, so with all of that said, I think this is a good place to end. We're just coming up on 8 o'clock my time here in Dubai. Thank you again. This has been a really fun, every stream has been fun for me personally, but this stream is in particular. Thank you for Philip and Sora for participating so much in the chat. It does make it a lot more engaging for me and interesting. And thank you guys, those of you who subscribed and follow me. Make sure to follow me on all my channels, especially YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Twitch and Kick, I'd be surprised if I have more than 3 followers combined. But that is one of those areas where I do need to get some followers so that I can monetize those channels and make use of the other features that comes with it. But YouTube is like the main goal for me, so I do appreciate if you check out my YouTube channel, follow me, watch some of my videos, see what the content is that I have to provide, and hopefully you'll have some context for the kinds of shots that I'm sharing going forward. So, okay, again, thank you guys, appreciate it, and I will see you guys tomorrow.